Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
It's very important.
So I just press the recording button, Billy, because what we're talking about, everybody needs to hear. You know, we keep it real, and and that's how it is. Billy and I were just saying that we gave up because they've attacked us for too long. We're used to it. Billy wants to provide and see his family, and so do I. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, just the simple stuff, huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now somebody said to me last week, Billy, I went out for a coffee with somebody, said, I hope you're not going on a crusade. And to me, this isn't a crusade, Billy. It's more of a mission, this TI community, because you become involved in it and it just evolves, and then it becomes your life, and you've got to find out the truth. And that everybody's lying.
It's bigger than that, Roy. It's bigger than that. You got to understand, man. We as a society, as a public, as a people, a member of the people, we the people, which is everywhere throughout the world. It's not just America. It's how it should be. We the people have values. We have certain ways that we want to go through life. And for me, I'm targeted to the umpteenth level. My parents were targeted. My grandparents were targeted. I got a lot of babies.
Yeah.
My brother's got a lot of babies. My sister's got some babies. They got babies.
Yeah.
They're going to keep doing this to them. This is more important than just you and I and James here. Okay. Yeah. People need to understand that we together can do something, but by ourselves, we're just targets that they pick off little at a time. And so if we're going to do anything, we need to get together. And so this is why I'm telling you, I'm doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing. I'm out here trying to get people to see that you can meet a TI that's for real and will help you.
Yeah.
Something simple,
exactly.
I can't do much, but I could do that.
So badly, because nobody can relate to us outside of the community.
Well, again, Roy,
play with us.
We now become mandated reporters for the public.
Yeah,
you understand?
Exactly.
We have a knowing of what's going on. It's our duty as we the people to fucking wake everybody up and go, you guys, we got a problem here.
Exactly.
A big motherfucking problem.
Yeah, and it's real.
It's our duty. So it's past just being a TI and sharing about our targeting and complaining about the government. Yeah. It's much bigger than us. We have children and decades of children to protect here.
Yeah.
So just because it's in Congress, it's in the news, it's out there now. We got our foot on their fucking neck. We don't let up. If anything, this is the time to unite and grow stronger.
100%.
This is the time to step out of your comfort zone and go, you know what? What can I do? Yeah. What can I do for the next generation?
Yeah.
Because fuck what I'm going through. I'm going to sit here and get tortured whether or not.
Exactly.
So what can I do? We need to unite, guys. I don't care how that looks, but we need to do it, and we need to do it quick. We got lawsuits ready.
Yeah.
Let targeted justice do their thing. We're going to file simple claims.
Exactly.
Against the man pushing the button.
Their thing, Billy. And kudos to all of them for doing what they do. That's what I've arrived at now. The more the merrier. Let's get the TI built up.
You need to download Zoom.
Oh, I need to download the app?
Come on, Deb, do as you're told.
Deb, I sent her a text after we spoke, and I said, Deb, can you download Zoom? I came down, I said, did you download Zoom? She said, what are you talking about? I said, and then I walk in, she's looking at your message going, which one? I said, you need to download Zoom.
I had to clean this room before we came on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Zoom, which one? All kinds
Zoom. Go to the first Zoom they have.
Is the link there, Deb, what Billy was referring to? I sent the link through to you.
Yeah.
Now what?
Click on the link.
Okay, meeting ID. Now.
What is that?
Right.
The meeting ID is, hang on a second, I'm gonna give it to
Meeting
us.
ID is bloody hell, my eyesight's terrible. 889. Got it?
Yep.
0968
Uh-huh.
5802.
5802.
Yeah.
Hit join
And
meeting.
the passcode.
Hang on, she's gotta hit go.
Okay.
Okay, join
Oh,
meeting. There.
okay.
And now hit allow.
Yeah.
Meeting passcode is what?
Passcode is
Oh.
950105.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. Go to your numbers.
Oh.
950.
950
105.
105.
Okay.
I've normally got a magnifying glass here, but I can't.
Please allow permission.
Just say
Yes.
yes.
There I am. Oh my gosh.
Okay, now you're gonna have to hit unmute. There's gonna be a screen pop up. It's gonna do all its stuff it's gonna do, but there should be a mute button down here. There it is. There's your camera. Hit okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there you are.
There you go.
All right, Deb.
How are you doing?
Deb, James, Deb. James was asleep last week, and he's had a good week this week. He's had a week free of voices.
How come I can't hear it on here?
Because you still have your shit fucking muted. That's what I was telling you. They're gonna. Hang on. You gotta touch this. I don't know where your freaking sound is, but maybe that's it right there. Wi-Fi or cellular. Okay. While using the app. Okay. Allow. There you go.
Okay, now I can hear it.
Oh, great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was saying James, Deb, James, and just mentioning Deb. You muted. I was just mentioning. James had a week free of voices last week.
Oh no.
Yeah, he
Oh,
didn't
no.
have voices for a whole week. I'll let
That's
James
good.
speak for himself.
Good. How did he handle it? That's awesome.
Yeah, it was. Thank you. It was great.
Well,
Back to
good.
normality. A little bit of normality.
Did they come back on then? No?
They've came on like a little bit, but not as bad as what it was. Nowhere near
Well,
as intense.
Maybe they killed that perp and then someone else took it over.
With a bit of luck.
We can only hope.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry that they came back on though. That's sad.
Yeah, at least there's no Jews just now.
Huh.
Jews free as well.
Touch wood.
Well, no, because our friend Deb, look what Deb has to put up with. She's got the Mylar background there. And,
It's like a Faraday cage.
And she's even got a little Mylar, not a cage, a little hut for a little dog. It's Leo, isn't
Yeah,
it?
for the cat. The cat
Oh, the
sleeps
cat
in there.
one, there you go. To protect the cat from the DEWs.
Yep. Poor thing.
Exactly. Evening, Ali, Deb, Ali, Billy, and James.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum, Islam. I
Hi.
seen your interview, Dad.
Ali's
It was
from
beautiful. I seen
Ali's
both
from
parts.
Bangladesh. Oh,
How are you,
shut
Billy?
up! Shut up! Ali's Ali's from Bangladesh. He's a good pal of mine,
Yeah.
and so sometimes, as I said like a couple of times ago, Ali and I have been talking, and his electricity goes out.
Yeah.
And where he lives, in the city, there's 20 million people in this city.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the capital is the most densest place in the world, the most densest city in the world.
Oh my goodness sakes. Where's that again?
Bangladesh, Southeast Asia.
Wow. And look at you. You're on here showing yourself to everybody and talking to us. That's awesome.
Well, the thing is it's so hot over there. It's so hot over there. What happens is the air conditioning draws all the electricity, and that's why they get the power cuts.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, I just buy a big freezer and plug it in, and then when it goes out, just sitting there.
The freezer won't be on when the electricity goes away. You
Yeah,
need
but
your
at least there's
own
gonna be frost.
power generator and stuff.
What are you thinking, James?
Oh, I'm just looking at my dog.
Oh,
Nothing major.
what kind of dog?
I've got a beagle.
A what?
A beagle.
Oh, beagle? Oh,
Yeah, James is Scottish. He might as well be Chinese with an accent like that, eh?
well, it sounds nice. All your accents sound nice.
Yeah, some of the Scottish is very, very broad. It's even tough for us English to grasp hold of, and we're neighbours.
Mhm.
No, James is right up the top of the north. I'll let James speak for himself. Up by
Yeah,
the North Sea, where all the fishermen are. Deb.
yeah, I'm from a group of islands called the Orkneys.
Mhm.
It's different island life rather than being on the mainland or on. It's a lot more remote. It's fine. Then I
Did you
just
hear that, Deb?
Pardon me?
Did you hear what James said?
I didn't get it because I was getting so tortured here. They had something
I
on me
thought you
really
were.
bad. Can you say that again, please?
I live in Scotland, in the north of Scotland, in the Orkney. And I live in Orkney.
In the Orkney Islands, right at the top of Scotland.
Oh, you live in on the island. Oh, wow. So do you like it there or what?
Yeah, I do. I've lived here most of my life. It's fine and quiet.
Oh, that's
That's
nice.
what makes, that's what makes my target even stranger because I live in such a remote place.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been out of the country. I wish that I could travel someday, but we can't do any of that until this is over. I mean, some
How long you
people
been
can.
targeting?
Pardon me?
How long you been targeting for?
Since 2010.
That's a while.
Maybe before then, because some things come back to me, and I'm thinking maybe I was targeted before 2010. You know, when things happen to me.
Yeah.
Are you there, James?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you black. I can't see you.
Sorry, I'm just in the middle of writing a message.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
still here. You've been targeted since 2010.
Yep.
Is it the Jews and the voice to skull you get?
Have I what?
What do you get? Like Jews, direct energy
Oh,
weapon and
yeah. Yep. The direct energy weapons, microwaves, and the scalar waves.
scalar
And
waves.
if I don't have this up, I can't even sit in this room. I tried not to have it up, and no, I got to put it back up again. Oh, look at the kitty cat.
Yeah, her name is Silly. It's
Oh,
okay, Silly.
yeah. Cats are wonderful, aren't they?
Yeah. I
You seem
observe
like,
her and I can see the direct energy hit. Like sometimes she does involuntary limb movements, and she's not
oh,
asleep, she's laying, but I know because I can hear it and feel it change. So
mm-hmm.
I know she's being hit. She'll be
Yeah,
gone in 2
poor
weeks.
little thing.
Yeah.
That's why I won't get a dog or a cat until I know this is over, because I've always had German Shepherds
Yeah, I love
and
them.
I want to get one again, but I can't.
Yeah.
I understand.
Hmm.
I can't even have a girlfriend or a wife or children because of this.
Yeah, nope, you can't. You're being cheated out of your whole life.
Yeah,
We're all being cheated,
correct.
but at least we got each other here.
Yeah,
This is
Yeah.
real nice that we have the
I,
Zoom.
this is the highlight of my week.
Right.
Oh,
Besides
that's
seeing
good.
you like 2 days ago, like
Yeah,
on YouTube.
I saw ya. So, what
Continue
are you
on.
being? Pardon me?
No. As you were saying,
What are you being hit with?
directed energy waves, direct V2K, everything. I must be in DEFCON 1 in this category. Like I noticed anybody that tries to interview me, they get hit the most. I can exactly tell you exactly how it started. Roy, would you want to take over?
No, over to you, Ali.
Okay, no problem. So I'll just can I screen share?
Yeah, because you can.
Okay.
No, you're
So-
not going to rabbit on for hours.
No. So that's why I want you to just type in YouTube because you have a better internet connection, just in case if I get interrupted,
Yeah,
you
okay,
can still
mate.
show the audience.
Where do you want me at, Ali?
YouTube. Just screen share
Right,
YouTube.
hang on. Right, share the link.
Okay.
Right, share your link in the chat there, please, Ali.
No problem.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Can't hear you, Sarah.
Another Sarah?
No,
Can you hear me now?
Sarah was muted.
Oh, like I was.
Hang on.
That's it. We got you now, Sarah.
It was muted there and there.
Pardon?
It was muted there, like in the top left and there as well. So I don't know if it's they were
Consent, Roy.
muting me.
Right, oh, it's in there. Okay.
So this is basically why I was targeted. Basically, whistleblowing and teaching people that
I'd like to welcome you.
what are the original American people and why the FBI sees Moorish Americans as targets because they don't want law-abiding citizens or a population of critical thinking. This will sum up everything. This was a video that I did 5 years ago, so that would be 2019.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
2019, breaking down to a Nigerian person of what American is. But this was actually for the whole world. But the person that
Yeah.
I'm actually defending is the author of the book that I'm actually reading. You can press play.
Right. Did you become a target after this?
Yeah, this is exactly where it would start. And my friend
Right.
told me.
So you
wow.
became a target because of this.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
He was 29. This particular video I felt needed a.
Can you hear it? Okay.
Before we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it was a lesson.
I can't hear anything.
Who said that?
Billy and Deb can't hear anything either, she said.
Oh, that's what I asked if anybody could hear it.
We were able to hear it in the beginning, and then the audio just stopped.
Right. Okay. Well, I've tried to.
I guess when you press mute, you muted yourself as well.
Yeah, I did that purposely. That's why I muted everybody. Hang on a sec. See if you can hear the video now.
And then the brother Yaqub L was walking out, and he asked me to sign.
Can you everybody hear it?
Yes, we can hear it.
Right. I'll go back again then. Right. Tell me if everybody can hear it, please, when I play it.
at Dementis Views 29.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This particular
Okay.
video I felt needed a preface before we go rolling, because it was a lesson for me, and this is strictly for educational purposes, because the conversation and the nature of how it came about was rooted in, you know, education or information. So I'll just paint the scenario for you before we actually started rolling. It was towards the end of the Wednesday class, and I haven't been at the class all of 2018 Gregorian calendar year. So this was my first time back for the Gregorian calendar year. And while I was going in, the brother Yaqub L was walking out, and he asked me to sign his book, which was a book that I compiled full of references on the subject of who are Moors, Asiatics, Americans. Specifically, Are You in Denial of Your Ancestry, Part 2. I felt as though that particular information needed to be shared at that time, so I compiled it like that, and it was released in 2015 on RV Bay Publications. And you know, it was like a lesson for me, for a student, a studious Moor, you know, who I recall him saying both of his parents were of Mexican lineage, which we know Mexico is still America, still, you know, there's still Moors there. We got Olmecs, Yucatan civilization, etc., Mayan, etc. So while I was signing the book, a brother who claimed to be from Nigeria came up and started asking me about my nationality or the book, and you know, it led into nationality. And the brother who claimed to be from Nigeria tried to convince me that I was black. I'm brown. I just can't relate to being pale. I just can't. And if anybody listening does, it's not that I don't love you. It's just that I know what these words do and don't mean, which we'll, you know, lay out in this particular video. So for the most part, when the brethren was trying to convince me that I was black, it was so unique because I just got finished signing the book for the brother Yaqub L. And the substance of it is about who we really are, you know, Moors, Americans, and the essence of the appellation Asiatic, among other things, in imagery. So it was a unique moment since the brother had the book in his hand. He just was like, Miz, I got this one, you know, and he broke it down. And unfortunately, it was short, not as long as we would have liked it to be, because we were at the end of class. And so I trust that, you know, the viewer enjoys this video. I had to throw in my hat for the so-called Mexican family. We know this is a Mexim, specifically with the time frame now of this whole border control thing by foreign lineal descendants of Europe, you know. So enjoy, and this is for educational purposes only. All right, so what you want to say?
Oh, you want to stand on the light? You want to get better light? This is gonna be on YouTube. You're not just speaking to you. Somebody speaking about. I've been Nigerian too.
We're not done, right? All right, cool. So what you want to say?
We're gonna go to the definition of American as well.
All right.
So what is American? Tell me when we're rolling.
We on.
We're rolling? Okay, perfect. I'm Yaqub L.
My name is
What is it? Uzo? Okay, Uzo. Tell me what you think American means. Tell me.
Well,
No pressure.
no pressure. The name American was given to the people who have the nationality of American,
Okay,
which people live in like 50 states, right?
okay.
Right. You know, which
So before the 50 states, the people that were still on this land, what were they? What are they?
well, before America was formed, there were Native Americans.
Okay, okay.
Native Americans. I think there were different.
Who came up with the term Native American? Because people where they're from, they don't call it they are this,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
this.
No, but those people are Native Americans. They are like indigenous.
Okay, let me tell you. People from Nigeria, they don't say I'm native Nigerian. They say I'm Nigerian. That implies I'm native to Nigeria.
Yeah, but remember Nigeria is a
I can be a Nigerian citizen. That means I came from somewhere else and now I'm a Nigerian citizen. But if I just say I'm Nigerian, that means I'm a native here.
Well, first of all, I want you to understand something.
Go ahead.
The term Nigeria is a new concept.
They got Nigeria and Niger, two different countries, and somehow Niger turned a nigga and speak the ugly.
Lucas was born in what? Present day Nigeria around 1705. So that lets you know that Nigeria wasn't called that.
Exactly.
That's a corporate veil put on the land where Nigeria is. Now, this happened around 17, right, when the niggas, right?
The problem is we started thinking like the colonists to know the Jure started dropping that consciousness. Okay, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a corporation as well. Go ahead.
Just like before America existed, there were tribes. This place was travel around.
As everywhere was.
Everywhere, just
Yes.
there was travel around.
Okay.
Until it was incorporated as Nigeria.
Usually when there was a lot of people to govern something under one thing.
Or, usually more than migrants.
Okay, not a problem. So hold on. From Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, the word American, let's put it in the proper matrix, which is a noun. There's 8 parts of speech.
Sure enough, 8 parts of speech being nouns, pronouns, verbs, adverbs, adjectives, conjunctions, prepositions, and interjections.
So this is a noun. That means it's a person, place, or thing, right? The word black is an adjective. It means to describe something. A black dog, a black cat. But the noun is a cat or a dog, right? So the word American, an Aboriginal or anyone of the various copper-colored natives found on this continent or continents, because we're the only one that joins from the northern hemisphere to the central and southern hemisphere. Everybody else is in some particular part, but we're so grand that we go from the northern hemisphere to the central and southern hemisphere, right? Now hold on, hold on. We're so grand that we go from the northern hemisphere to the central and southern hemisphere, right? Now hold on, hold on. By Europeans. So these are other people stating who are Americans. Now hold on. The original application of the word natural law reference Noah's Webster's 1936 20th century unabridged dictionary, page 53. Now hold on, right? Now, when you say he was black, the person that's holding the camera, Mantis View 29, right?
Exactly.
That's an adjective, right? So, underneath that word though, if you have an unabridged dictionary, there's a word called blackamoor. That's a compound word.
That's exactly correct. Blackamoor is a compound word, and the key lesson in this definition is that when you look in the brackets, black is lowercase, showing that it's an adjective, and then it has plus more, and the more is capitalized, showing that more is the noun and black is the adjective, right? And it correlates to any dark-skinned person.
Meaning it's 2 or more words together. So blackamoor means any dark-skinned person, especially a Negro.
We find some fault with this. Yes, Mr. Muhammad teaches us that Negro is a term that was applied to us during slavery by the slave master.
So, are you a various copper-colored penny? Do you look are you one of the shades of the various copper colors? Are you a various shade of copper? We all are. No, something like that. It is that.
Yeah.
I don't need to guess that. We know this now. Yeah. You believe you speak English? No, you know you speak English. So definition of moor. M-O-O-R. Any dark-skinned person. Reference, Berry, W. Encyclopedia Britannica. Actually, no, not Britannica. I can't say that right now, but it's heraldica. Gives to derivatives of Moors as Moran, Morel, Moroccan, Morlat, Mormad, Maurice. So, the people that were here, that you might think, oh, this is a Mexican chief or a Native American chief, that is a Moor. People that you think, oh, let's go to the dollar. A dollar is actually a coin, a silver coin to be exact, but they put this one on a gold coin. Doesn't matter. The substance still stands as valid. That's Sacagawea. You know this as a Native American woman or a Mexican woman, but she's a Moabite by birth, by lineage, by blood.
All right, let me say something to you. Well, this is what you're trying to say.
What am I trying to say?
This is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying.
Yeah. This is because let's keep in mind this conversation got started. It's a characteristic of climate. In this climate,
Yes.
okay, you have different living in different places in the world.
Different regions and different climates, whatever, okay?
So
No problem. How far you want to go back?
So
Because they were all called one thing before now. Yes.
here, we live here, this is New York.
New York City, right?
Brooklyn is Medina, the Bronx is P-Long, Manhattan is Mecca, Queens the desert, world is born. Staten and Satan's Island, why they mess with me, knowing I'ma ride dirty till I reach my destiny.
Let's put in New York City.
Where we're born America, right? Now,
Part of America. This is not the whole America. Okay.
And with much respect, this being the perfect opportunity to teach or give a reference, the brother said that this is what you call the United States of America. But when we look at the Institutes of American Law, enumeration 182, it says that the United States of America may be termed a corporation, and so may each of the states of the Union singly. To this class belong all municipal corporations as counties, townships, districts, cities, boroughs, and the like. So if the United States of America is a corporation, it in truth and fact and in American law is not the land.
Okay.
So here,
Yes. But United States of America is also Argentina, Mexico, Brazil.
I don't know if you want to say odd, but there are coins that say Estados Unidos Mexicanos, which means United States of Mexico. That's what it means. United States of Mexico.
Hold on. Yes, they are.
No,
United States of Mexico.
Hold on.
This real name is Brazil. The United States of Brazil. Oh, absolutely. No, I have to, because it's not just for us, it's for everybody that's going to be on YouTube.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
It's very simple.
Okay.
Prior to
Let's go on time.
Hold on, yeah, prior to the announcement,
More specific.
Europeans, like Columbus and how many years?
Okay, so it's 1942. I mean, say, oh, so 1742. 1492. Before 1492.
Yeah, before the hold on.
Okay, so
prior to that,
yes.
the people who lived here mostly
Yes.
were what we call right now Native Americans.
And on that note, let's visit J.A. Rogers, Sex and Race, Volume 3. On page 218, it's a very detailed statement there. And it says a dark-skinned race inhabited the United States for probably hundreds of thousands of years. It was almost wiped out by the white European, but if it is the type best adapted physically to the soil and climate, it will eventually return no matter what artificial laws or restrictions are imposed. Powerful statement. Those were yours.
But this place was called Amorupus.
All right, as far as immigration, just for the record. It is a tragedy that shows exactly where our minds are to even think for one second that Mexicans or that anyone else that's coming, so-called Mexican, are immigrants. We have the handwritten documentation that they say, I mean, you gotta read it. They know that we were over here. They know that so-called Mexicans was here. So-called, right? How does someone get to flip the script and see that you're the immigrant? Or that so-called Mexicans that are if Moors do not get on their duty and obligation, it's no longer I'm just gonna do me over here. It's about nation. It's about family. Right? We can have differences, but we're one family. What the heck happened to that? You can't necessarily, you can't divide anyone. So if Moors don't do that here, these modern arrogant, still arrogant.
No dogs, Negroes, or Mexicans. Quote, Lone Star Restaurant Association, Dallas, Texas.
They're coming back, like I said earlier, they're coming back from being booted out on all four corners of the earth. Their last stand is this ancestral state. Best believe it. And if you don't wake up, Moors, we're in great, great trouble. However, those who are awakened and who have come back here or been here or spent their lifetime trying to land these different classes to raise consciousness, they will be told where to do, where to go, where not to go by the grace of the Spirit will save them.
You may hear me high out.
Hold on, we about to pray out, bro. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Really,
So that's
exactly. No, that was really well put together. That was.
I can take the credit. That's Mantis View 24, which is Misraim Alif Al. That's who made the video.
Oh no,
that was nice.
brilliant.
Thank you.
Sorry, Deb.
What?
Oh,
yeah, I said that was very nice. That was, and you wrote the book. You have a book out?
It was actually on the YouTube channels. He's the author, Misraim Alif L. He's the one actually had the book in person. And that's why I got the information from, and he taught me a lot. And his mother was the person. She's the woman. She's the woman that you see in the
Oh,
interview and the
yeah.
giving the lecture. That's her. That's his mom.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Very
So
good.
I have paperwork, and there were two character witness. When I changed my nationality, I left the U.S. citizenship, which is the corporation subject entity,
Yep.
and I chose the real nationality of the American people, which are Moorish Americans.
Yes,
The
that's very good.
original flag that you see right there, which would be right behind me, I'll put it on right now, real quick. We're not taught this in school. There's a reason for that. I showed Roy. This would be the original American flag. What we are used to, accustomed to, is the Admiralty and Commerce flag, which would be the Star Spangled Banner, not a flag. It's a trading banner. But if we're doing business, who are the two parties? What are the two nations? So the two nations would be Morocco, the Moors, and the United States Union Society, which it was originally called the Union Society States.
Mm-hmm.
And when the British were here and they don't want to be under King George no more, we gave them the olive branch and we recognized them first. That's why if Roy was to type in the oldest United States treaty, you would see it would be the Treaty of Peace and Friendship with Morocco. The longest
Wow.
treaty standing till this day, as of right now, with the United States is Morocco. But they don't want to teach you this in school. This is known.
Wow.
All Ivy League students, all secret societies, they are taught this. They are briefed this. You have to be. If you want to be in somewhere in politics or any positions of power as a like judge, magistrate, or anything of that sort, politically, you know this. They can play dumb and gaslight you all day, but they know this. Like Hillary Clinton, I don't want to talk about a scandal, but I'll just talk about her politically. She's a daughter of revolutionary.
I heard.
That's her society. She wears white fezzes. Her mother was that as well. They know all of this. They know all of this. It's the
I
longest
heard that.
treaty.
You know, I try to tell people this all the time, that this is the United States of the corporation.
Yeah.
They don't,
They did a very good job of
but they
dumbing people
can't,
down.
yeah, they did, but nobody
Yeah.
gets it still. This is
Boy, would
good.
you like to type in the Board of Education Wikipedia? I'll tell you exactly why they dumbed this down and who was behind this. It was Frederick Gates, which is Bill Gates' father. He got into the position of the Board of Education and he started changing the curriculum. Once Roy pulls it up.
Got it. I'm just.
Take your time.
Got it, mate. I'm just sharing.
Thank you. I have to use Roy because some of these stuff is censored here. And last video, I was using a VPN. And I noticed when I seen the video, because I downloaded the YouTube video of all of us, it's a little choppy. I go in and out sometimes. That's because I was just using 1 megabyte. Now I'm using 6. I'm actually locally using here. I'm not afraid. But I can't use certain websites on the web.
Well, mate, thank you. Is this the one you want, Ali?
Yes. Go to philosophy. You're going to know the philosophy of the Board of Education. What are their basic principles, their foundation principles of how they dumb this down? These are not my words. Oh, I'm sorry, Roy. Type in philosophy with it.
In here.
Board of Education.
Board of Education with philosophy.
Philosophy. Yes. Right there, Roy. Popped up. Beautiful. Click on that one. And you should see right there, beautiful, not challenges. See, also scroll a little bit down. Okay, hold on. They took it out here because you see the issue.
Let me try that again because I typed it in wrong.
You typed it in twice.
Philosophy, Wikipedia. Let's try that. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
That one?
Here
we go.
There it is.
I've got it.
No, that's the philosophy of education.
So what was it we were looking for?
Board of Education philosophy. Type in Frederick Gates.
Who?
Frederick Gates.
Yeah, I remember that, mate.
Beautiful. Right there. General Board of Education. Right there.
Yeah. Ah, yes, there you go.
Philosophy right there on your left. In the blue. Beautiful. This is exactly, I'll read it for you. In our world, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molded hands. The present educational conventions fade from their minds, and unpampered by tradition, we work our own good will upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. We shall not try to make these people of any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is very simple as well as a very beautiful one. To train these people as we find them to our perfectly ideal life, perfect ideal life just where they are. So we will recognize our children into a little community
So we
and
will
teach
organize.
them. Oh, we shall no. We will organize our children into a little community and teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way, in the homes, in the shop, and on the farm. Basically, they'll take the position of whatever they didn't teach you, their children will teach you, and you'll pay them. You'll go broke. Something that they should have taught you already for free. I didn't make this up.
Like
Very good.
Sense.
That goes around all over the world.
Brilliant.
As long as the United States is still.
I never knew that.
That has been put together amazing, Ali. That has.
Thank you. By all means, I don't want to take up too much time. Please, someone else, go on.
I can get this on YouTube, right?
You can get this on YouTube. You just type in my name. My appellation will be Yaqub L. That is YAQUB space EL. And then you just type Moors next to it.
Put it in the chat. Is it in the chat there, Ali?
It is in the chat. It's in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Oh, that's yeah.
All right, peace.
Yeah, because I do want to see that again. I believe it. I believe everything you said. And and this corporation, nobody wants Trump in there because he's not in the corporation.
Exactly.
That's why.
That's the YouTube. The YouTube channel name will be Mantis View 29.
Good. I'd love to see that again. I couldn't hear some of the things,
I know it was very choppy, so I hope it wasn't
Yeah.
choppy just for me. But everybody, just go to Mantis View, Yaqub L. Moors, Mexican and Nigerians get schooled. That's all.
Yeah.
This is exactly how it started.
Wow.
They don't want citizens or Americans to know law. They took civics out a long time ago. Before then, it was taught in school.
And now, you know, when I went to school, I hated history because I just couldn't understand a lot of that. I hated it.
They made sure to make history very boring and for you never to look by yourself. They made it, that's
Yeah.
exactly what they did. They made it uninteresting so their historians can get paid for something that you should have been taught in school. This should have been a US government history class besides world global history, 9th grade stuff.
Yeah, it's all a lie. I would actually, I'd just fall asleep in that class. You
I
know,
understand. I understand. Actually, I'm gonna be honest, I skipped school, but I was always a bright child and a great student. And so when I found this out, I just had to keep going down the rabbit hole, and I definitely
yeah,
didn't know more, but I want to just stick to the targeted individual
yeah, that's
community
very good.
because
Thank
that is
you.
the foundation of why we're being targeted.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, Deb. You're very welcome. By all means, Roy.
Does anybody want to ask Ali anything? Ali,
Yeah,
Ali, I think you put that to get honestly. The presentation of that's unbelievable. It's really excellent.
Thank you so much, Roy.
Yeah, no, I mean it.
Very,
It's
very
together
good.
perfectly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Feel
you
free.
did.
Any questions about anything?
Hey guys, hold on. I want to get this live.
Go on,
with you
Billy.
guys. Hold on.
Hang on.
Hey,
Come on, Billy.
everybody, for a second here. Hold on. Check it out. I'm in the store. I've asked every one of these people that work here to help me out. This guy. They won't give me the code so that I can get the cheaper price for the food. He acted like he put it in, but they won't give it to me. It stayed the same. This is supposed to be the manager of Tub.
Billy,
Billy.
Right now,
ask. Yeah.
Billy, do me a favor.
So they're
Ask
gonna
for
make
the
me pay
store
full
manager.
price because they've been lied to by the FBI.
No problem,
That's
no problem. Ask. Can you get the store manager? I'm gonna show you something right now. Can you get the store manager?
Get the store manager, Billy.
Get the store manager.
We have the store
I
manager.
bought items that were on sale.
Store manager. I'm gonna give you a
I've
code
seen
right
no
now.
deduction here, not one.
Right, Billy, we're going to get you a code. We want the manager, please, mate.
You won't get taxed.
Yeah, that was the manager that did this.
I got a
No, I
cup
don't.
thing
I'm
on
from
the.
out of town. I asked if they put it in. He said he put it in. The price never changed.
I got a cup thing on the keychain. You have them scan it, and then you get the cheaper prices.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently she has a cup thing on here. Let's see what happens when she scans her. No, not hold on. Now you're gonna try and clear up your issue. This dude's part of the targeting program. I'll go ahead and I'm looking for your cub.
It's a green and an orange.
Deborah? Yeah, Deborah.
Yep. That's me.
So you're telling me there's no sale. Nothing I bought was on sale.
Usually, if it would have been like a coupon, it would have gone off.
A coupon? It says it right on the fucking thing.
Well, yeah, it would have been on the with the reward card.
Scams. Unbelievable. Crazy, yeah.
Did it work? It worked?
No. No. They
Okay,
won't.
wait.
No, they're not gonna let that go through.
Can you just get the store manager? Can I speak to him?
No,
Can I
dude, I'm
speak
not
to
gonna do that. That was the store manager.
Oh, no, I know. All you have to just say is, I would like to put my organization code, which is AA222141. That is titled US code
Fucking dicks.
22
Zero savings.
141
Not
in
one
law.
savings on the whole thing. You guys are gonna get a fucking lawsuit. No, I can find risk management myself. Thank you. I probably won't. Yeah, that's the shit you got to go through.
Exactly.
Not one fucking penny of savings. When I bought all kinds of shit that was on sale, this, on sale, that. You know what I'm saying?
That's okay. I'm gonna take that receipt back there and talk to the manager myself.
Good.
They're all in on it together. Watch, Deb. I got the receipt. It doesn't show any savings. And if you look at the items that I purchased, they were on sale.
Well, I'm gonna take that back there. I go there all the time. I'm gonna take it back and ask what the deal
It doesn't
is.
matter. They're all working together. He comes in, he puts in a fake code. The dollar didn't drop 1 penny. I said, dude, put in the code. I said, you didn't put anything in. Nothing changed. Even when I scanned your thing, nothing changed.
Wow.
Yeah.
They still haven't paid me for my television I took back 2 weeks ago. Hey,
Yeah, when you spend $150 in the store, you think you get the rebates that they're offering.
Last week, I phoned customer services, and they were very polite, but that was about 4 or 5 days ago. I still haven't heard from them. Are you right?
You haven't heard from them on your TV yet?
No, they haven't bothered, Deb. They don't want to refund me.
You know, I noticed when I went into Menards. When was it? Yeah, it was Menards to get paint and all this. The girl was, when I was having her mix the paint up, she had that smirk on her face, like,
Yeah, we
you
know.
Huh?
We know the one.
And I kept trying to make eye contact with her, and she wouldn't look at me.
Deb, I'm gonna send you in the chat for everyone what I was just talking about with
Yeah, would you explain that, please? What that
Yes,
means?
I will.
Because
yes, boy.
I'm
gonna send you the link right
would
now.
be interested in that.
It's sent to you right now.
Right, cheers.
Okay.
Alex. Yeah, wonderful.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Right now. There you go. That's Library of Congress.
Right.
Please share the screen.
Right, this. Right, hang on. I'm just going to share the screen.
Yes.
And I'll share it. Then it's yours, Ali.
No problem.
You got it?
Yes. Can you click on the PDF right there? That picture. This is right up top. Right up top. Enlarge the picture. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, scroll down to 141. You're at 109. 141 would be, wait, Roy, go up. You were right there, 141. That is the judicial authority generally, okay? Now we're gonna get to the section of what that means. Now scroll a little bit down. No, you had the perfect zoom. That was perfect. Yeah, that's great. Scroll a little bit down. You're gonna see 141. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. 141, right there. Beautiful, beautiful. To carry into full effect. Okay.
141.
Yes.
Just
right
had it.
there.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, scroll down, scroll down.
I forgive you.
Beautiful. Right there. Judicial authority generally to carry into full effect the provisions and of the treaties of the United States with certain foreign countries, the ministers and councils of the United States in China, Siam, Turkey, Morocco, Muscat, Abyssinia, Persia, and the territories formerly apart from the former Ottoman Empire, including Egypt, duty appointed to reside therein shall in additional to other powers and duties imposed upon them, respectively, and the provisions of the treaties, respectively, be invested with the judicial authorities described in section 141. Now I will show you my ID. And basically, that is the peace and treaty friendship with United States and Morocco. So since I'm Moroccan and that's talking about Morocco and other countries, we can't be taxed in our own land for being native to our own land. To be a Moor, I can't be taxed. If I'm Chinese, I can't be taxed I can only be taxed in China. But I can't be taxed in China, I can be taxed everywhere else around the world. If I'm Japanese, I can be taxed everywhere around the world, but not Japan. The United States Corporation has took everybody away from their natural birthrights.
Yep.
And gives us U.S. citizen privileges and benefits. So we're all taxed. That's where Abraham Lincoln talks about proclamation, the proclamation of, what was it? Emancipation Proclamation. Instead of having individual slave masters, the United States Corporation has become the master for everybody. Even the slave owners are under that, but they have their own secret societies that they can have the pass. We don't have that luxury because we're not part of their society. But for them, they utilize this every day. Every day. Roy, type in Gina Raimondo. She was formerly the governor of Rhode Island, and she purchased her estate with one Federal Reserve note, which we commonly, layman terms know as $1 bill, but it's actually a Federal Reserve note. Every nation has the right to create its own currency. Why doesn't the United States make its own currency for its own people? Because they have the right to. We haven't been under that jurisdiction ever since 1871. That is famously known as the Act of 1871. When everybody was in Christmas time, they passed that secretly in, and that's when the United States Republic fell and the coup d'etat rose. It was overthrown at that year, 1871. It's famously known as the Act of 1871. When that happened, everybody in political seats, all governors, all senators, all lawyers, everybody in political power positions, they said, we're gonna, instead of being McDonald's, we're gonna become Wendy's. But we're not gonna tell the public that we just changed from McDonald's to Wendy's. So since we don't have the we don't have the Wendy's logo no more, everybody thinks it's the golden arches. Okay? So the rules for McDonald's only apply for McDonald's employees. We don't have to abide that if we're not an employee. What they have secretly done, and federal in law just means contract. It's arbitrary law. Everything is due under contract. Besides this target program. We fell under this because legally we have some kind of document that puts us under their subjugation. Either a birth certificate, Social Security, Medicaid, something that ties you back to the corporation. Once you denounce all of that, then properly you should not be affected. What is going on is the secret societies. There's a good movie, it's called The Good Shepherd. And in that movie, Matt Damon is the lead actor, but the supporting actor is Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci says one thing to Matt Damon, because Matt Damon wants to get out of the Skull and Bones. He doesn't want to be a part of it no more. And he was appointed to be a director of the CIA at the end of that movie. He asked Joe Pesci, what do you have? He says, we have the United States, as in the corporation. It means you better fall under line or you will be in this program like we are facing right now and slowly dying due to directed energy weapons, electronic harassment.
I gotta watch that.
Rooms and our own buildings and our own apartments. That's a very famous film. If anybody needs this, just contact Roy and Roy can contact me and I can give you the link. You won't have to spend any resources, if you know what I mean.
Very good, very good. Boy, you got it.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you so much. You know a lot.
In law, the word minority simply means it has nothing to do with any color, race, ethnicity. It's a status. In law, there's 3 jurisdictions. First is status. Who are you? 2, from knowing who you are, we can understand jurisdiction. If you work under McDonald's, you're under McDonald's jurisdiction. Or if you're a U.S. citizen, you're under U.S. jurisdiction. And if you're Moroccan, you're under Moorish jurisdiction. And last is adjudication. Adjudication happens when, let's say, me, hypothetically, I have a problem with the United States corporation. So
Me too.
my nation would be Morocco, which would be the landmass that you know as the United States, as in the 50 states. That is not it. It's like literally having New York and different sections in New York showing you Coca-Cola sales. Coca-Cola does not own New York, but Coca-Cola is sold in New York in different sections, in different stores, correct?
Yep.
When usually Coca-Cola is sold, you don't see Pepsi. And whereas Pepsi, you don't see Coca-Cola. Thank you, Roy. This is where you can learn civics, pennies on the dollar. You can go on the left side of this column. You get the all categories. Roy, can you please go about the Fez?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Oh my God, I'm so glad I was on this call.
It's very simple.
Kudos to
Now
Alex.
you will see there's a European, but his Fez says Islam. All secret societies practice Islam in secret. They can come publicly saying I'm Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever. But in secret, what really governs the world and politics, the science is Islam, the study of peace. Why does the judge wear a black robe? It's the same thing that's represented as a black fez. This is a burgundy or a maroon colored fez. This is the first step or the very foundation of the people, of the blood. Second degree would be the green one, which is when you leave apprentice, you become a scholar. And when you pass the scholar, that's when you're in the third degree, master mason. Now now you're in the black degree, black robe. You're actually a Mohammedan judge, or if they want to go ecclesiastical, because Roman Catholicism actually is the power that's being governed right now. That's who's in control. But as you can see with world politics with Iran just right now, it's going like shit is hitting the fan. They're not playing. They're not playing no more. And the same technology that they use in Desert Storms, the Muslim nations know about directed energy weapons. That's why Iran just not bombed, but threw ballistic missiles in Israeli US airports, US bases, because in Syria, the Iran embassy was hit by Israelis.
Yes.
Real chess game going on right now, and people don't know because they're falling into the distractions of, oh, the United States paid more than $80 million to Ukraine for this war. Oh, Elon Musk has sent Starlink satellites that's controlling the US military's logistics for this war right now. That's why the Starlink satellites were sent.
Starlink? Yeah. Yeah. That's a
Continue.
good one. That's the good one.
That's the correlation right now. That's really the world politics. This is what's going on with us.
Yeah.
And the Five Eye Nations, not the Five Eye Nations, sorry, the Five Eye Intelligence Agencies, which would be United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and the UK. Those are the big five. There's also 72 eyes and all the other eyes, but the big party players are the Five Eye Nations.
Yes, and I mean, I don't know everything you know, but I have been keeping up on this on Rumble. I listen to Alex Jones, and I listen to who's the other one?
David Icke, Jordan Maxwell.
No, I keep forgetting who he is, but a lot of people listen to him.
Is he alive or dead? Because William Cooper, rest in peace, was the first one to talk about 9/11 before 2 months it happened and they killed him. His name is Milton William Cooper.
This is
He was the person that wrote "Beheld the Pale Horse." I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deb. I just wanted
no,
to tell
no,
you.
that's okay.
He's the
I
author
feel like I'm
of
interrupting
"Beheld the
you.
Pale Horse," and he's the one that first talked about silent weapons for quiet wars. You can look the man up.
What was his?
Yep.
What was his name?
Milton William Cooper, also known as Bill Cooper for short. Bill is short for William. And
I
he
want to
wrote.
ask. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
No,
want to
go
ask you something. So the Illuminati is being sizzled out right now, right?
Yes. Basically,
I mean,
they've been sizzled out for a long time, but as of right now, the Illuminati, the word is not evil. It's Latin for enlightened ones. They want to have a big ego because they're privy to some information and knowledge that you should have been taught and you weren't taught. So we're bliss, not us per se, but the common man and woman. And now, since their children and their societies, they're taught real knowledge and we're taught dogma. What people perceive as religion is not religion. Religion is universal. It actually correlates with the 12 signs of the zodiac, which is universal everywhere. You can go anywhere and still see the 12 constellations.
Yeah.
Dogma comes, I'll give you dogma very quickly. In the Bible, they say Adam gave a rib for Eve, correct?
Yep.
That makes no sense in science, but everybody knows this story because it's dogma. We've just been regurgitating what we've been taught and told, correct? But in nature, if you observe in nature, everything comes from its mother. Everything comes from its mother. No man can give birth. I'm sorry, but I haven't gifted that. You have.
Yep.
And
That's right. It'll never happen. Yep.
That's why they have taken the power. Real politics is the Illuminati, like you said, right? Let's go to the Illuminati or the British royal family. You can ask them themselves, and they will tell you their bloodline goes all the way back to Nimrod and Osiris, and this is how they get jurisdiction. They basically are stealing birthright. So they can have that right, and you get replaced from your right taken away, and you've been given privileges. They literally switched positions. There's a famous movie that talks about this. It's called Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. Literally, Eddie Murphy starts off as a homeless person / bum, and then two European men that have a hedge fund say, why don't we get this homeless man? And it was only because of a bet for $1. They wanted to see if that man was capable, but they didn't understand that so-called black man that Eddie Murphy plays in that movie, he's the Moor, and his land is Morocco that he's on. And the European is from England or any of the European nations. That's why in the Star Spangled Banner, there's 6 red stripes and 7 white stripes.
Wow.
Yes, that's for the 6 major European nations at that time that the Moors took under. If you look behind the $2 bill, you will see a Moor called John Hanson.
Right, 2 hands.
Yes.
Hang on.
Yes, DAF.
Hang on. Sarah wants to ask a question first, then Andy. Nice to see you, Andy. Sarah first, then Andy.
Hi, Sarah.
Sorry. Yeah, I think that's very interesting what you've been saying. The thing about so did you say appellation?
Appellation is corporations have names. Human beings don't have names. In law, appellation is a title. Now, under Moors, there's only 5 titles you can be under. Al, Ali, El, Bey, and Day. If you look up Wall Street in New York City, there's a street called Day Street.
Mm.
There's a
Ali,
reason
I've
for that.
been through this, and I know this is on here. Where is it, Ali?
It's
The
gonna
what?
be all the way on the top, right there. Nationality ID card, national identification card. Scroll down. This will break down everything in law for you in simple terms. Anybody that needs a law dictionary, I can give you them for free. It's public information. I'm sorry, Roy. Go
That's
to
okay.
About Fez. About Fez. It's on the
About
right.
Fez.
It's on the right. You're right there. I just seen it. About Fez, right there.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Yes. Scroll down. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Once you see Islam, you're gonna keep going. You can see J. Edgar
Oh
Hoover
yeah,
has.
gotcha. There you go. Yeah.
Islam has nothing to do with what we've been perceived as dogma, as in it has to do with the creed, but this is the science. This is what it stands for. All Master Masons and every Freemason knows what I'm talking about. They can lie, but they have been outed. Our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, changed his name. His name was originally Timothy Drew, and he was born in North Carolina. When he was age of 19, he left the so-called United States and went to Egypt. That's when he was taught and brought into the secret priesthood / brotherhood of the Islamic orders. And from the authority of Prince Hagar from Mecca, he was the first so-called African-American black man to bring back Islam back to the North American continent, which is also known in secret societies as the North Gate. The North Gate in their secret societies, the room is always dark. That's for all the women. There's a symbol of Shriners. It's very known. Roy, can you type in the Shriner symbol? Type in just
sure.
the Shriners.
In another
tab, yes. Type in the Shriner symbol. There's a reason why that symbol is in that particular order. Because it has to do with what you were just talking about, Deb, Illuminati. I want you to remember that. Do you see that symbol? The top, in their society, the word Jesus, the science of Jesus is not a person. The word means justice. And the symbol of justice is a sword. Now, the crescent that you see is mother. Women are bound to the moon. You have 13 menstrual cycles in 1 year. You are bound to the moon. This is science. This is not speculation. This is not dogma. In a year, you will have 13 menstrual cycles. No one can change that. That is universal. As long as you're in this realm, in this plane, in this so-called earth, you are bound by the waters and the moon. We are men. We are bound by the sun. That's why they have in their societies the two pillars known as Boaz and Yakin or Jocking, because in English there is no J. J came in 1500 AD. Before then, the letter Y existed. There was no J after then. If you go look up simple etymology and linguistics, there is no letter J before 1500s. So what is that symbol showing you? And the star representing child or man. The word Mason has nothing to do with spookism or anything. It just simply means Ma, son. Ma meaning mother and son meaning as her child. So me as being a man, I'm my mother's son. We're all Masons. Their society has nothing that we should not been taught. They have an ego. That's their problem. This is our God-given right or our inalienable right that we should have. Our inalienable rights are the original 10 amendments. Not more than that, not less. The original 10. Not no 14th Amendment U.S. citizen. Not no 13th Amendment wardship statuses, none of that. And you can look up the 13th Amendment, but they won't show you the original 20 sections. They'll show you 2 sections, but they won't show you the
Oh
original.
my God.
You have to go to the Library of Congress or a law library and find these documents for yourself. It's public. They're not hiding anything. You want to hide something? Put it in a book. They won't look twice. They won't even look once.
And when I asked Ali, when we were talking a week or two ago about the reason why everything's on show, Ali explained that to me as well.
Yes.
The reason they put it in front of everybody so that you can actually see it.
Basically, they take the karmic debt off of you. I'll give you an example. Everybody in so-called North American continent, because I'm from New York. I was born and raised in New York. I understand that's the corporation jurisdiction. I'm just gonna say for political correct purposes, I'm near the New York territory. What people know as New York, that area, because that's a corporation, I'm near there. I'm not in there because I'll be in their jurisdiction. I might be near something, but doesn't mean I'm part of that. Okay? Anybody like Starbucks? I don't like Starbucks. I hate Starbucks. But for coffee drinkers,
Nope. I have a reason for not liking them.
no problem. But everybody knows the Starbucks logo, correct?
Yep.
The green star with the mermaid with the split tail. Only in Christmas time do they show you its proper place with the green star, and she's not green no more. She's red. Why? Because of the Moroccan flag, which would be this. I'm gonna change my background. They're literally putting it in front of your face, so they don't get the karmic debt. They put it in plain sight. They say hide it in plain sight because you can't tell me I didn't tell you.
Yeah.
I showed you, but doesn't mean I have to explain it to you.
Andy wants to ask a question. Andy?
Yeah.
Now type the logo in Christmas. Type in Starbucks Christmas logo. That's the original on her head, right? Just type Christmas. Now look at it. It's a green pointed star. They changed it with the little Santa Claus hat, but try to look for the cup. Try to look for the cup.
Oh, yes.
You see, the cup is red, showing you the background, and her head, the green, is that 5-pointed star that you see in my background. Now, if you look up in history, there's a story where George Washington chopping down the cherry tree. It's not a literal story, it's an allegory. Why would George Washington chop a cherry tree? When George Washington was appointed, he was not the first president. He was the first president for the Union Society Corporation States. The first continental president is John Hanson. But if you type in John Hanson, they will show you a European picture first. He was a Moor. And he was known from the places that you know, from Canada all the way down from Central America to South America, Argentina, Chile.
Andy,
He was
Andy wants to ask a question.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, everyone. I'd just like to say hello.
Nice to see you, Andy.
I'd like to give a brief overview of what I'd like to speak about tonight. Crimes against humanity, psychological torture programs, remote neural monitoring, gang stalking programs, isolation of victims, the failure of intelligence agencies, the failure of the FCC, unusual forms of censorship on social media platforms, complete loss of privacy of thought, cognitive integration, which combines AI with the person's thought processes to try to get the victim to blame certain people or to merely for the purposes of psychological torture, censorship of victims' videos being removed from YouTube, or psyops, which force a victim to remove their videos from YouTube, and psychological torture, heart attack weapons, intense physical pain, or cognitive impairment, or other forms of remote torture.
Brilliant. Let's talk about it, Andy. Let's talk about all of it. Thank you for bringing it up.
I'll let somebody else continue and I'll chime back in a little later. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate it, Andy. Cheers, mate. And Elle, who's that lady? I can't remember her name. Elle, so sorry, darling. Is it Larissa?
Hey, no, Roy, it's Lexa. It's okay though.
Oh,
Totally.
I'm so sorry, Lexa. Right, what I'm going to do is, with your permission, I'm going to put your name down in there so that I know and everybody else knows who you are. L-E-X-A.
Yeah, Lexa, and I'll also change it on here. That's just the
Right,
default
it's
that I have.
done. We got you now, Lexa. Please accept my apologies. It's nice to see you.
No need to apologize, Roy. I
Yeah.
wonder how many thousands of names you've had to come across over the years. So
Well, tell me about it. Lexa, do you want to jump in and say anything of what you've been hearing?
Was really just listening to Ali. Is it okay if I jump in a little bit later? Like not at the very end, but
Yeah,
after
of
a couple of
course.
people.
When it suits you, just give us a shout.
All right, thank you, Roy, and hi everyone.
Nice to see
Hi.
Lexa. So would anybody else like to ask anything or talk about anything?
Daph, I just want what you read, Daph or Andy. I don't know where you want to go by. I'm just gonna read your title as it is. But if you want to go by Andy, then that's perfectly fine. Can you please share that in the chat? I would love to look up all that stuff. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Cheers,
Go on, Roy.
Ali.
Cheers.
Could I
Sorry,
say
Sarah,
something?
darling, after you.
I just wanted to say, sorry, something quite traumatic just happened. I wanted to get a drink and I went stupidly in the bathroom because I was like, that doesn't matter. I can't be bothered to go downstairs. And literally, like the water was like cloudy. I don't know if they're putting something in the water, but that's not the drinking water. And then I went downstairs and got like a normal drink of orange juice. But that's why I'm traumatized. Like, you know, when you get traumatized by like little things and then you're kind of distracted. But yeah, I wanted to say another thing. Were you speaking? So you're not actually, you are Moroccan.
Moroccan by blood and by heritage, because the land match.
Ali, you've got reverb on your microphone there again, mate.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna leave and come back.
That's okay, mate.
Oh, I was going to ask you a question.
Sorry.
Okay, mate, no problem. So we saw Ali takes a while sometimes, and then once Ali comes in and out, it comes back to normal. He's a bloody good researcher, isn't he?
No, it's. I thought it was interesting that he was talking about some films because I thought of a couple of films, but they're like rarer ones, like horror films. That I was thinking, oh yeah, that's something to do with what he's saying. Like he was saying, I watched. I don't know if this is a weird coincidence. This is quite a recent film. The other night, it was on Film 4, I think. Not last night, but the night before, I think. Or was it the night before that? Anyway, called Men, and it's literally the weirdest film you have ever seen. It's a British film, and in it, a man gives birth, and it's such like quite a rare film, but there's quite a lot of kind of themes in, like really major themes in it, and then I was thinking of some horror, they're like old movies, Italian horror movies, and it's like a trilogy, but they were like really spaced out. There was like one in the 70s, one in the 80s, and one in like 2004 or something. I think it's called Mother of Tears trilogy, and they're like, I think it's called, first one's called Suspiria, as I mentioned last week, so this is continuing from the then the second one's called Tenebrae or something, and the third one's Mother of Tears. So it's like the kind of triad theme. Like I don't know if that's what he was touching upon, but so there's like the three mothers trilogy, I think it's called. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know if what he's kind of, and then he seemed to be kind of like referring to, like, you know, these people who kind of say all the religions are linked, to all religions are one, or maybe that's just me thinking, you know, there's like making me think of connotations and stuff. But I don't know if he's gone. I was going
No,
to
he's
ask.
coming back. The trouble with the where Ali lives is, as I said, if they've all got the air conditioning on because it's so hot, the electric goes out. And imagine 20 million people being in one city.
I know.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
I was just going to ask him what he was on about, because he was saying about, don't know if he's speaking in French at some point, because he said poubelle or something.
Well, he's a very knowledgeable chap, isn't he?
Yeah, but yeah, no, I was thinking this movie. I literally watched it. So they're making me say literally again, like not that long ago, but it's an old horror movie. It's like this. I don't know if I'm getting confused. I think it's called. I actually can't remember the name of it, but it's some horror movie where I think it's called Inferno, and there's like but I think I can't remember.
It was the Tower in Inferno, wasn't that?
Yeah, yeah, and there's a woman in it who's like, she's like half Native American or less than half. I don't know if she is from the Appalachians. I was literally just thinking, sorry, they're not going to stop making me say the word literally, about something relevant to the way it's horror movie. The way she dies is like Anne Boleyn. So she gets her head chopped off basically, and but the actress is from, like, I think probably the Appalachians or whatever the places. And because I'm always like noticing these themes and thinking that's something I was thinking. And then Anne Boleyn, so
Go on,
basically.
ask Ali then, Sarah, what you were going to ask him.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was going to ask why poubelle? Is that the word you said? French. Rubbish.
So, Ali, Sarah wants to ask you something, Ali.
What, Sarah?
Doesn't matter. I didn't get everything that you meant.
Okay. The landmass in North America that people know as the United States is Morocco. That's the real politics. The word American, does not come from Amerigo Vespucci at all. It comes from the word Al-Moroccan. The people from Al-Moroccan, interchangeably, through time, linguistically, it became, since I'm a Moroccan, Al-Moroccan, Al-Moroccan, American. But they will tell you that the word American came from Amerigo Vespucci because that's when the Pope took over the position of so-called creator, or the Old Testament Bible. Their agenda is to successfully make the ending of the King James Version, which they have the revelation ending. In the Old Testament, there is no version of that. It doesn't exist, correct? So please, Roy, when you have a chance, can you type figure of Christ? The Pope said, for all the people that follow Christ and are under the New Testament / King James Version, you are all of my subjects, and my title will be the Vicar of Christ. This is when they started spreading their Roman Catholicism in Europe and everywhere in the world. This is real politics, not religion or dogma. Real politics. The war between the Muslim nations and the Christian nations were to be stopped.
Ali?
Yes, no, you had the title, you had the definition. Go to all instead of images. All. No. Yes, all, right there on the left. Right there. Can you read that? Can you zoom that in? What does it mean?
Vicar of Christ is a term used in different ways and with, excuse me, different theological connotations throughout
Yes.
history. The origin notion of a vicar is as an earthly representative of Christ, but it's
Now,
also used in the sense of person acting as parish priest in place of a real person.
okay, so what does that mean in simple terms? We have not been taught 8 parts of speech. Well, they skim through it in grammar school. I'll tell you that. Anybody that speaks English knows about grammar, and like the video said, there's 8 parts of speech, correct? So to put it simply, we've been taught layman terms, which is connotation. Like, I'll give you an example. I'm gonna take my background off, and I'm gonna show you something simple. I just want you to answer this question, okay, Sarah? Let me just get my background. None. What is this, Sarah? Can you tell me what this is? What is this? What is this? What am I holding? What is it? What am I holding? A chair, correct? A chair, okay. Now, in different cultures and countries and nationalities, it might be known as something else, correct? So that's connotative linguistics. It's slang or the improper, but what is the denotation? We have not been taught denotation at all. They took that out of school. This is where they learn that in Ivy League schools, or you have to go to college and pay for English class, which would be thousands of dollars. The denotation of this chair is an object. What is it really? It's an object. What we call it can be changed in time or by trend, correct? So the denotation of the word American comes from Al-Moroccan, not Amerigo Vespucci. They tell you this, so all of the followers that got the authority from the Pope, when the first Pope took on the title of Vicar of Christ, even Yeshua said, I'm not God. I'm just a messenger for God or Allah, or whatever you want to call him, Yahweh, creator, divine consciousness, whatever fits with you. I'm formally comfortable known to Allah, and Allah has nothing to do with what you might perceive. The science of Allah is all law. And the first law is nature's law. It has to go with, like I said, they like to use 13 bloodlines. The word 13 is nothing evil or anything satanic. They have their connotations, but the word and the number 13 denotes mother or female or feminine principle, which you are bound by the moon. That's why they use the star or crescent. Now, for the people that believe, okay, the word American comes from Amerigo Vespucci, you must be under Roman Catholicism law. Their law is disguised under ecclesiastical law. They won't tell you this. Sometimes, if you've ever been to court, the judge will get up or the magistrate will get up and leave the courtroom, take recess, and come back, correct? What he has done, he has changed jurisdiction. But you don't know that. And he doesn't tell you that, or she doesn't tell you that. In contract law, there should be full disclosure on both sides. It means there should be no error on what you are agreeing upon to. Did anybody tell you when you were a UK citizen, or I don't know what you are called, what do you call yourselves in the UK?
British.
You're under British rule, so it'd be parliamentary law, monarchy law, okay? You'll be under the subject of the king or the queen. But the Queen of England is not the Queen of England that you think of, like formerly known as Queen Elizabeth. No. If it's in all capital letters, in law that denotes capital diminution maximum. That means one that has lost the maximum rights. You have no say so at all. If your name is all capital letters, you're dead. You're a corporation. Where do you usually see all capital letter names instead of a corporation? You see it on a tombstone. It's always in capital letters because the body is a corpse now. It's dead. It's no more living. It's dead. So when the Pope said, okay, for the people that follow Jesus Christ or the New Testament, I'm going to be Jesus Christ as of right now until he shall return, since you follow that. Not you personally, for the people that are so-called Roman Catholics or Christians from the New Testament, okay? So until Jesus comes back, or I don't want to use, Yahshua is his real name, but that is not the same person anymore. The Jesus they talk about is Julius Caesar. He's the one that brought Roman Catholicism to light. The first symbol of your Christianity is the letter P with an X in between. That is the first symbol of Christianity. It is not the cross. If you just type in the first original symbol of Roman Catholicism or the New Testament Christianity, it is a pontifex. That's the Pope Pontifex. He said, for the followers of this religion, since he's not here, I'm going to take in charge. And I'm God. As of right now, the Pope, there's 3 popes. Some people might know the Black Pope. Some people might know the White Pope, which is the one that's the face of it. And there's a gray Pope in between that no one really knows about. That's not privy. Only secret societies know what I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting winded.
No,
Only
get on
secret
with it. You're doing well.
I don't care, but it's
No,
fine.
no hurry, Ali. Take your time.
Secret societies know about the Great Pope. The Black Pope deals with the Jesuit order. They're all Jesuit orders. When they talk about soldiers of Jesus, they're talking about the soldiers of Julius Caesar, not that person that you might know as Yahshua. His description is very known. Skin of bronze, hair like lamb's wool. So who they have displayed on that cross is not Yahshua. That's a depiction of Julius Caesar. That's why they say the Roman Empire has fallen. No, it has not. The symbol of Rome is the Roman eagle. And the symbol in Rome also has a fasci. A fascia is a bundle of sticks with a hatchet head. If you type in the House of Senates in Washington, D.C., there are 2 10-feet fasci perfectly displayed when the speaker, the House Speaker speaks from the podium. There's 2 fasci. Formerly, it was Nancy Pelosi. I don't know who it is currently. I should know, but right now I don't quite care. I don't want to drift off. So he has 2 big corporations. In the movie Godfather 3, I know people might not like that movie. It's boring. But in that movie, there's a very big detail. Michael Corleone is Godfather at this time. And he's very ill. And he needs money. Where does he get the loan from? He goes to Vatican. He goes to the Vatican to get a loan. Because the Vatican controls all banks and all subsidiary banks that are disguised as churches. That's why you must pay a 10% tithe. This is how they get funded. And the corporations that do the accounting, you can look this up. It's called the Roman Cura and the Holy See, spelled holy, and the word see spelled C-E-E. Not sea as in the ocean or river. Not like that. Not in nature. S-E-E. These are the two corporations he uses to govern the world as of right now. This is real politics. You can look up an open letter from Donald Trump to the Pope, and he speaks about in that letter Asia Minor and Asia Major. Most public people or laymen don't have a fucking clue what the hell that man is saying in that open letter. But every secret society and governmental position person knows what that Pope is talking about. Because people in position of power are not put there by accident, and there is no error in politics. If you anybody seen Ozark season 3, Wendy Bird says a very famous quote: "Never let a good crisis go to waste." That's why the United States Corporation after Vietnam has been under emergency war acts. The United States has not been in peace ever since Vietnam. They have constantly put a scapegoat slash boogeyman to keep continuing and perpetuating their corporation. They constantly have to fearmonger you so they can generate revenue from the taxpaying dollars and the taxpaying citizens, and it does not go back to your country or your land. It goes to their private corporations and their secret societies. Taxpayer money is supposed to be put back into the country, lawfully speaking. They don't do that. If you go look in America, there's still drug addicts. In the UK, there's still drug addicts. The streets are horrible. There's potholes. There's children still starving. There's not proper education. Where is this money going to? You want to know why they have $3,000 suits and their trust funds are good for generations? And we're struggling to live week by week, check by check? That's what's going on. They're raping our birthrights and they're taxing us for breathing, for being on our own land, for doing what we should be doing in nature. You don't see animals getting taxed. And we're the kingdom of the animal kingdom. We're the king. We're the top tier of all God's or Allah's creation. But the Pope said, this is where the spiritual aspect comes from, and it does get metaphysical. Man has decided to supersede God, and this is where the transhumanist agenda comes in. Man wants to supersede God or the creator or Allah as of right now. They don't want to tell you the earth has a firmament and the earth is a plane. I wouldn't want to use the word flat because I'm not sure what it is, but I can assure you it's not a globe. Because every 8 miles, it should start dipping. It should start dipping to a curve. 8 miles is where the vanishing point begins for the human eye. The human eye perceives things as it's going down. When you see a sail of a boat going far, it looks like it's dipping, but it's not. If you get a Nikon P90X camera, it has 90 times zoom. If you just zoom in, you'll see the ship and its hull and everything.
Hey, Ali, can I jump in here? Man, you're spitting out a lot of good stuff, but I wanted to clear up a couple things so that you too would understand a couple things. One, the math is every mile times the mile squared for the curvature. Okay, and then the camera you're talking about is called the P900, not the P90.
Yes, Nikon.
But yes, I bought that P900 and it does exactly what you're talking about. When the ships go over the sea and it looks like it's out of your peripheral, you can zoom in and see the bottom of the hull.
So it's not a globe. But to get jurisdiction, I just need to elaborate.
But hold on, I wanted to explain something to you because you were saying a lot of words and I don't think you understand the meanings of the words. Okay.
What word? No.
Okay, so when you say citizen,
yes,
the the government looks at all of us as their citizens, okay? And we all run around saying we're American citizens.
No, 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 no. Wait. I just want to stop. There's a difference between American citizen, which is in the original Constitution. The original Constitution is called the Constitution for United States of America, not of. They simply took the word for out and they replaced it with the word of. That happened in the Act of 1871. Look that up. The Act of 1871 is when Washington, D.C.
Ali, please give me a minute, bro. You're talking about something else. I'm talking about the word you keep using, citizen.
Yeah,
Do
the
you
word
know
citizen.
what the word citizen means? What does it mean?
It means one. It means one. Civilly, law speaking, it just means one person from one's nation. But when you say U.S. citizen, it means something else. That's not the same.
That was close. Let me tell you what citizen means. It means a member of the family. Okay, and so when you consider yourself a U.S. citizen, yes, Joe Biden is your daddy. Okay,
Yes.
that's how they look at it. Okay, and so what he's telling you is that the Declaration of Independence covers man and woman. It does not cover citizens. It does not cover defendants or drivers or owners or parents or any of these other things we call ourselves. Okay, God created man and woman, and that's what the Declaration of Independence covers. Now, John Hancock was our first president, not Washington. What's happening is you had about 10 years, and then that's when the fucking dupe came on us, guys. That's when they fucking did the dupe. Okay? And so what I'm telling you is, you're thinking it's in the 1800s. I'm telling you, no, it was 10 years after we actually said the British are coming, and we beat the shit out of them, and we became our own sovereign land.
Roy,
so anyway, I just wanted to let you know that when you go anywhere, especially in the court, and you say I'm a U.S. citizen, you're basically saying I'm the lowest ranking human being in America. Okay, when you go into court and you say I'm a man or a woman, it's a whole different ballgame. Now they know there's a God standing in front of them. You're a sovereign
What
citizen.
do you want me to share? What do you want me to look at?
Can you go to RV Bay Publications?
Yeah.
And go to RV Bay Publications. Billy, I want you to see this real quick. This is the 13 documents that will give you a brief history of exactly what's going on from then to now. Go to the Forgotten Scrolls right there. The Forgotten Scrolls. Right there. Beautiful. These are the 13 documents in perfect order. Now you're talking about the Declaration of Independence. Look at that. Look at the number. Can you scroll down? Look at the American Constitution. Scroll down, please. You'll see green orbs, Roy. Yeah, right there. That's the first document. Click that. Can you click that? The first, no, where's this number one? Yes. You said the Declaration, that document 4. This is all by timeline.
This one here?
Yes. No, not number 4, number 1, Roy.
Oh, number one.
Yes, number 1. Now I want you to look at that document. Go up. It says, go up. It's in red, Roy. Just go up. Go all the way up, Roy.
Oh, all the way up.
Yes. The Constitution for the United States of America, North Continent. That's the original name of that document, not the U.S. Constitution. You see where they took the 4? They took the whole section off and they gave you U.S. Constitution. In law, if you change one simple word, it becomes a whole document. The Act of 1781, can you type that in, Roy, in another tab? Keep this tab open.
Okay.
I want to show you. Because the dictionary that every court uses is Black's Law 4th edition dictionary. The Act of 1871, beautiful. 1871. Beautiful. Can you go back up? That's the this is UK, yes, Washington DC. I understand why it's showing you UK stuff, right? They're enacted. Click on that. This is United Senate Gov, not me. This is their websites. You're telling me that they know this? It's public record. People just don't do research no more. Scroll down.
So what is this document you're trying to show us? What does it exactly do?
In law, if you just say man and woman, that does
Whose
not
law?
give. In man
what
and
law?
woman, in law, nature's law, nature's law,
In nature's law. This document applies in nature's law. What you're telling me?
It must be from a Commonwealth nation. They took nation away and they gave you corporations. That's how stupid it is. Literally are playing games. So, Billy, since you want to use common law, what Commonwealth nation do you come from? Can you give me that name?
Okay. First of all, I don't think you even understand some of the words you're saying, bro. I'm trying to help you here.
That's what you understand.
You don't even understand what common law is, do you?
I do know what common law is.
Okay, give me the short definition, please. I don't need a sermon on it. Just the short definition of what common law is. Go ahead.
Common law would be nature's law under a commonwealth, would be the first fundamental principles.
No. No, common law is, you know, all those codes and statutes and all those things, like you hear, what is it? The drunk driving lady, mad. She came up with some law. She created a law. And then all the lawyers would now use that. Mothers Against Drunk Drivers came out with. And then you have all these other. That is common law. Common law is really for the legal society to follow certain guidelines for the common people. So when we go to court and we seat a jury, and that jury decides that we're now going to do this to drunk drivers, and it becomes a law, then you get the something versus so-and-so, and that's the whole thing that they all use. So that's what common law is for the legal society. What we learn growing up is common law. And if you don't know what law is, just look it up. It's what we learned from our parents and our parents' parents. Okay.
That's not law. That's not law. If it's anything with statutes,
that is law, not law. Law.
Hey guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I don't want to be rude.
No, you're not being rude.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear what Andy wanted to say because it sounded pretty interesting and structured, and it's not to take away from what you guys were discussing, but yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Andy Jure. I've been a victim since 2012. That's approximately 5,000 days. I'd like to talk about what's called a human enslavement program, which involves many things. Nowadays, it involves AI. Some TIs call it a chatterbot. AI uses different people's voices to comment on every thought that the victim has. This is called cognitive integration. This is very close to what is called the singularity. However, instead of doing anything useful, AI has been programmed to attack every thought a person has.
Unknown computer found.
It also has the ability to contact real people and tell them to attack parts of the victim's life and allows them to participate in remote attacks. These individuals have already been approached by what is called a terrorist infiltrator, which is a lies and rumors and has access to mind control technology. Dreams are manipulated, bribes are made, and emotions are controlled. Soon, the terrorist infiltrator has full control over everyone around the victim. They work for one of the intelligence agencies that have already been infiltrated. And if they have all not already. Gang stalking of innocent civilians is well funded and is an act of terrorism. Employment is offered to degenerates or anyone that could care less about American citizens. You can have the floor back. Thank you.
Roy,
Yes,
If you're
yes.
fascinated or interested on the information you talk about, just please show me the documents, because everything I'm showing you is, I can show you the documents. I just need to see documents and sources. Until then, I don't go based on belief. I go on knowledge. And in the walls of Egypt / Hikupta, it says know thyself, not believe thyself. Don't believe anything. Know what you can prove. Until then, it doesn't matter, because the world knows. The world does not function on belief. The world doesn't base their logistics and businesses on belief. They do it by science. And science is not what I'm talking about chemistry. Science just simply means to know. Look it up. But Roy, can you please just type in the Act of 1871?
No, can we stop and talk about things like Andrew was talking about, like targeting? If these pieces of paper don't rule our lives, just because they rule yours, I don't know who wrote the Declaration. I don't know any of that stuff. It don't matter. It don't rule my life.
All right.
I'm a man of God. Period.
Everybody heard it.
Yeah, those are the laws, bro. Not some piece of paper.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
It's great that our forefathers saw that they should write something like that to protect us from a government if we ever needed it. But the truth is, no man has a right to tell another man what to do or where to go or anything. So
exactly.
That's the law of the land. Hey, I want to hear from this guy that just spoke, though. Seriously, man, you were talking about some stuff. Where did you get that information?
In law, there's 3 positions. I broke it down to depth beautifully: status, jurisdiction, adjudication.
Roy, can you mute him? I'm talking an hour for shit.
Right.
I'm gonna get off if we can't do it because I want to learn something.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it, Ali. We've got to get on. No, it's been fabulous.
I know it. I'm not saying he's not, but
no. I was just going
Thank
to
you,
say,
Ali.
and Andy,
Great info.
right, okay. Andy, and then Sarah wants to ask a question. My apologies, because Ali shares some interesting stuff, but we are, we've shared that now. So let's talk about what we've come here to talk about, please. And like Lexa said, it's important what Andy's got to share. Andy, you're muted though, mate.
Hi. The goal of this program is to attack every human being's mind to an AI-controlled weaponized satellite system from which there is no escape. At this point in time, degenerates are given power over anyone who would try to stop the program. However, after fully deployed, every thought of every person will be closely monitored, and anyone that has any thought the system does not like will be remotely attacked or killed. So far, there is nothing good about remote neural monitoring. Participants don't care if you did nothing wrong. They will attack you for fabricated reasons.
Yeah. That's spot on. Spot on. Sarah, what do you want to ask, darling?
I actually think it's quite interesting to have the kind of contrast between what Ali's talking about, like the kind of fundamental like themes behind why people are targeted and stuff. And then Andy, is it saying like the kind of literally like reading why, the actual things that they do, but I don't agree with the whatever, I can't remember his name.
Ali.
The other one, the one that's not the man that's with Deb, iPhone.
Oh, Billy.
Yeah, I don't
Billy,
agree.
I'll change Billy's name. I'll put Billy's name up there so we know who Billy is.
Okay. I think it's like what Ali's saying is really interesting. Because like I know a lot of people like don't find that kind of background info interesting. But actually I think all TIs should kind of investigate that stuff. I think, I was thinking, okay, you know, this, I've actually been put in psychiatric hospital for these reasons, for talking about these kinds of themes. You know, they really don't like it. And, you know, then when you're in there, you see people, you know, saw strange men walking past who I've seen walking past my old house and stuff. And, you know, very, to gaslight you, to make you paranoid and stuff. But I don't know who they were. I don't think they were members of the CIA or anything. They're British, but anyway, I just wanted to say the other thing I was going to continue what I was saying. This theme that is so kind of relevant at the moment in society. Like, I was going to continue saying there was, okay, that horror movie where the woman gets her head chopped off, like Anne Boleyn. And Anne Boleyn's like house is really near here, 20 minutes away. And in the house, in the garden, there's like kind of like a hidden fountain. It's like a fountain of youth, which is like the only one of its kind in the world. So it doesn't look like anything that impressive, but it's, you know, it's really interesting how, you know, Anne Boleyn as a character, you know, was she the second wife of Henry VIII? Was, you know, is this kind of mythical character, but really kind of important in terms of like the modern human being. Like, she was someone who had no real purpose, and then because of it got an irrelevant, like almost like one of the patron saints of targeted individuals, because she kind of got executed because she had no real purpose. And she, you know, it wasn't her fault. She wasn't kind of behaving in what they thought was a normal way and stuff like that. So I think that the gardens of Hever Castle, last time I went there, I didn't go in the house, are really interesting because it's kind of, they're themed around that whole thing of like, even the newer part, which is like Japanese themed. You know, you have to have a purpose, and if you don't, you know, bad stuff can happen to you, and people can prey upon you and stuff. And yeah, and it's like, as my dad said, you know, you have to take control of your life or someone else will. And I know that was kind of referring to being a targeted individual, but you know, it's difficult. It can be difficult, but you know, that's more relevant than ever now, that kind of general theme. So yeah, it's strange how it happens, you know, that people feel like they have no real or place in the world, or they end up doing stuff which is, you know, I don't know if that's what she wanted to end up doing, and then have all these kind of catastrophic effects, you know, on the creation of the Anglican Church and everything. So on the other hand, you know, because I was thinking so many weird things the other day. There was like a local, I don't know if it's a Catholic church, I've never been in it, and local magazine. And there was this, they'd done this thing, I don't know what it was, like play or something, Easter. And they put like draped red fabric over a cross, and there was like a photo of it. And then I was really thinking, like, transubstantiation, where the things can turn into the blood and body of Christ. I didn't used to believe it, because I used to go to I'm not really properly a Christian, but I went anyway for a while to an Anglican church, Episcopalian church. They don't really believe it there. They think it's symbolic. When I was thinking, no, that is the blood of Christ. I can tell that is what that is. But it was just a piece of red fabric, but you can't say why you know it's blood of Christ. It just is. I guess it's kind of linked to like things about why people don't believe astral projection and things like that are real. It's like these kind of things that you have to, people feel like they have to kind of have evidence for, but there's some things you just know that that's the blood of Christ, you know. And I'd never thought that before. I don't know why I'm thinking it now. And then I'm thinking this whole thing about why does the Anglican Church exist, and should it, you know, they just made it up a bit. I don't know if that's important in the world. Probably is. Or just things like that, various things like that, that they just did, you know, in a kind of panicky way. And then, you know, things kind of can kind of like, I don't know, targeted individuals. I know they do a thing which they did to me and even some famous people like Russell Brand. It's like some weird thing where you're like, they've done it to me like at least once, where there just seems to be some kind of weird slander thing. It's really vague and you can't quite recover from it. And I think they can only do that they've done that to a couple of people I know, and they just disappear for a while. And you can recover from it, and you know it's slander. And I think they can do it on people who have a kind of propensity for mental illness. And then they can mind control the other people around you and stuff. And, you know, it seems not that bad, but it is. And it's like they've done it to some celebrities and stuff. And it seems to be like where you go on about something that's really not important, but then you find out it is. Like you're saying, plays upon words, the etymology of words, what they're actually trying to say about you, that they find annoying, the people targeting you, that they don't say directly. You know, in my case, it's always, why are you not cool? Why are you a weird person? I don't even know if the word weird is too cool, but why are you a strange, not cool person was always what they could not say directly. But I don't know why they wouldn't want to say it. So I don't know if it's that. It isn't that with all of them. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. Some kind of, where things can kind of escalate, and you're like, even though it's symbolic and you know it's symbolic, it's like there seems to be no way back. And I guess that's what happened with, I don't know if that's happened to any other people here. It's normally like fairly temporary. I guess that's what happened, you know, with people in the public eye. But Anne Boleyn was a good example, but people before that as well, obviously, throughout history.
So while you were talking, Sarah, I was watching Deb waving her cone. And for people that don't understand what that is, sorry, Sarah, to butt in, but yeah. Deb's waving it there. And for people that don't understand what it is, would you explain, please, Deb, again?
Well, I'm getting real tortured sitting here, and it's coming from the screen. So if someone has bad frequencies coming at them, it's stopping for me, and I think it should stop for you. But there's been a drone hanging around here, and it's coming from my ceiling also. So I point it up, and I move it around. You know, you could go like that. Move it around.
Made out of 8 mil.
20. It's 20 gauge copper. 20 gauge. And you could get it thicker. This is heavy. If you lift this, it's heavy. But I'm telling you, it works. It really works, because now whatever was there is gone. So I hope everybody has these cones, because you know, the military had them on their page. You could look at them, and now you can't find them anywhere. They're called radar reflectors. That's what they're called.
We have had some really good weather here.
That's right. Somebody's just come in with a hat on, and it's our friend who we met a couple of days ago.
What's up? What's up, Roy? What's going on,
Oh
everybody?
yeah, I remember you. You had a very good testimonial with him.
I appreciate you.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Right. Say hello again.
What'd you say, Roy?
Could you say hello and introduce yourself to everybody, and then we'll say hello to Susie as well.
Yes, sir. My name is Brandon. I'm from South Florida, Berry Beach to be exact. I'm 33 years old, and I've been targeted. I'm not sure for how long, maybe since birth, since my family is are all Masons and in Greek fraternities. But I just found out last year. So, I'm just staying strong and, rising above all the occasions and all the discrepancies they're trying to do to throw us off.
Bless you, mate. Sushi, do you want to come and say hello, darling?
Yes, hello everyone. This is Suchi. I've been targeted for a long time. I first became aware of it when I challenged the courts authorities and realized how corrupt the courts were. But having time to reflect on things, I realized that we were targeted, first aware of our targeting when we started a business. My family started a business, and the business was totally destroyed, and our lives were totally destroyed after that, with sexual targeting, physical targeting. The laundrette we bought was subject to arson attacks and stealing and break-ins and things, and the police could never find who it was, because obviously I believe they were probably involved, using these young boys to go in and smash the place up at night, or to threaten me and to threaten my mother and things. So that's we just thought it was the hooligans doing it, vandalism and so on, until now I know that the authorities do use these kind of tactics to keep people out of making money or accessing higher education and things like that. And I've also become aware of it because friends have told me that they've had young boys, 14, 15, who are paid money to target her property, and also use them for drug mules as well, because they don't get heavy sentences and so on. And they've recruited I believe they recruited my nephew into the program, and and the authorities wouldn't do anything. Though my sister complained, but now he's more or less admitted. But they forced them into it, and they basically sexually abused them as well, and encouraged them to have sex with anything and everything, and to basically compromise them and to be able to be used in the future. So that's when I realized that the laundrette business that we had was was targeted as well through these. And also they use them, even the councils probably use them to target old people, because when I was living in Leicester, I was coming up with hearing stories of young boys of 14, 15 breaking old people's windows that were 80s and so on. And I know that from what happened to my dad, that they were basically trying to get them out of their own homes, in old people's homes, because they got property, got bungalows and things, which could then be used to to fund the care. So this is how they do it. And they know that 14, 15-year-olds will get away with it. They're below age, nobody can catch them, and you can just pass it off as vandalism and to basically make yourself more secure. So this is what's going on. I've just been targeted quite a few times because I've realized that this program, today I was targeted in the last 24 hours. I mean, I've been hit about 5 times, and it's been during the times when I'm feeling better and I wanted to, progress my my life, i.e. do a bit more cleaning, which is how exciting my life is at the moment. And also, I realized that this programming about behavior modification is really about control of to behave accordingly, to be a slave, basically. Yeah. So, I basically had the thought that, this behavior modification program is not moral. it's based on interest, so protecting their interests, i.e. the farmer lobby. You know, don't go against the government because they're busy making money out of taxpayers and so on. So that's what it's really about. And I just basically had the thought that this program was not moral. Just basically want you to be passive and you know, not do anything and not take any action. And I got hit twice. I heard too, you know, the room. I don't get hit directly anymore because I'm so weak anyway. But the room was vibrating a couple of times, and after that, I started feeling I got terrible tinnitus, and then I had stomach ache. And I just thought, oh, it's just an evil program, really, that just wanted to enslave everyone. And you know, I've been having good thoughts about my parents as well, and other people that, you know, I've kind of blamed, and they've blocked those thoughts. And they basically want you to be angry and to be in a position where they can, you know, get you sectioned or try to target you, basically. And that's what it is. They just want slaves, and I don't know what they intend for the future. But I mean, it is a depopulation program, so maybe they want to send you to hell or something. I don't know, really. They don't want you to go to heaven, that's for sure, because I already got there. I've already had an enlightenment experience through, you know, after being severely targeted. I started doing more mantras and things. And I had an enlightenment experience when all I wanted to do was just forgive everything and everyone, and had like compassion for everything and everything around. As soon as I had those you know, feelings, and I only had that. I was in that state for about couple of minutes, maybe. I just got severely attacked. I got 3 huge bolt attacks, and it just took me out of that state, and just made my whole body like in nervous tension. And when you've got nervous tension, you can't manifest, you know, good things because your body's not really in the fit state. That's why if you do meditation, you get into a deep, relaxed state, you're able to access that dimension, but you can't access it if you're, you know, completely stressed all the time and, you know, getting angry thoughts.
That's what they want, isn't it? They want us totally confused and bamboozled. So then that way we're in that loop.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah. So
right. Totally agree with Roy, 100%.
Thank you.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah, how are things now, Suchi?
Yeah, I mean, it's just happened today, you know, these attacks, and so I'm just feeling a bit down at the moment because, you know, I don't like being attacked. You know, I've got nervous tension and things, so it's not making me feel very well. Affects my food. I can't eat all the food. You know, food I was eating normally up until today. You know, I was able to eat sausages and eggs and things, and you know, everything really without any issues. Now suddenly I have nausea, so it means that, you know, I'm going to have to watch my diet until I feel better. So that's how it is, really. Just moving, you know, you can't plan ahead. I can't plan for tomorrow just to you know, get redress, because they're using my neighbours, you know, people who own the block in the block, who own flats. They're using them to access me, using lies and so on. So I was thinking, well, maybe now I've got evidence, because, you know, you have 2 incidents of harassment, and that qualifies as a legal case of harassment, which is a criminal offence. And I've got enough for 2. But what they are doing, I've noticed, is that they move them out. Those people who they use, my neighbours, they basically lose their jobs. And these are really highly qualified people. One of them is a lawyer who's working for a really, really good company. He's ended up in Qatar. And then another one who's got a PhD, he's a researcher and very, very clever guy. I mean, he also was used to harass me. And I realised, because he was trying to say the council, you know, imposing fines of £10,000 if you leave, you know, if you put the wrong rubbish in the bins. And I said, that's a lot of money, you know, and they was just trying to harass me. But now I realised that he's moved back to Greece. And I'm just thinking, originally I thought it was their punishment. I said, no, I'm thinking they're taking them out of jurisdiction. So it'd be harder for me to take case against them, or it'd be harder for them to defend it. And but this is what they do. They're just all basically using everyone to to attack me, or to get access to me in my flat, by making out, you know, one neighbour was making out there was gas coming from my flat and it was affecting her flat and so on. And I said, there's no gas. And then they reckon that British Gas wanted to come around. It wasn't British Gas, it was somebody else. And I said, well, you can't have access to my flat because I'm not complaining about gas. The person who's complaining about gas has to, you know, give her access, and I'm not complaining about gas. So on what basis do you want access? He said, oh, I don't really need access to the flat. He said, all I need is put a pipe in to see if there's any gas coming. And all he did was put some device in through the keyhole. And he said, oh, there's no gas coming. And I said, well, you could have done all of that without me, without harassing me, like coming around 2 or 3 times, making out I've got gas coming from my flat. And I said, you could have done it on your own. And I said, well, this guy, and he wasn't from British Gas. And I said to this woman, this guy was not from British Gas. I don't know why you needed me to be there. You could have just got with his device, gone around the block, gone around the flats to check for gas. I said, you know, can you provide me the paperwork of this gas leak and the company that came out? And she wouldn't respond. So slowly, they're basically, I can't, you know, they won't respond to me. I just want some common parts cleaning done, and I want them to organize it. And I can't organize it. They don't respond to me anymore, because basically they suffer, you know, they do things to me and then I get annoyed or whatever, and then something happens to them, like they'll lose money or something over their rental income and so on. And so there's you know, they stop speaking. So that's the situation we're at the moment. So yeah, it's I'm just wondering how, you know, that's why I was thinking of taking legal action. I thought maybe that's the only thing that's going to stop it. But you know, since I had those thoughts about them being evil and using all these people, because I thought, well, I can't really, you know, if I take action against them when I've got evidence, you know, what about the authorities? And I thought, well, they've got to be involved. It's the authorities that are controlling. I haven't even met this woman who wants to complain about my gas that's non-existent. I've never even seen her. She won't come to a meeting. She won't meet anyone. She doesn't respond. You know, she sent a few emails over this gas thing. And previously there was a leak coming from her flat. And, you know, I was told that it was the original guy who owned that flat who wanted to decorate my flat for nothing, whereas we normally claim from the insurance. And he said, oh, I'll just, you know, he came in and he said, oh, I'll just come in and I'll redecorate. And I thought, I didn't trust him. I thought, well, how do I know what he's going to do in my flat? I don't know this guy. And I said, has the owner agreed to this, that he's prepared to pay for my decoration? He said, oh, yes. So I sent him a message saying, you know, I've had someone, your manager come around saying that he's prepared to decorate, you know, to redecorate the water damage done to my common parts. And he said, oh, I've already sold the flat. I don't own the flat anymore. So he was lying as well. So that was a previous situation. Now this other situation with the gas, which is quite recent. And so this is what I'm having to fight, you know. So obviously they're trying to basically find ways of trying to harm me, really. And I don't know what ways they are, you know, really. So this is what they're doing.
When it rains, it pours, doesn't it, Suchi?
Sorry?
When it rains, it pours, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Do you get these home energy reports?
Home energy reports. No, what are they?
Well, it tells you what you're using, okay? I used to get poor. I'm the only one living here, and they got me up there, you know, right here. It says my electricity use. Look at that. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
It's up there with everybody else's, and these people have 4 and 5 people living in their house, and it's only me. I shut most of my electricity off when I leave.
Yeah.
You know?
I've got problems with my water being used. You know, I was not here for about a good year and a half, and my bills were the same. I thought, how come my water bills are the same? You know, as though I'm living here when I'm not living here. I was looking after my dad, you know, when he was on his own. And they said, oh, you've probably got a leak. You know, they say, oh, you've probably got a leak somewhere. You're not aware of it. And you know, and that's why the water bills up, and the same with the gas and electric as well. Yeah, I've hardly have the heating. I mean, I decided I'm not going to have the heating on very much because the bills went up, but the bills are still high. And I thought, well, you know, I'll try and, you know, get a meter reading and try to solve it. But, you know, I can't get well enough to start, you know, to be able to pursue these matters, because every time you try and phone somebody, you know, it's a crisis. You know, it just takes ages to get through to the right people and so on.
I went to the dentist last week. What a fiasco that was. I went in for a checkup, and so anyway, she asked me what sort of benefit I was on. And when I was normal, or well, I wasn't normal, but when I went on the benefits 19 years ago or 18 years ago, after they'd made me sell the business and everything, it was called disability living allowance.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now it's changed to ESA. And I went to the dentist, and I was in the dentist, and the lady, she was okay, but she then had me running around. Because on my benefits, it says EESA, and because it said EESA and not ESA, I was on the phone to the NHS for 45 minutes. I walked up to Boscombe. They never answered the phone. And I saw some bloke in the supermarket, and he was in the dentist as well. And he said to me, he said, "You should have just signed it." And I thought, so you're right, I should have done. I've been on the phone 45 minutes. Then I had to go back to the surgery because I believed that I didn't have to go back. And I had to go all the way back to sign the form again. And she told me I didn't have to go back to sign it.
Oh my God.
Well,
when
all in the life of a normal person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
This is how it is. I was claiming benefits, and suddenly my records just disappeared. You know, because I was on chronic fatigue benefit. I was claiming a sickness benefit, and suddenly they stopped paying. And when I rang up to find out, they said, "Oh, we haven't got any record of you.
Oh
You don't
boy.
exist. You don't exist in the system." So then a couple of years later, what they've done is, because I was paying, obviously with sickness benefit, it's contributed, you know, it's based on my national insurance contributions, and they have to give you credits for all the time you're claiming. So I need that for my pension as well. So I was basically claiming for the pension to make sure the pension, you know, contributions stay on top. And then about 3 years later, they wrote me a letter saying, "Oh, you know, if you want to claim, you know, your sickness benefit, you can claim," because, you know, they basically made a gap of 2 years with no national insurance and, you know, no contributions being paid. So therefore you're not entitled. You're no longer entitled to sickness benefit. You see, because you've got a broken record now. So this is how they play, you know. So this is how it is. They're just slowly trying to destroy you, you know, as slow as they can get away with it. They'll do it faster if they can get away with it.
Well, it's dismantling us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, they prey on plausible deniability.
Yeah, plausible deniability. Yeah. Where are you from?
Me? New York, but I'm currently in Bangladesh right now.
Sorry? You're in New York?
New York. I'm from New York, but I'm currently staying in Bangladesh as of right now. So I'm in Southeast.
Bangladesh. Okay, you're Bangladeshi. I noticed the Asian-looking chair at the back when you're close.
In the plane.
Yeah, so this is how it is. You know, it's a constant struggle, and sometimes I don't even know what to do because, you know, I thought, oh, I've been having ginger tea, you know, with some Indian spicy tea. I thought, oh, that would make me feel better. And in fact, made me feel worse. So I don't know what they've given me. And so I'm going to have to go the other way, acidic way, which means take some lemon drink or some MMS, which I normally have around, and see if that helps the nausea and you know, the brain fog and things. So this is how it is. So, because, you know, when they hit me last night, you know, I wanted to sleep and I just couldn't sleep. I couldn't get to sleep until about 10 o'clock in the morning. So they're just confused, you know, because I wanted to go out today to go and buy, you know, something to get rid of the mouse that's still around. I don't know what it's surviving on, because it's been here a few days now, over a week, and it's not eating anything. So I don't know how they're keeping it alive, you know. But anyway, I saw it in the bathroom today. So I was trying to get to the shops to
get a little bit of cheese, Suchi. Move it.
Oh yeah, it'll just encourage it to stay, won't it? You'll start coming out wanting to be friends.
You know what? I got them in my van. I don't know how they got in there, but yeah, if I ever drive one, if I'm driving and I see one, I'm just gonna go crazy. I'm gonna scream and jump out.
Yeah. Well, we frighten each other because I scream at the mouse and then it just darts either under the bed. And then
that's what I do.
And then now I went into the bathroom and, you know, I saw it. I didn't realize it's the first time I've seen it in the bathroom. And it just darted right under the bath. And then the next time I went in the bathroom, I went, as soon as I switched the light on, I went, ooh, just right.
You know what? I was cleaning someone's house and I saw it was a big long, I don't know, it looked like a string, and I was starting to vacuum it and I saw it and I went, ah, the lady was on an office call and she goes, what's wrong? What's wrong? I said, there's a mouse. And her husband came and got it.
So it's probably more scared of me than I am scared of it. But, you know, I don't want to feed it because I don't want to encourage it to make it a permanent home. But I don't want to kill it either, you know.
I don't like killing them.
When we lived in Africa, we used to live in Ethiopia, and there were constantly mice and rats around. We always we were in the habit of putting out these, especially because, you know, we lived in an area where there was kind of water, you know, the damp area, and there was like a little stream there. So they used to gather there, and we used to see them, and we always just have traps out, and then we'd always like put them in this trap, put some food in, and then it would get locked into this trap, and then we would just release it. So, you know, obviously that memory's still there that I don't really want to kill it because we never did.
I hear you.
You know, so the last one that was they do it through teleportation. That's how it's got in. Because I remember seeing a black blob coming through the window, and I thought, oh, what is that? What is that? And I didn't make out what it was. And then a few days later, I'd hear rustling in my room, and I thought, oh, maybe that's just, you know, them attacking the paperwork, you know, and making rustling sounds. And then I saw the mouse, and I thought, and the poor mouse was coming out under the bed and going towards the window, and I thought it thinks it's trying to get out, you know, it wants to go towards the window. That's why it got used to being in my room, because that's how it's gone in, because it can't. I'm on the first floor, you know, you don't really get mice unless it's coming up through the floorboards or there's a gap somewhere, and there aren't any, you know. So and I thought, oh, they've teleported it in, and they keep doing that with slugs, you know, every time. Not every time, now a good few times. Last 2 days, I've had 2 slugs just appear out of nowhere in the kitchen. I'm not in a garden area, you know, I don't do any gardening. There's nothing there that would, you know, they just put it in there. So I just, you know, the last time I left it there, and then when I came back, it just disappeared. It wasn't there anymore. And then a few days later, another one appeared, and I put it out, and another one appeared today as well, and I put it out. So this is the kind of thing just to keep you on your toes. And it doesn't, you know, it just makes, you know, you feel a bit nervous going into the kitchen. I feel, you know, I was starting to feel a bit nervous going in the kitchen in case I trod on it, you know. I'm constantly looking on the floor, see if there's any unwanted, you know, bods in my place, you know. I'm going to be able to.
It's funny here tonight. It seems like we're all in the same room. I just looked here and I thought, are we all in the same room as we're talking? I don't know why. No, because it seems so natural what everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it does, because I haven't listened to a chin wag like this for a long time. And it's nice to hear everybody having a chat. And when
DAF wanted to mention something, you all. He wanted to talk.
Pardon?
DAF.
Andy. Yeah, Andy, if you want to chat, mate, don't bother putting a message in the chat. Just put your hand up in the software or talk.
Hi, everyone. I'd just like to say, I would just like my internal voice back, and for people to stop connecting to my mind remotely. And I'd really like to congratulate the intelligence agencies for not involving me in a false flag event yet. And I'll be back later on to expose further details of their programs and crimes against humanity. Thanks, Roy.
Cheers, pleasure. Thank you, Andy. Anybody else? Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
With the bowel movements, like
one of the things they would like to make people perceive of me, they would like to make me run late. Let's say if I were to go somewhere and I have to use the bathroom before I go because I don't like using the public restrooms in like in Bangladesh because there is hardly any. If you want to use a toilet, like Western civilization, your best option is a good hospital, or you're gonna have to use the Asian version, which is kind of gruesome. But they will make me 15 minutes late. If I'm trying to take a number two, I can feel the pulsation hit my gut, and that's what's gonna stop the bowel movements. But since I don't have to do anything, luckily, and my mom did a great job setting her estate and stuff, I'm very fortunate not to work or anything. I basically just administrate her estate as of right now. And so there's
Just
nothing.
sharing this, Ali, and I think this is important for the Americans to see as well, because this is what's big news at the moment.
Europe too.
With the Democrats, we have the leader of the Republicans in the House votes with the Democrats against a warrant requirement. We also have Speaker Johnson voting for the spending package, once again, with the majority of the Democrats. As I see it now, I'm not sure there's a difference between Mike Johnson being in charge and the Democrats being in charge. The deficit this year will be $1.5 to $2 trillion, and that's Mike Johnson's bill. He put it forward. He supported it with a minority of Republicans, with a majority of Democrats. This is not using the power of the purse. This is
That's because they've extended the surveillance laws, isn't it, in the States? Deb?
What? I'm sorry.
It's the surveillance. No, that was the news about the surveillance laws. They've extended it, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you haven't been watching the news in America.
Well, they don't say too much on the regular news. It's all BS, you know.
Oh, right. Oh, no, they're saying that the unconstitutional visa isn't over. Here, look.
You can click on the picture, Roy. Beautiful, beautiful. We see it great. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to reform and reauthorize the weekly misuse and abusive system within the FISA Section 702.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would have thought that our American friends would have been keeping their eye on that.
Well,
Because
they denied it.
Exactly.
Pay attention in law. That's just man's law. Acts, regulations, statutes, and policies only deal with subjects, or citizen can mean anything. You can be an Asian, you can be a Chinese citizen, you can be a Japanese citizen. American citizen, now what does that mean? America is a continent. It's actually continents going from the northern hemisphere to central south. It's not specific. Law is specific. They don't make errors in law.
I call myself the American patriot.
That's good. That's layman terms. If you talk to a judge, an Article 3 judge is the only lawful judge in the continent that you have to be in. I had to get out of there. It was bad. It was bad. But Article 3 is a constitutional judge. The constitution they're using is not the organic. It's the de facto one as of right now. The United States is under de facto, not de jure. To bring him back to de jure and to be under proper jurisdiction, you make him uphold for the Constitution of America, not of. You make him say it. And now you're in the proper venue. It's all a game. You just have to understand the game. What I was just simply trying to do is simply show new books to the game, because
They're playing hyper game theory on us. This is the and the nations. This is real science, nerdy stuff. But you have to know this to understand, to even grasp what they're doing. So
your microphone, it's a bit muffled there, Ali. Sarah, what would you like to ask, darling?
I just wanted to say the final thing, well, the final thing that hopefully the final thing I've thought of in this kind of like films, movies theme. So I don't know if they still do the thing where the actual actors and actresses, if you are not being politically correct, mean things. So I used to like look. You were saying something about this maybe, or touched upon the theme, like again, I'm harking back to like old cult horror movies, and I think they do it with mainstream ones as well, but I don't know if they still do. I hope they still do. But like there was one, and it's again, I think they were Italian horror movies, and they're all like mostly just a few directors and have made loads of horror movies, and they were all like really meaningful. And there was one I think called Deep Red, and that's like an old one in the 70s, and it was about this woman who's a medium, and she I think she's meant to be from somewhere like Ukraine or somewhere, but the actress is some like princess who's like Moroccan, but she's actually she's like Jewish or something. Like I don't know if she's originally from there. And I was like, wow, how did they get all these people? I don't know if they're even real film star or actresses or just actors, or just that person means something to cast in that role. And I was thinking what you were saying about Morocco, and like I think the character is meant to be Jewish, but like I don't know what it. I think I should watch that one again, because there's like there's like themes in it that are really kind of fundamental, and like there's like a murderer that they can't figure out who it is, and it turns out to be a woman who's, this is where it doesn't quite make sense, who's like got a son that's like some type of, I don't think there's actually anything wrong with him. I think she's just like trying to say there is something wrong with him or something. But I'm like, and then there's other ones where there is actually something wrong with them. So it's like that's a different theme, you know. So it's really interesting to notice these kind of common themes. And even like, I don't know if they're all kind of coming to fruition now or just always seem like they are. Like there's another one called Demons that I watched the other day. And it's kind of, some of them seem anti-Semitic, but I don't think any of them actually are. I think they're the opposite, really. And I think some people interpret them in that way, but and the other one I mentioned, this is, I think it's a Polish director. These are all horror movies, so kind of alienating people a bit. Possession, again, that's like an early 80s one. That one, like,
just interject. They put a lot. I'll give you a very famous quote. They'll give you truth in TV shows and movies, but they'll lie to you in the media. They love putting messages in movies. National Treasure is one of them. Good Shepherd is one of them. Another one. I have a whole movie collection of T.I. stuff. I don't want to sway you. There's a movie based on the Moore family. It's a horror film. And in that movie, it has nothing to do with the horror scene or anything. But in that movie, they said, before the Star Spangled Banner was sung, who were they? Who was the flag before the Star Spangled Banner? And the family of the haunted house are called the Moors, spelled the European way, Moore. But it's a play on because it's double speak. She says we should go ask the Moors, meaning the Moroccan people. But also in that movie, that family, how they do that, I'll tell you the movie name, get it for you right now. But I just wanted to just tell you, just give you that example. They love putting truth in movies and TV shows and lies in the media. By all means, continue.
Thank you, Ali.
The movie The Game, I really liked that movie, The Game. I'm not sure if you all watched it.
Yeah, with Bruce Willis. Yeah.
Hang on, you muted yourself, Brandon.
I'm not sure if it's Bruce Willis, but it's called The Game. And his brother had put him into it. And this man was a billionaire, and he lost it all and ended up dying at the end of the movie. But it's probably the best T.I. movie I ever seen, The Game. It was in 1996 or 1997. If I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I
haven't watched any TV for years now. I've just been put off by seeing all the subliminal messaging and the signs and everything. And it's just, totally lost my enjoyment of watching anything.
Yeah, I stopped watching TV as well because we have the Fire Stick, and mostly every time I go through the guide, it's like they're trying to get my attention by what they have on the TV. For instance, it'd be stuff like stalking my neighbor or fear thy neighbor. Like they control the commercials, like the ads on the commercials. They try to attack you in those type of ways too. So I really stopped watching TV too because it's so like it's damaging because you can't stop the attacks. But when they put it in the commercials and all these different shows and the TV guide, it made me start watching TV. So I just look at YouTube and just continue to try to learn and see if I can defeat this program. It's like Lexa got her hand up.
Yeah, Alexa. Alexa.
Hi.
Darling,
Sorry.
come say hello.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Rubiru. I'm so sorry. I'm butchering that.
That's Brandon.
Okay, Brandon. Sorry. If you weren't done, please finish.
Oh no, I'm done. It's Rubiru Rabocho. I got that name. Rubiri Rabocho. It's a name from my maternal side. Yes, ma'am. My maternal side is from Cameroon, and they migrated to Bioko Island. And my names mean to preserve the knowledge and the culture and protect our culture. So that's what my name means.
Oh, cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I my TV shuts off when I'm watching something. That's what they do. And then I can't get it back on. I have to punch it and tap it and
That happened to me today. I like the Tampa Bay Rays. I like to watch baseball because I grew up playing baseball. So I was watching the Tampa Bay Rays, and probably like the 6th inning, it just stopped. It didn't work. So they try to get me, irritated. And all I did was turn to another baseball game. So, it's just certain things you can't let it get to you. That's the main thing. You have to control your emotions. They're trying to control our emotions.
Yeah, when you get to the movie, you can't see the end because they shut it off.
Yeah, they like the way. But you can't. You gotta just control your emotions and just find another route to keep your sanity and keep your peace.
Oh, so Lexa, thanks, Brandon. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. Wait, Brandon, are you selling like fruit and stuff? I'm sorry, somebody added me on Twitter and I don't know if that's you.
It probably is. Yes, I have an agriculture business. I sell I have fruit. I have vegetables. I'm making my own organic oil of oregano because I grow oregano as well. But I just started my business this year, but I've been growing fruit and I've been growing food for like past 5 years. It's my passion.
That's cool.
Yeah, it seems like there's a market for it.
Yes, the agriculture business is I think the second best business you can get into after real estate. Because with the agriculture business, you can harvest fish, you can raise fish. I can harvest timber. all the wood. You know, I can raise animals, so it's a large sector, and that's why I got into agriculture business.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so distracted. And I'm just like sleep deprived because my attacker. The only way to guarantee that my attackers don't make it in to break in, drug, and rape me in my sleep on a nightly basis is to have somebody awake at all times. So I'm pretty sleep deprived right now. What was her name? Suchi. Two things. First of all, she mentioned MMS, and when we started the call, I was literally drinking my MMS.
Oh, wow.
And then I need to be a little bit better about that regimen. Some people call it CD, but yeah, I haven't done it consistently enough. But anyways, and then the other thing was when you were sharing about starting a business, and like, unfortunately, from what I've been victim to, these syndicates, they join up. They have like these criminal organizations, whether it's the Masons or whoever, they'll have like an arm in this type of crime, an arm in this type of crime, but they want to monopolize everything. So they'll absolutely go after a smaller family-owned business just for the sake of having a monopoly on whatever the market is. So yeah. I just I'll keep it pretty brief. My attackers have been breaking in, drugging, and raping me in my sleep for a year now.
Physically?
Physically raping me, physically raping me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I've been all across the country. I went to Cambodia. Sorry, y'all. I won't rehash because I know a lot of y'all heard anyway.
No, that's not the point, Lex. Talk can take as much as what time as you want. Get it out.
Thank you, Roy.
Pleasure.
Yeah, so I've been all across the country. They followed me all across the country. FBI's in on it. A lot of local police are in on it. The whole thing. I'm a TI. In official terms, I have a lot of reason to believe I was not a TI in official terms for the first few months that they were doing this to me. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just feeling just right now, like a little bit emotional, just because, you know, this is still happening to me. Like, I'm a TI and I'm radiated and everything, but they're still breaking in, drugging, and raping me in my sleep. A lot of the times videoing the rape. And they do it everywhere I go. They'll rape people that I live with. I know it sounds out there, but it's not. It's what's happening. Sorry, y'all. So
sorry for.
Thank you. And I just want to share, this is like very close to my heart, but like they've raped my mom in her sleep multiple times, and like I had to leave because she wouldn't let me barricade the door. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't
and
be sorry.
She like insists that it's not happening, and I had to leave like for my own safety. And
Is she
my
in on
family
it?
No, not at all. She's just, sorry, I need to compose myself. She's not in on it. Because of the methodology of my attackers and the nature of the crime, literally no one ever believes it. So she's been the victim of this. She just refuses to believe it, even though she has all the symptoms. And so anyways, I'm just thinking about that. And then I'm like, I know my attackers are listening to my everything I say over the phone. So I don't even really want to bring her up, because I'm hoping, she's claiming that her bottom's not hurting anymore. I'm sorry to be graphic. She's claiming her bottom's not.
Lexa. Tell her.
I'm sorry. I know. I need to stop. It's annoying for me to keep apologizing. I'm sorry.
Tell her as it is, darling.
She's claiming that her bottom's not hurting since I left there, basically. We know, we're blacked out when they rape us. You have no memory of the rape. So you have to figure out based on other stuff that they've actually done it. You have zero memory. You're blacked out, like if you're blackout drunk. So these disgusting rapists, you have like a physical symptom of the rape. Anyway, she claims that she doesn't have that physical symptom anymore, since I've been gone for like 2 months now. So I'm hoping that that's true. I'm hoping that they left her the fuck alone once I left. And it's just like the urgency of like, I need myself to be safe and I need her to be safe. So I'm sorry. Okay, no more sorries. So that's my spiel about my little pity party here.
It's not
the
your
other thing I want
pity party. You're going to help loads, and you're so brave, Lexa. And these sick crimes against humanity that we're all suffering, we got to find a way to get them stopped. You're an innocent young lady, and we're all innocent people in this room. We haven't done anything wrong, and we're needlessly suffering. We're all crying out for help. We've got your back, Lexa. You're a friend. This shouldn't be happening.
Thank you, Roy.
Pleasure. I hope we get it stopped.
Yeah, I just wanted to share 2 more things and I'll shut up. I've been thinking the past couple days that I'm grateful to be a TI. Like, this is fucking terrible, but you know, just by nature of being a TI, it means you're some kind of individual that stands for something. The vast majority of us are very good people, and that's exactly why we're TIs.
Yeah.
And you know, before this started, I was at a point in my life where I wasn't really close to anyone. So as bad as it is, I've met some amazing fucking people through this.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just want to keep pushing forward with like being involved in the lives of other TIs, and having them in my life in a concrete way. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Exactly the same, Lexa. I hope I'll always be here for you and everybody else as well, doing what we do, try and get the word out. And I'd love to give you a virtual hug, Lexa. And I hope things get better for you.
Thank you. Hugs back for sure.
Accepted. Thank you. Anybody want to say anything?
I just want to tell Alexa, you're not alone, because I feel like they doing this to my mom as well. And my mom has dementia and she can't walk. And you know, she screams and stuff throughout the middle of the night, and I gotta get up and continue to check on her. But I know they breaking in through the back door, because we have 3 doors. There's a side door as well. And I know they have the key, because sometimes they leave it cracked open. So I know my mom has been sexually assaulted as well, and I'm not sure if they have done it to me, but I do know someone took a picture of the ceiling where I was sleeping at, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not sure if anything happened to me while I've been asleep, but I do remember getting drugged as well, and it happened at nighttime. I couldn't sleep for like 4 months, so I just changed my sleeping pattern. You just gotta adjust and you gotta adapt to it. I changed my sleeping pattern kind of, and I just take longer naps throughout the day. But at night, you gotta make sure you get some bolts for your door and put something in front of the door, so when somebody do try to come in, you can hear them coming in. And you gotta get some cameras that they can't hack, and just try to protect yourself as much as possible. I'm sorry everybody going through this, because like Roy said, we are good people, and that's why they're doing it to us. They're just trying to cipher our energy. You know, they need that positive energy that we have, because they're negative people, and they're feeding off our energy. So if we show them that we're sad, if we show them that we're hurt and we're down, they like that. They feed off that. So having a platform like this, it's okay to cry in front of us. It's okay to be sad, because if you hold that in too much, it's bad. So it's okay to cry in front of good people like us, because like Roy said, we all with you, and it's unfortunate we going through these things, and I'm not sure how long this has been happening to me and my mom, but I know that I'm just trying to adapt and do the right thing to protect myself, and just try to protect my mom. But it's hard because I stay with my sister, and when I told my sister about the picture at 4 o'clock in the morning, the first thing she said was, "Well, did you check the camera?" But she said that because she also had control of the cameras, and she would delete everything. And I saw her getting up around that same time, but then the camera, like couple videos were deleted. I know it's my sister doing it because I stay with her, but it's just certain things I do now where I know that they can't get in my room. So try to do your best to just protect yourself at night because they have different shifts. So at nighttime, that's when they're really active. They know we're trying to sleep at night, so they're really active, and they have people trying to break in your house and stuff while we're sleeping. So just try to get multiple cameras and put things in front of your door that can wake you up if your door is open.
Wise
can't
words,
be-
thanks, Brandon.
I am now in the habit of locking mine from the inside. I've got locks, door can be locked from the inside, so I leave the key in and just lock it so that anyone who tries to get in, they'll have problems. They'd have to smash the door down, really.
Brandon, I totally agree with you on the sleep deprivation tactics they use. They do that because so you can be simply more acceptable to the suggestions or the direct energy weapons. It's another way to sensitize you. They constantly create patterns. So, like you said, try to take naps, try to be spontaneous sometimes. I go through sleep deprivation before even this program. I'm a work in America. Never enough. You gotta make bread. You gotta make bread.
I just want to say good evening to our friend Tim. Tim's in Australia, and Tim's going to play a major part of Tim's building a super website for us. Do you want to come and say hello, Tim, and introduce yourself, mate, please?
Good morning, Roy. How are you? It's
all right, mate. Nice to see you.
I'm only just out of bed to be. I'm only just out of bed to be honest with you. And when talking about being sleep deprived, yeah, I managed to get a couple of hours myself. So
yeah, say hello to everybody, Tim, please.
I hope you're all well. And yeah, I feel sorry for everyone that this happens to because we're all undeserving of this. We're all good people. We've done nothing wrong. We've never been acquitted. We've never been in front of a court of law or anything for them to do this and justify that to us. And really, we're looking at stopping this as much as we can. And we've been setting up a lot of alliances with other groups all around the world. And we're getting to a point now where not only with Roy, I've got a few other people in the States and Canada, and also in other countries as well. So it's a case of we're now starting to get some traction as far as forming global alliances for TIs so that we can come together with one voice and make it a much larger voice because as a group on a world basis, the targeting is getting to a point where they can't cover it up anymore, and it's becoming a situation. There's somewhere around about 12 million of us worldwide that are being targeted, and that's a lot. And they can't hide it anymore because they just don't have the manpower. And the fact is they're not even trying to hide it in some cases. In some countries, they don't care now. It's just that they're doing whatever they can, and
that's
it. But the thing is, we're out there. We're building a super site. It's just about to come to fruition. We're probably about 5 or 6 weeks away from going live. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Brilliant.
But we're getting there, and there's basically what we're doing is not only the alliances we're forming is we've got a lot of TIs here like Roy, who's been gracious to help us as far as the videos go for the interviews and the testimonials go, and same along with Devon over in America. Devon's on board with that as well. And then basically we've got other people like Maria Smith. Maria's doing some stuff for us as well. And we're basically I'm trying to, although I'm funding it out of my own pocket, or I'm on a disability pension, it's a case of I'm trying to get enough people together from different areas of the globe that are TIs that want to participate in some of the, because obviously there's a lot of editorial content to be written, and I can't write it all because I've already written 55% of it now, and it'll just take me twice as long. So I'm trying to get other people that have either already written articles on various subjects that we need to cover, and basically giving them the credit and links to their own sites and things of that nature. But it's really going to be a website for TIs by TIs. So it won't be coming from a position of one person's perspective or just mine alone. It'll be coming from a myriad of different perspectives of people that are able to advise you on different subjects. Like, for example, we've got David Atkins. David Atkins. Yeah, David Atkins. He's actually, David's doing the V2K section of the website for
Brilliant.
me. Basically he's going to put the technical stuff together for us so that people that don't understand the technicality aspect of it, but we're not going to be too overly focused on that. But obviously for people, because we're trying to make the website readable for people that don't understand this targeting phenomenon against us, and we're trying to create a wider audience for us out in the mainstream so that the people that are out there that are hearing about targeting now can actually come to our site and get a grasp of what it is really is happening to us in all its various forms, whether it be Zung and the psyops that are put against us with the gang stalking, or whether it be the V2K, or whether it simply be satanic ritual abuse through the Freemasonry aspect of it, because that's where I come from as well. Well, part of my targeting based on that. So we're trying to cover all bases, because targeting covers a myriad of different things, and everyone's targeting is different to a point. So we're trying to cover as many bases as we can to make it extensive, informative, and not only for TIs, especially new TIs. They're wondering why they're getting hit with all this direct energy. It took me 4 years nearly through investigating and that to find out what the fuck was going on. So now we're at least trying to give people an interesting, informative way to find out for themselves what's going on. And hopefully for the new guys, they won't take 4 years to find out like I did as to what happened to me and why and all of that stuff. And still there's a lot of unanswered questions, but at least they'll be able to hit the ground running, knowing that, okay, this is what's happening to me. This is possibly a number of avenues that it can be coming from. And then they can join the dots together for themselves regarding their own circumstances, which is at least a lot more than most of us had 11, 12 years ago, or maybe longer. For like Roy, for example, he's probably one of the longest TIs I know, other than myself and a few others. But yeah, so it's something that we're trying to achieve. And as soon as we get that done, there'll be a lot of other stuff going on that will interweave with people like Roy and others around the world that will be able to combine and have a voice together, so that once we get a few of us, like if there's 12 million people of us out there that they're targeting, you think about it, if we can get 2 to 3% of that online, live, and out there making a noise, we're going to be a pretty huge voice for the TIs. Because you think about it, much as people want to talk about this class action that targeted justice are doing, and I think that's a good job, but as far as I can see, they've been around for 25 years. They've had government grants for many, many years. They've been getting donations from TIs, and in 25 years, they've never won a court case. Not once. You would think in 25 years, out of 100 court cases, they'd at least have 10 victories.
They've actually been going 25 years.
Well, something like that, yeah. It's maybe 20 years, Roy. I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
I know
I thought they only came on the scene about 6 or 7 years ago.
Well, I think they had, well, from what I understand, that they've been around in America for a long time before you and I got to know who they were. But they were only a minimal organisation, but they were still copping government grants. And see, for all that time, there's a lot of money changed hands, but how they haven't won any cases or how they haven't made any other TIs' lives better in many cases, whether they've been able to fund them to, if they were homeless, to put them in somewhere that they could grow and thrive and get away from a little bit of their targeting, or at least give them a break. And see, if that was the case, why aren't they touting that to say that, hey, this is some of the stuff we've been doing, so that they can justify their funding, but also justifying a lot of TIs who don't have money donating to them, when in fact that where does that money go and what does it do? Because
what I've always been about. That's what I've always been against, Tim. All of them. Because
I know, and that's why I'm in agreement with you, Roy, because I believe that these fellas have been around for a long time, yet what have they done for us? It's like nothing. And it's like, and some of these leaders, or so-called leaders, I'm very wary of a lot of them now, and I don't mean to bust anyone's bubble, but there's certain people out there that are leaders in our community on a global level, and or at least on an American and a UK level, that they don't even make the cut as far as I'm concerned, because they're just controlled opposition, if you want to look at it. That's the way I look at it in my head. They're there to probably advise and point us in a direction, but they're not of any real significance. And that's the way I see it. But we're trying to do something a little bit
is I agree, but we've got to thank everybody that's doing something, really.
Oh, look, and I'm truly
I'm on
grateful
your
for that.
side,
That's why I'm
mate.
not running them.
No, I know you're not. No, I'm on
That's
your
why I'm not running
side.
them down. I'm just saying, from my perspective, I think that what they're doing could have been done a lot better with the funds
we've all
they've
been
had.
hurting for too long, you know.
That's right. And with the funds that they've had in all that time, they could have done a lot better with it than they've done. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you want me to be honest, that's all I'm saying.
No, perfectly put.
Anything that's been done for us in any way, shape, or form, I'm truly grateful for, because
same.
we all need to get this stopped, and we all need to get it stopped ASAP. And we need, not only do we need to get it stopped, we need to bring these people to justice, because
100%.
we can't have it stopped and let it continue on behind the scenes, away from the light. We need to bring it to the light, expose it, and remove it from this planet. Remove it full on, and never let it be seen again. And this is where what I believe that we're going to be able to do once we get things going. It's getting exciting. It's a great time to be alive. We are in the end times, and I don't care what your beliefs are, but
we've got to push like Chile. Chile some years ago were the first country in the world to apply for neuro rights.
Neuro rights, and we need to do that too everywhere.
So that's what the world needs to push for, because I believe I saw one of the European countries has applied for it as well. So hopefully, the world needs neuro rights, and we need better ways of detecting it as well. But we've got to find a way of that, so there's better proof as well.
There's equipment out there, Roy, but they're hiding it from us.
Pardon?
Hey, I want to say something. Why don't you guys invest in handcuffs? Get a whole box of them, because when these suckers all come down, we get to handcuff and walk them to their jail and lock them behind the door. And if there's a lever for them to execute them, we get to pull it. Bzz, bzz.
Yeah, but the logistics for that is going to be a bit difficult. I just believe that at some stage that they'll get caught, and rightly so. But whereabouts are you situated, for example?
Where am I?
Yeah, which town, country? You're in America?
I'm in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. I'm a small town north of St. Paul, the Twin Cities.
Okay, let's say they capture someone in Florida, and they capture to fly you down there to put handcuffs on them is going to be a major expenditure that could be utilised to capture someone else. So from that
No, these
perspective,
are
it
people
doesn't
in
make
your
sense.
community. These people are all going down in the
True.
community.
True,
And then
I
in your
understand.
community.
Local
And
TIs, yes. Yeah,
yeah,
local TIs, that's a possibility.
and
And that's
every time they torture you, it goes up to a cloud with your name on it and who's doing this to you. So we get all that information.
yeah, unfortunately, the technology is not that good, and I don't think we're ever going to see it to that perspective for a long time, and probably past yours and my lifetime anyway.
Yeah, go on, Andy. Hang on. Go on, Andy.
Hello.
Right, Andy.
Hi,
These
Andy.
degenerates that work for these gang stalking groups claim they're so powerful. They know I'm an innocent person and their victims are innocent people, but they and their victims have never done anything wrong, but they continue day after day to lure people in with lies or bribes just to take part in broadcasting threats into their heads and continually monitoring and waiting for any opportunity to destroy any part or steal anything that their victim is using. I explain to whoever who has connected to my mind remotely every chance I get. It has been over 5,000 days since my internal voice was stolen. It has been replaced with AI. A psychopath and a terrorist programmed it to comment on my every thought. It continues. It continues. It continues to contact certain people and tells them to destroy whatever it wants them to destroy and participating in attacking every part of my life. This is psychological torture. I really don't care which intelligence agencies are behind these forms of attacks on innocent American citizens. They want to consider their agencies powerful. In reality, they have become corrupted and are considered terrorist organizations. Turning a blind eye to the problem is not what they're doing. They are working hand in hand with local terrorist groups, providing funding and providing technology and empowering degenerates to attack innocent people for no reason.
Yep.
Very well said, Andy. Bravo,
Yeah,
brother.
that's happening through various groups that you'd be surprised. Like we have Bobby out of Canada that she does a lot of digging, and the fact that those groups she taps into some of those groups, and you'd be surprised who's in those groups. Celebrities and all sorts of people making money out of our suffering. Hollywood celebrities and that. If I said I'll be back, you'll know who that person is, and he's involved in all of that stuff as well. So there's a lot of them that are very popular with the public, but behind the scenes they're making money off a lot of our suffering on a global level. And some of these people are very well known to us, that some of them we even watch their TV shows and have done over many years. So it's like we need to really be careful what we say, I guess, because we probably could get slandered or libeled, I guess. But I'm not saying anything that's not known by others already. So and that can't be proved. But well, can be proved because Bobby's actually went through and done the work on it. So we know certain people in the entertainment industry in Canada, in Australia, in the UK, in America, they're all involved. And not only in the entertainment industry, but in politics and in other areas of life as well. So business leaders, heads of corporations. Yeah, there's a lot of people involved in all of this stuff, and it does come back down to the Knights Templars and the Freemasonry aspect of it as well. So, and it's a huge network. It's a network of filth, and it's one of these things that need to be brought down. But they've had many hundreds of years head start on us, and they know what's going on behind the scenes. And they also worship Lucifer, who's supposed to be already here on the planet. If you're religious, and each to their own, I guess. But I have my own beliefs, and I personally believe that these people are getting assistance from fallen angels. That's where they're getting a lot of this technology from that is hurting us, because some of this technology is not of earthly realms as well. Some of it's has come from elsewhere. So that's how they managed to utilize on us until they've given the patents away to people like Raytheon and other not so much, well, Boeing and a few others as well, McDonnell Douglas and all those people. There's a lot to be said that they've given a lot of stuff to the American, or well, to the global military industrial complex. So it's happening in other countries too, that they've been given these weapons to reverse engineer, I guess, so they can make them here on world. And yeah, that's what they're doing. So we're trying to do something exciting. We're trying to keep people informed, and we're trying to unify everyone together, and we're just basically, and this is the tagline that I'm using on the website as well, so it'll be there for all, but this is the tagline we'll be using: unity in the TI community, in the global TI community.
Yeah,
so that's where we're coming from, and we want you to support us. There'll be a few other things happening there. We'll be trying to help raise funds. Any money that we raise will probably go towards this class action, because to a degree we'll be able to donate money to that. But we'll also have money there to donate to people like Juliet, who has a wall for TIs, to help TIs out when they're in trouble, if they need a place to stay, or they need groceries, or what have you. Wherever if we receive money or anything for that, you can be assured that it's going somewhere that is going to be of benefit to a TI somewhere in the world. It won't be for us to make our lives better, because we'll cover costs with it, yes, because any expenses that we incur over and above my initial output, any expenses incurred, we'll have to pay for them, and the money's got to come from somewhere. So, and I can't do it all on a pension, unfortunately.
Well, that's why I started doing as well, Tim. I put a button on mine because a couple of people were kind enough to say, put a button on, because we don't get any revenue from YouTube, BitChute or Rumble, because of the nature of the stuff that we're discussing.
Right, they don't want to give us a platform.
Exactly. So the software's got to be paid for and everything else. So I'm with you on that, Tim. You know.
Oh, look, I'm not taking money off people for my own benefit or anyone else's benefit. It's going to be
it's just to keep things going. It's just to keep things going, isn't
keep
it?
things going, and for the benefit of other TIs that really need it. Whether if they get
Sarah, what do you want to ask, darling?
That's what we're looking to do.
Thanks, Tim. Sarah wanted to ask you something, Tim.
Oh, sorry,
No,
Sarah.
no, it doesn't matter. It's just I wanted to just like mention a few things that I thought of because of things that other people said. So the first thing I wanted to say, and you made me think of this because you're Australian, on the Mulholland Drive was on the other night on the theme of movies about TIs. But anyway, there's quite a few Australian people in it. But anyway, yeah, I was just going to say to Deb, you know the thing, you said that a woman is shot in a store was made to do some face, like a sideways, like a smile. She might have made mind controlled to do that. They keep making me do some weird smile, like, and but I think it's apparently, do you remember Craig that used to come to these, the Welshman? He was always saying, "Oh,
Yes.
that's a smile of a narcissist, that lopsided smile." And I don't believe I'm a narcissist, but my old psychiatrist was in the profile photo. This is when they started making me do smile. In his profile photo for some website, or the website of the place, he's doing like a smile like that. And that was when they started making me do that. and I didn't know that was a smile of a narcissist, but they just always keep mind controlling everyone to do these particular smiles, and then they're like, don't know what it means. It's to make you paranoid or something. But the other thing,
you're right. Sorry, keep going.
The other thing I was gonna say is, oh yeah, to Lexa. There was, she was talking about saying some things that, you know, if you say that to a psychiatrist, they're going to be maybe slightly, you know, might say it's paranoia, which, because that's happened to me before. But I was actually in a psychiatric hospital. I don't know why I keep talking about it. Ages ago, and like 10 years ago, almost, and not quite 10 years ago, 8 years ago or something. And there was a woman that actually slept with her door open. She just slept with her door. It was one with individual rooms. And she just slept with her door open. And I think she wasn't, I know she wasn't trying to say she wouldn't care if someone went in. She was trying to say, from the point of view of she wanted them to do something bad to her. She was saying she was so sad she didn't even care if they did.
Damn.
But I think because I was saying that what had happened to me was people kept making stuff up about sex. And then I was thinking, well, is some of it real, or is it based on some reality? And it was getting all confused with slander, other slander, and things that my mum made up. You know, there's all different people that don't like me.
So doing it.
And I think the thing they always said to me was, and this did help me a bit, if you're okay, you know, the worst that could happen is nothing that bad could happen to you. But apart from it could, if they like kill you or something, you know, no one ever says that. But
there's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of what ifs they could do, and you can live in your head all day thinking, what if this, what if that? And personally, I spent 6 years going to a psychologist, and I found out that early in the piece, before I even got targeted, I just thought it was just a once a week appointment or once a month appointment, just to say good day to the psychologist, just to do some exercises and obviously help free my mind up so I wasn't getting overwhelmed by different things. But first of all, I'd say any TI that goes to a psychiatrist nowadays needs to stop, because realistically, they aren't doing us any favors. They're all part of the system, and they're all part of all of these psychiatrists and psychologists. They're usually crazier than their patients. I had one friend who used to go to a psychologist, or a psychiatrist actually. He used to come up to her place. He used to fly up from Melbourne, get paid for it, and spend all of his time running around with a butterfly net, chasing butterflies around her property. And then trying to tell her she was crazy as a fruitcake. Like, these people are manipulating you to a point where, well, he spent a lot of time telling her she was crazy, and he's the one running around with the butterfly net, not her. and the thing is, it's like, if you want to believe these people, they have the power to sanction you and give you the mental health card on you. The best thing I can do for you is say, stay right away from them. Don't go anywhere near those fuckers. At all possible, get right away from them. Don't support them in any way, shape, or form. The best thing I can say for you is, even if you do have self-talk, make that self-talk positive. like I catch myself sometimes saying, "Oh, Tim, you silly bastard, what are you doing?" and stuff like that. And it's like, I have to sort of say, "No, you're not that silly, mate," because obviously, if you hadn't have done this or you hadn't have done that, and look at the things you're doing now, like things are changing, things are looking up. You got to stay positive in your own. You got to stay positive in your own mind, because if you can't be positive for you, and if you can't look after you, how can you look after other people? And this is where you got to. This is where you got to come from. You got to come from a position of strength in your own mind, and your own heart, and your own body. So I'd say to you, stay healthy as much as you can. Even though you're looking at me, you probably would say that I ain't that healthy. Well, to a degree, that'd be correct, but I'm working on it. And the thing is,
to be honest, you look a bit on the plump side.
I do. I am, mate. They've turned me into someone that was a martial artist for many years, into a fat round ball. That's true.
They're doing the same thing to me.
I'm 57 years of age, so once upon a time I was young. I was a good-looking rooster. Now it's just a case of I do what I can. But see, we got to keep positive, and we got to have a laugh. We got to be able to laugh at ourselves, and we got to be able to laugh with others. And the thing is, while we have a sense of humour, while we have our own faculties and we're able to think straight, we want to utilise that to best effect for ourselves and for others. And that's all I can say on that front, because we really need to look after ourselves a lot better than we do.
You can be the deputy priest at our church. We found a priest this afternoon.
Well, we've been flogged from pillar to post, Roy, and they've told us we're all sorts of things. We're unloved, we're unwanted, we're a piece of shit, we're this, that. We've got to stop changing that programming.
Yeah.
We've got to start changing that program, I should say. Yeah. And it's a case of we need to say, I'm loved, I'm loved by others.
Tell yourself,
I love myself.
look in the mirror and tell yourself you love it.
And you've got to tell yourself that each and every day.
100%.
I love me. I love this about me.
Gotta do affirmations.
I love all the qualities.
Morning.
And I love the fact that I can love others.
Yeah.
You know what?
Every morning I say affirmations. I write down affirmations, and every morning I got an affirmation. I'm grateful. I'm loved.
Good stuff.
I conquer every. It's a song. I guess I can put it in a group chat. I would put it in a group chat. It's a song called Affirmations, and it's basically like 3 or 4 minutes of just affirmations. And I play it every morning I wake up, and it makes me go. It makes me go harder. And Tim, I want to appreciate you, and I definitely will support the website. Because actually I've been trying to support other TIs, and when I see people on YouTube and they acting like target individuals, I tried to send 2 people money twice, and they actually hacked my account and they started targeting me. So I've been trying to do what you've been doing, like trying to help people who need help and try to house people.
I think you might have to be a bit more discerning in who you help.
Support the website. So if you need help with funding, I definitely help you, bro.
Well, look, the only thing I can say to you now, if you want to see, I can put it up in the address for the website is it's going to be called Targeted Response online. Targeted Response, all one word, .online. At the moment, there's only a landing page there to tell you that there's a website coming soon. There's a synopsis. You can read all the way down the page, and it keeps going all the way to the bottom. Like there's a little gap of some pictures in between, but keep scrolling to the bottom, and it'll keep telling you what we're about, what we're doing, and how quickly we're going to get it all together. But situation is, thanks, Roy. Yeah, Roy brought it up there for you to see.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely supporting, man. I like supporting people. I always been doing that all my life, is supporting people, and I just want to help people. Like you said, like it's a lot of targeted individuals who don't have homes. Like we all sitting in homes right now. We got shelter, we got clothes. It's a lot of targeted people who's homeless.
Well, there's a lot of people out there
who can't sleep and who don't have nothing to wear, nothing to eat. So my main objective is as well is to help people who don't have the funds and who's not able to. I've been trying to do that. I've been trying to do that so long, but It's just been backfiring because
what people don't realize, a lot of the homeless, they might not be getting hit with direct energy weapons or anything like that, but sure as shit, they've been targeted, mate, because they can't get a home. A lot of them have been blackballed. They can't get in homes. They're living out of their cars. Some of them are living out of their cars with their children. Now, and they're having to travel from town to town to look around for work, for housing, whatever, purely and simply because there's nothing available where they are, or nothing available for them.
Yeah,
because
they've been put in the position.
They've been blacklisted like we have been too. Yeah. We just got to be grateful for the fact that we've got a roof over our head, food in our stomachs, and that we're able to, even though we get tortured and whatever, and gang stalked and vehicular gang stalked and all the other shit that they do to us, poison, gassed, and everything else. Even the Agent Orange showers, they're always fun, but not. But the thing is, we've got to be grateful for the fact we've got somewhere to live.
$20,
other people don't.
$10. People need it. You know, other targeted individuals need it. So we need to push that website, man. I definitely agree. I want to support that website.
We will do, and there'll be merchandise available for you to purchase so that you can advertise the site, and also other things there that may be of benefit to you to get you through the day, that will have our logo and stuff on it, so that where you go, it'll be a talking point, so that when people say, oh, what's this targeted response all about? You can sit there and say, well, I'm a targeted individual. It's a chance to tell your story.
Yeah.
And it's a chance to say, well, it's not only about me, but here, if you go to this website, there's a lot more information, because this is how we're going to go about creating an education program and creating awareness for the mainstream people in the general population, because they need to know what's going on, because they're going to be we're just the guinea pigs. Once they get all their technology in a row, like while they're all waiting for Q and the white hats, the white hats is another name for a 33rd degree Mason inside the lodge. So the white hats aren't coming to save us, as they say that's happening. The fact is, it's like the white hats and the black hats, they're all fucking working together. They're all rolling out their technology and their control mechanisms. And that's why they haven't done any major stuff throughout the world yet, because there's so many more of us than there is of them at the moment. There's probably about 6 million Masons worldwide in comparison to 8 billion of us, or let's
the
say
Masons, they have the advantage because they have the judges, like, you know, they have the police.
Well, they've got everyone in positions of power. Like they've undermined this for centuries. Like any position of politics, any power has got to be. They're all Masons. First responders, all Masons. The health system, all Masons. Well, you look at Lucifer, the Baphomet's got the caduceus on his belt, so the medical system is ruled by Satan. So you've got to understand that. That's why I say stay away from psychiatrists and psychologists, because they will have you mentally.
Oh, definitely. My uncle and my aunt tried to get me to go to the
psychiatrist. Andy had his hand up. Sorry, Brandon.
Hi, I have more to say about the horrific crimes committed by these intelligence agencies and these tactics that they use. And these programs should be shut down indefinitely and immediately. Gang stalking is terrorism. And if anybody needs any support through their gang stalking situation, check out Kevin Christian on YouTube. He's got helpful videos. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy.
Andy, there's a lot of that.
Hang on, Tim. Lexa.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, darling.
I wanted to respond to, I think Sarah kind of shouted me out particularly, so I wanted to respond to that. And I do appreciate if people let me finish what I have to say, please, without interruption. I feel so much love in my heart. Yeah, I'm glad she brought it up, actually. Tim already made the point. Basically, psychiatry is such a weapon against oppressed people in general, especially TIs. There's a lot of history that I didn't know at all, specifically about the origins of the diagnosis of schizophrenia, very concretely tied to the 3-letter agencies putting this diagnostic criteria together for the specific purpose of silencing victims of organized crime, victims of whatever illegal operations by the 3-letter agencies. Yes, weaponized psychiatry. And I would even argue that psychiatry at its very root is already a weapon. But that is a good point. So yeah, I think any TI who would go to a psychiatrist would have a lot of issues and would be labeled paranoid simply for stating facts. And it's the first line of defense that they have against us. And, you know, it doesn't mean that they're gonna win with that. They're pretty unoriginal a lot of the times, I think, these criminal organizations. So they only have so many tricks up their sleeve, right? And at this point, a lot of it is pretty predictable. Sarah, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned a woman who was leaving her door open and something about maybe she wants something bad to happen to her. What made you mention that?
No, sorry, I didn't finish what I was going to say. I was going to say another thing, which is, I just reminded me of that. I don't think she wanted anything to happen to her. I think she was just saying, I think she was partly saying, I mean, she was quite a large woman. She was like my size or a tiny bit bigger. She was partly saying she didn't think it would happen. She thought, maybe she thought it was. I don't think that's what she meant though, but I think yeah, I think I've been told by some psychiatrists that if you were saying you believe you don't actually remember any of it, but I think you would probably remember some of it, because in my case it was one incident. So I became quite paranoid about this particular issue like a long time ago, like started in 2008. And it was one particular incident, which was, I wasn't at my parents' house. I wasn't at, because I was living at my parents' house. I was out somewhere, and but what I believe it was an attempt to actually. I don't believe there was any kind of rape or anything, but they were saying, "Oh, did you forget part of it?" Because all I remember is like vomiting for like hours and hours and hours, and they were saying, "Oh, something got put in your drug." This was at a venue that's now closed, and some put drugs in your drink. So one incident like that, the whole thing, a paranoia thing, can start just from one thing like that. But even like strange things at my parents' old house, like I didn't have a lock on the door, and then you start thinking weird things like the people that came in, and so if the people like from the deep state or whatever can somehow get in your house without not through a door or whatever, you know, and you're like, yeah, but who are they? They're not going to do anything that bad to you. And you have to think like that more than like I was told someone could get through from the deep state. I don't know what they mean by that, a locked door. I don't think it's possible, but it's just things that could be gaslighting, like objects that are not from the house being put in the room. I was saying there was a charge. This was not that long ago.
Saying that though, Sarah, Taryn explained that with the non-human intelligence, didn't he?
Yeah, but if there's things that are simply gaslighting, and then you create some whole, this is what the psychiatrist was saying to me. So and then you're like, but and you just after a while you think, well, nothing that bad could really happen anyway, and it's probably not true because you would know bodily. And she obviously, you know, unless it's like with DEWs or something, and then you're thinking it's an actual human being or astral sex. You know, talking about someone actually coming into your house, coming into a room, having sex with you, and you forget the entire thing. What they always said to me is, I don't think that's possible. I sometimes said, oh, my mum keeps saying saying she thinks I do sex with all these people. And she said, and other people seem to say it as well, and they were like, oh, is it paranoia completely? But if there's even one real-ish thing, they can, that it kind of has a basis in reality. Because I've told you before, I think unexplained things, and it's like, it could be, there's only a few possible explanations for some things, like waking up with a sanitary towel in my hand. Why? You know, objects that were not in the room then found in the room. Things like that. And you're like, but that alone isn't going to, you know, even I said in like 2012 or something, somebody had hypnotized me. I don't know who it was, in my house, and taken a photo of me under hypnosis. But I know he didn't do anything that bad, didn't do rape or sex or anything. Because a lot of those people, they just don't with certain people, or would hardly ever. But unfortunately, I'm like figuring out there are certain people who people would target for something like rape, and certain people who they would not. And that, you know, I'm sorry to say, I don't really think I am generally one of them. And what makes you that type of person? You know, you could be a TI or anyone, is, don't know, difficult to say. And it doesn't mean anything bad about you. It could be something good about you. So yeah, if you start to get paranoid simply because of other people's slander, or maybe one possible incident. But having said that, I do believe everything you're saying, Lexa, but I don't believe you would forget the entire thing. That's all I'm saying. I think you do remember.
Well, Sarah.
Well,
I'm so sorry, Chloe. I am so sorry. I really want to hear you speak, but I have a permanent migraine, so I might forget what I want to say. Is there any way I can respond?
You respond straight away, Lexa.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, you know, I know there's not a whole lot of information necessarily. So the first thing, the idea that there's like certain types of people that they would and would not do something like serial rape to, it's simply not true. It is what a lot of people would think. It doesn't matter how conventionally attractive a person is. It doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter if they're male or female. They're doing this all across the country and all across the world. Psychiatry in general is institutionalized gaslighting. So sometimes, unfortunately, we take on the version of reality that whoever it is might have told us. And nowadays, you know, gaslighting, it has this connotation like it's always intentional, right? I don't agree with that. I think there's a lot of gaslighting that goes on because it's systemic and it's institutionalized. And psychiatrists play a huge part in that. So if I had accepted the version of reality that a psychiatrist would have told me, I would have lost the truth. It hasn't been, you know, one event or a couple of events and then paranoia as a result of that. It hasn't been anything like that. I've been hunted by these people for over a year. Sorry, for a year now, my bad. Yes, they do have their own, that's the other, thank you, Tim. You said another thing about like, it's impossible to get into a locked door. And again, I'm not shitting on you at all, Sarah, because I think like conflict and like conflicting ideas are always going to happen in any community. And I think it's important that we just hash them out and say what we really think.
Yeah.
And not just give up and like whatever. So yeah, they absolutely know how to break in without signs of forced entry. At no point throughout this have I left my door open or wanted something to happen or done anything but fight this like 100%. I know you don't really know that about me, and I don't really like take it super personally. They know how to get through a lot of different things. And then the point about you wouldn't not remember all of it. So I'm glad you brought that up. So like, for example, again, I thank people for their patience, because this is like, I'm a TI, but then there's also this other thing going on that's a little bit different. And they're using the TI program to do this to me. So, oh crap, I lost my train of thought. Where was I going? Sorry. So I'm glad you brought that up because, like, for example, I have a friend of the rape trafficking stuff who's been broken into, drugged, and raped in her sleep multiple times. They were doing it to her for 10 years, and she didn't know until 9 years into it. So part of the reason she knew 9 years into it is that she started having dreams or little bits of a dream where she's experiencing it as a dream, and she's not conscious during it. So basically, same thing with me, because these organized traffickers do forcibly drug their victims in their sleep. Their victim wakes up not even knowing it. So as far as the conscious mind, no, you have zero recollection and like you have zero agency while it's happening, if that makes sense. But the subconscious mind, you're correct to bring up that there must be something, because part of the reason I knew 3 days after this happened that it had happened to me is because I had a fraction of a second of a dream memory, if that makes sense. And I had to pay
Can
attention.
I address some of that?
Sorry?
I was going to say, can I address some of those things that you're talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
now? And
Yeah,
well,
please
here
do.
we go.
I wanted to hear
Here
you,
we
but I
go.
just want to finish my point really quick, just because
Yep.
Sarah.
Please do, Lex.
specifically-
Please do,
Yeah,
Lex.
sorry. I just want to be thorough
No,
and like.
there's no hurry, darling. Take your time.
Thank you so much. So yeah, they do. This is what they do. This is their business model. They make money off of this. Like, these people are pimps and pornographers and all this other stuff that all gang stalkers are anyways, plus this other thing. So they do, there are victims who are raped like this for years and literally don't know it because they don't have any conscious memory of it, unfortunately. You know, all of us want to feel like we're safe in our own homes. And that's why that kicks in. Like, no, there's no way anyone broke in here, drugged and raped me in my sleep last night. For that very reason, there's been certain times that they did it, that it took me months to say, yeah, they did do it that night. It took me months to realize in my head, like, yeah, it did happen that night. I've barricaded all my doors, all this stuff. Everyone, you know, I appreciate everybody's suggestions, but all that stuff I've done almost all of it, and they're just super determined people. It goes a little bit beyond that, but it's not about the person. To address, I think, your last point, and I'll stop here. It's not about the person or any characteristics about them or about desirability or about what would really make someone want to pursue someone this much, even though that can be kind of a factor in any TI's life. It's really about profit. And once we start seeing it that way, and the fact that they view human beings as commodities, we stop making it like a personalized thing, like, oh, what makes you so special? Which is basically what it is, that is the way most people would think about it, right? But yeah, I know for myself personally, like, I would want to ask questions of a person before I engage further. So thank you so much, Roy. And I also wanted to say really quick, I know Tim wanted to say something, and Roy, I want to hear how you're doing. Like, I know this is only my second time here, but I'm hoping that we get enough time to really ask you how you're doing and not just you facilitating.
No, do you know, that's so kind of you. I'll tell a brief one. Yesterday I got set up, and I got set up by a homeless woman. Basically, I've gone out and I sat on a bench. There was a bit of sunshine, and then all of a sudden, this attractive lady, and as it happened, she was 51. She came and sat next to me, and we just started talking, and then we decided to go for a drink, and we walked to a hotel. She had a glass of vodka and something, and I had a pint, and we just laughed. And while I was outside, I was getting hit in the leg with the directed energy weapons. My leg was jumping. And she was asking me loads of questions, and she kept putting her hand in her pocket, and I thought I could keep hearing her clicking the microphone. And anyway, then we decided that we were going to come back to mine, and because I was going to let her have a bath, and she was going to cook something to eat. And then a few hours after we spent a few hours together, she got the phone call. Oh, I can't make anything to eat now. We'll have to do it another day. I really like you, though. Could you? And I've got this television nonsense going on at the local supermarket. I took it back 2 weeks ago, and they don't want to give me my money back. And I left it at the supermarket with my phone, with my card with a phone number on. And somebody told me to phone head office last week. So I phoned them. Very, very nice, but nothing's happened, you know, so, but I'm all right, thank you. I was sat here and it's so lovely to hear everybody's sharing their stories. And it's, and Lexa, I totally understand when you're in conversation and somebody butts in, that's where I went. I used to tangent off. So if I'm having a conversation and somebody butts in, sadly, I tangent off somewhere else. And I don't mean to be funny or rude if that happens to me as well. So Lexa, I understand where you're coming from when you're saying you've got to keep the conversation flowing, because it's like something interjects and it stops you continuing the conversation. Because my brain is so fragmented, that's what happens to me. So when I'm in a conversation, especially with my friend Lee, because in the beginning, Lee's a lady and she's Canadian, lives in the States. And the sad thing about Lee is they've damaged her neural system. So her head starts going like this. And it's really quite scary, it was for me at first. And I've got used to Lee and that now. And when Lee and I started talking, she used to keep butting in. And I was sort of getting a little bit angry because I'm frustrated because I can't remember what the conversation was about, you know, and I don't want to be rude on that angle. So, look, thanks for asking as well, Lexa. Really appreciate it. Bless you, darling. So Tim and then Billy.
Okay, well, I wanted to address a couple of things there that Lexa and I'm just trying to think of the other lady's name.
Sarah.
Lexa and Sarah. Basically, the situation is with the lady that left the door open. She's a big lady too. She maybe, some people work on the principle sometimes it's better to face it head on if it's going to come at you. Leave the door open, because if you're gonna, if sometimes it's a little bit of like in martial arts, it's like the first thing they teach about martial arts is never fight them on their territory. Is you run until you find a place where you feel comfortable. When you feel comfortable, just turn around, and that's when you fight. You turn around where you're comfortable. You're fighting on your own terms, and you're not fighting on their terms. And see, with an open door, it allows you to get up, push your way through, and get out if you have to as well. So maybe the open door made them feel comfortable in their own mind. The other stuff there is a lot of hypnotism, and NLP is used by the psychologist when you're in sessions, which means that they're hypnotizing you without you being aware of it sometimes, especially through the NLP.
That's the neuro-linguistic
programming. Yes. And they anchor you, they touch you. It's like, oh, you're all right. And then they touch you and they do this. And they, especially the women, and see, they're hypnotizing you while you do that. And that's why you don't realize what's going on. And the fact is that when you do have these sexual assaults or whatever, they're programming the fact that you won't remember into you. And some of these things are you getting a flashbacks, because some of this anchoring and all of that, if they're not good at it, it wears off after a while, and your body will remember things, and you will start to get flashbacks of different things. And that's why it's coming back to you in small increments, and that's why it's coming back to that lady you mentioned that got raped, didn't know for 10 years, and 9 years afterwards she found out that she's copying all that. And the fact is that programming does wear off after a while, and it's a case of, this is why they want you to keep going, because they keep reasserting a lot of this stuff, because a lot of this mind control is hypnotism. They're not at the point yet where they can fully mind control. They can do small towns and things of that nature, but they can't. The mind control they've got is mainly hypnotism, because they don't have a ray where they can do whole countries and stuff like that. Just let me finish. They don't have
Okay.
rays where they can do whole countries and that, because if they did, they'd be already using it, and we wouldn't be having this conversation because they'd
Yeah,
already have
but
total
that's
control.
already documented, Tim. We know that's been used in Iraq and Afghanistan anyway.
Only in small increments. I know, and that's okay. That's what I'm saying. They've got it, but only in small increments. If they had it on a global scale, we wouldn't be having this conversation. They'd already be in total control. So they don't have it that they can do it to the majority of the population. They can do it to small towns. They can do it to around about 300,000 or 400,000 people in certain areas, and they've got to do it in increments because they just don't have the power and the people to monitor it to really keep it under
Tim.
control.
Right, Billy.
Anyway.
Cheers, Tim.
Hey, guys.
All right, Billy.
How you doing?
Nice to see you, mate. It looks nice out of the skies.
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on a couple things about one, what Lexi was talking about there. I've had exactly that same thing happen to me. And so I just want to let everybody know that, guys, when people are sharing their experience, they're not really looking for feedback. They don't want you to come over the top of them and tell them all these things that they should or shouldn't do and look into. We're just trying to let it out. Okay.
That's
and
true.
I 100% guarantee that they were inside of me. Okay. I couldn't prove it. And it was a honey traps house I was at. They left scars on me. They did all kinds of crazy shit, guys. They used to shoot my nuts while I have sex. They just did a lot of crazy stuff. So what I'm saying is, this woman's sharing about how she can't even fall asleep because, the boogeyman's going to be there. Someone's got to be around her awake the whole time. That's not everybody else's experience. Okay. But I can promise you that it's 100% real because they isolated me and able to do this. And, obviously I got away from it, but it was crazy. It was a crazy thing that I was going through. And it's literally they're outside of your window. And as soon as you go to the bathroom, someone jumps in there just to play with something and then they'll jump back out. It's that crazy, guys. And so that was one of the things I wanted to touch on. Another one is, Roy, there's a lot of people that come on here and promote their websites, their donation button and stuff. I want to promote your donation button on YouTube.
Oh, bless you, Billy. Thank you, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Roy has sort of a free advertisement for all TIs, no matter what they're up to, but he doesn't really get recognition. So I would like to.
Bless you, Billy.
Yeah, I would like to promote your button and let people know that, you know what, if you guys want to keep seeing good content like this, send this guy $5, $10, whatever you can.
Oh, thank you ever so much, Billy. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. I just think that's something that needs to be said because it's a big deal. We all get to benefit from Roy's stuff, with all of us getting on here and putting our minds together and trying to figure out a better way. It's been very comforting for a lot of people, and you're the main source of it. Yet everybody's advertising their stuff, but you're not getting the donate button hit. So I just wanted to say that out loud, and I'm just going to shut up. But I wanted to just
really appreciate it. It's kind, Billy.
That's real. Yeah, I just wanted to show my experience that I was definitely a part of what she's talking about. Obviously, I'm 6'1", 200 pounds. I was able to get away from it. She's not as big. She's, it's just, trust me, it's happening. 100% guaranteed. And, well, hold on. The last thing she hit on was what I wanted to tell everybody. This is where they make their money. See, when you're out cold with whatever they're giving you and they're fucking doing whatever they're doing to you, they're filming it live on CCTV and people are paying to watch that happen.
Pay-per-view, babe.
That's where the money's at. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Our lives are on CCTV so that these elite fuckers can watch us get tortured. I swear to you. They even put in, do this to them, and they'll put money in, and then the people will do that shit.
Yeah,
so
they're doing it on the dark web, Billy.
What's that?
They're doing it on the dark web, mate. That's where they're doing it.
Yes, that's exactly it. They do it wherever they do it, however they promote it, apps or whatever they do. Yeah, I know this because I had 2 honey traps, and they gave me so much information, guys. It was just disgusting. So I promise you that is one of the things you will never imagine how in depth these people are in your lives and the capabilities that they have. If you have an old broken phone laying around in your house, they can turn that thing on and listen to what you're doing while you're doing it. Every phone you think you bought that's brand new, it's already cloned. It's crazy. And so we're dealing with the craziest technology. And honestly, what you're talking about, getting everybody together, I've been screaming that for years. You guys, no one's coming to save us. We get to do this together.
Yep.
And so however that looks, we need to start doing that.
And just to clarify,
I
Billy.
got a question, Billy. When you say they clone our phones, like do they mirror our phones, meaning they can see exactly what we see on our phone? Can you elaborate on that, please?
So listen, this is what happened. When the internet first came out, you had just the internet. Everybody thought it was just a dictionary. Nobody paid attention to it. But the really smart people realized that you could actually start advertising your company. You could find information about companies. You could sell to companies. So that became Web 2. And so now everybody was basically doing, marketing, right? You put this guy's link on your thing, and then everybody touches the button, and everybody gets. So that's what the internet's kind of what it's into now, right? Everybody buys off of Amazon. It's just this big buying thing, kind of. Well, Web 3's coming, and it's going to be completely different. Again, but my point is the progression. But the progression of it was, I kind of lost my train of thought. What was your question again?
When you say they clone our phones, like
Oh
do they
yeah.
mirror our
So
phones? Like are they
happened is when
looking
it
at
went.
what we looking at right now?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, when we went from the first web, when nobody really gave a shit about it, the government hopped in there and put a kernel node in all devices that were sold: DVRs, VHS, TVs, computer monitors, laptops, cell phones. They have what's called a kernel node. And that kernel node is a master node. So all they need to know is the model number of what you purchase, where you purchase it. That's why they have all this surveillance. So that if you buy something new from someone, it doesn't matter where, they're going to get that information. And all I have to do is punch that into the computer with the kernel node. And now they have access to your computer. That's how they're able to get into everything so quick. Snowden talked about it. And if you really want to know what it's called the Pegasus program. It's a software that allowed the FBI to get into your phone with no whatever. They can do whatever the hell they want. So just look it up, Pegasus program.
Can you say that again, Pegasus program? How you? I'm trying to write that down.
Pegasus. I think it's Peagus.
Pegasus.
Or maybe two. Gotcha. I don't fucking know what Pegasus. Just sound it out.
Appreciate you, bro.
I failed the 3rd grade, but
Share it in a minute, but I was busy out the back.
What's that?
The toilet, otherwise I would have shared the web page.
Yeah, okay, Pegasus. Yeah, so look up the Pegasus program for the FBI. Just look. Anybody know how to spell Pegasus? Pegasus. It's like the flying fucking horse. A
I think
Pegasus.
it's Pegasus.
Yeah.
Just as you.
Yeah, so if you look up the
Pegasus.
Pegasus program for the FBI, it'll show you that they have backdoor capabilities to get into any device, anything that has Bluetooth, anything that has, and for our targeting, they literally will come into our homes, take your TV, replace it with a TV just like it, but it's got extra cameras, extra listening devices. It can attack you, whatever. So that's what they broadcast you from. And then they sit there, they have all these devices like your fan, the one on the ceiling, your light bulbs, whatever. Something's attacking you, hitting the nanotech or whatever the hell's in our bodies. I don't fucking know exactly everything, but I know for sure that they do these things because I found pictures in my honey traps phone of a new apartment, and there had been taken out all the different like light switches and just different little fucking items, the toaster and the part of the heater they took off, the alarms, the fucking smoke alarms. Just everything. There was just pictures of everything, the model numbers, everything.
Wow.
And so what I assumed or presumed was that they would do this before a TI moved in somewhere, and then they would just get this in a like product, replace it, but with something that they can remotely attack you with, so that when you're in your home, there's a lot of remote attacks that are happening to you that you think it's probably someone on the outside, a drone, a satellite, an airplane. People think all kinds of stuff. But I got one of the honey traps when I was looking out the window one time while I was being attacked. I said, these motherfuckers, or whatever I said. And she said, you should look a little closer to you. Meaning telling me that what's attacking me was in the house, not outside. And so, like I said, I just got a lot of information about how they operate because they thought I was going to kill myself, someone else. They tried to drive me crazy.
They're trying to drive all us crazy, man. Thank you for that information, dude.
Yeah, that's just. Did you find anything, Roy?
Let's see.
Sigrid, did you see it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they've renamed it now as well. They've been selling it to other countries as well. Israelis developed it originally.
I believe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually put the wiki inside the program there, or in the chat for you. You can click on the link to check it all out. But having said, Billy, you mentioned before about us promoting other websites and that, not promoting Roy's. Well, Roy and I already have, just so that you know, Roy and I have an agreement where we promote each other's links. We don't just promote one and not the other. It's a reciprocal situation. We don't go about not helping. We always help each other. It's not a one-sided street. It's a two-sided street. So just to make you aware of that, because I thought your comment might have been directed towards me at that particular stage.
No, it wasn't a dig at you. What I'm saying is he just got his donate button, and I wanted to advertise for him. I'm not digging at you, man. I'm 100% behind you. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna look at your stuff.
Fantastic, and I appreciate it, mate. I really do.
2 days ago.
Yeah, well, Roy should have had that on ages ago, and
I
I think a lot of people did tell him, and at that stage, and I think Roy will agree with me that he didn't want to at the time, because we all had the mindset of, especially when others were saying, well, we're paying for it ourselves and we don't make any money out of it, so anyone that makes money out of it,
didn't want to be a hypocrite either.
Yeah, yeah, we're a hypocrite.
Want to be a hypocrite by
and
God,
that's right, Roy. That's why you didn't. I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
No, I was just saying I didn't, because I thought to myself, well, Roy, you've been crawling all of the others out for taking money, and then now you're asking for money. But I thought to myself, well, I won't be able to carry on if I don't sort of, and I've got a few dreams and ambitions for all of us, and I really want to do some good stuff for us. I want a piece of land. I want to build a community, and I really want to move this forward for all of us. And I want a safe place for us to go. I thought today, sunshine, and we can have a Faraday cage, we can have our own doctors. And what I mean by that, we've got massively highly intelligent people here. And the researchers that we've got amongst us are amazing. Some of the people that come to me, the knowledge that they've got is just off the wall, and some of the researchers, I've got to know a lot of good people, let's put it that way, and thankfully the good people have found me, and I can give it back, and to me that's a wonderful thing. So I feel like I'm blessed in a way to pass everything on, and I really want this land for us, and I'll find a way, because I said I want to set a charity up for us. That's my first main goal, because that gives us more credibility. So once that'll come as well. That's along this little path. So hopefully that's the plans.
Yep.
What about like a non-profit organization? Can we start that? Maybe we can get.
Well, what I want to do is, because I don't want anything to have to do with any of the money, because then I can't ever be accused of anything. I'd like to do it with a team, with an in-house team, with us lot. You know,
that's how you should start with a nonprofit, because what's going to happen is these laws are going to change, and then all of a sudden these big corporations are going to start donating to the nonprofits that are helping targets. So yes, we want to start with a nonprofit, and I think you should be the treasurer, Roy, because I trust you more than all these people put together.
oh yeah, but I wouldn't trust I wouldn't want anything to do with other people's
I'm just
money.
kidding, Roy.
No, I know,
kidding.
but I know that, but I know no because
DJing.
well no because everything gets thrown at you when there's money involved, and you know it's and I wouldn't like that, you know, and I'd like just to keep everything straight so that we can, you know, have faith in one another as well and keep it black and white. And this is what we're doing with this, you know, and I'd love that.
Well,
Because
I'm just saying, in the future, you're going to be able to get people to donate towards causes. Obviously, that's how they do it, right? Every 50 years, they come out with the truth, and it's been about 50 years, I guess, since the 60s or whatever now. So this stuff's starting to come out, and then what they do is
71 years, Billy.
Okay, I get it, but that it's been out, that the public has known about it. Okay, so when you start filing for a report of what happened, well, for 50 years, the government can keep it secret, but after 50 years, they have to show it. So once the 50 years is up, then the public gets to see everything. So like you said, in 9/11, right, we still got another 25 years, but trust me, in 25 years, we're all going to get to see all the documents on how the CIA and the FBI and everybody did that. So they already know, but bottom line is that we can do this, guys. We can do this, and you know, who cares who's got the donate button? If we all get together and decide to unite, then it's gonna be good. Because
I know we've got some strong people in this room as well, Billy. There's some strong people in this room, very strong.
Yeah, and smart people, like the gentleman who was talking about, agriculture guy, where he could grow foods and stuff. That's the kind of guy you need for the community.
Yeah,
definitely, man. Because I was going to Roy but I was 4% done with my herbal medicine class in the University of Minnesota. But one of my handlers got my information, I guess, because you said they can mirror our phone, and they deleted my class. So I didn't want to start from scratch again. But if anybody have problems with like diabetes or anything like that, I know what herbs you can take, and I know what herbs and different fruits you can have. So we don't have to go to the pharmaceutical, you know.
I got diabetes.
80%. See, diabetes, you can get bitter melon. I got bitter melon growing actually right now. Bitter melon is good for diabetes. Bitter melon, and you just boil the plant.
Are you in Minnesota?
No, I'm in South Florida.
Oh, I'm
in South Florida.
Went to school here though, huh? In Minnesota?
Yeah, because it's an app called Carissa, and you can take free classes and just pay for it after you're done, and you can get certificates from basically any college. And yeah, I was 4% done. I was 96% done with the certificate, and they deleted my class. It hurt me so bad, but it still didn't take the knowledge that I learned, you know. And I just would like Billy said, we're just trying to help people. And I know Roy been trying to help us so long, and I want to bring with my expertise I have, and we should all just spend some time learning what each skill we have, because we all can help each other with stuff we don't know. Like Roy probably knows a lot more about something that I don't know. So we all can learn from each other and just utilize that and bring it together and, you know, and help each other. I want to help each other the best way possible, man. Like, I'm going to get some land. I actually been looking at land. I'm going to get some land next week so I can move. And I would love for, you know, if somebody homeless or needs somewhere to stay, they can just come on my land and, you know, I just want to help, man. That's all I want to do.
Good for you,
brother. I'm
Good for
not
you,
focused
Brandon.
on myself. I'm not focused on
on ya.
myself. I just want to help others. Like I know my job was here to come and help because I accumulated a lot of knowledge, not just on fruits and herbs and agriculture, but a lot of history and everything, how to breathe right, because 96% of us don't even breathe correctly. And that's the most important thing is breathing. So anything would anybody have like questions on, we should all just come together and
What do you
exploit
take
our
for asthma? What do you take for asthma?
Asthma, you can get mullein leaf, mullein leaf, what else? Yellow dock and yellow leaf, mullein dock, and mugwort.
This kid knows what he's talking about.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
great, innit?
I need you in my life.
Yeah,
I need
any
you in my
problem,
life.
it's no such thing as diseases, y'all. It's all this mucus buildup. Anytime
Yeah,
somebody say
yeah.
disease or a STD
It's all in the
or
gut.
anything,
All in the gut.
That's where it starts, Billy. That's right. It starts in the gut. That's our first brain, our gut.
I gotta
That's
keep
our
my
first
lungs.
brain.
My lungs, I gotta
Got 3
continue.
brains. Mm-hmm.
Yep, the lungs is so important. That's how we breathe. So mullein, I know mullein and mugwort and yellow dot is very important for asthma and respiratory issues. Period.
Where do you get it? Where do you get it?
You can just go online and look, and just type in organic. It has to be organic and wild crafted, and mostly not in USA. The stuff here is bad. Our soil here is bad. So try to get things that's in the Mediterranean or India or Ethiopia, certain places. But I don't like to buy things that originated in America because our soil is contaminated. But organic only. Like I stopped eating meat. I stopped doing a lot of bad things, and especially cheese. Cheese, dairy, is all has metals in it, and we have metals in our body. It's easy to get attacked by those directed energy weapons. So they always try to feed me like cheese and everything with cheese in it. Cheese is the worst thing you can put in your body.
Inflammation.
Well, I'm
Yes,
bummed
cheese
because
is
I like to
but
have
you can
cheese
but
with
you
my
can make
lungs.
but you can make organic cheese. You can make cheese out of all type of things. Anything can be replaced. Anything you like. Like if you like eating steak, I used to love steak. I haven't had steak in years, but I used to love steak. But you can make lion mane mushroom and you can cook it and make it just like steak. It's always a substitute to something that we love, so we don't have to shy away from it.
Yeah,
We don't have to.
brilliant. Tommy, you haven't come and said hello yet. Brilliant, Brandon. Come and say hello, Tommy. Introduce yourself, please, mate.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, perfectly well.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I'm a TI. I'm from hopefully this isn't too loud. I'm from New York. Started 5 years ago, but just I'd say within the last year when I was up at college, they started crushing me with the direct energy weapon. Thankfully, I know what's going on now, but it's been quite the road. But yeah, I mean, we all go through it, but I found this, on YouTube. So I was like, oh shit, I'm not alone. I think that was the biggest turning point. That was the biggest turning point. That was the biggest turning point for me, man. I was like, I'm not alone. And you got this is a great community you brought together, Roy. It's amazing,
cheers.
Man. Yeah.
Oh, I'm delighted that you found us. No, because that makes us want to fight harder.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because sorry, but after
nope,
you,
just
Tommy,
a
sorry.
Great group of minds here. Great group of minds here.
Oh, wonderful. I've met some wonderful people along the road, but I was mentally isolated for so long. I didn't know what was what or who was who.
Yep.
And it's only recently that I've started to wake up and people have, sort of come on my side that I trust now. I've got in my life now that I really trust.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't trust any. I wouldn't.
Yep.
Well, you know how it is. So why you? Why you, Tommy?
Why me? See, that's the thing. I don't think. Well, I try not to speculate because I think. I mean, no offense. I think at some point we all speculate, and I don't know. I'll speak for myself. I'll use myself as an example. I don't have all the answers. I know I'm not behind the door, so I can say this or that, or I can think this and that. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But there might be a criteria involved for somebody. You might end up at the wrong spot. You know, I don't know. Maybe they ended up with my DNA, but I'm assuming, you know, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we are a great group of minds, and maybe that has something to do with it. You know, they don't want our voices heard. They want to silence us, especially, you know, if you know things. And you know, if you're if you don't trust your government, rightfully so, you know, they want to silence that, you know, and I know a lot of things, and you know, maybe that was why, but who knows? Maybe it's data research, you know, someone's getting money from the data, so you know.
Well, we know all of the biomedical companies, they're all in on it, aren't they?
Yep, like
You
I was
know,
telling like I was telling you, Roy, I see those people going to give blood, and I'm just like, don't go in there. Don't do it, man. Yeah, I don't know why me, but I think we all ask ourselves that question, you know, and I'd like to believe probably it's because we're strong, you know, mentally, you know, and in our hearts. So they don't want our voices heard. And you
That's
know,
right.
people go through bad times, and you know, and I think they prey on that. You know, it's for me was I was going through a terrible time in my life, and you know, ended up. I think there's trap houses, you know, and I know this because two of the other people that ended up there, you know, ended up with the V2K, and everyone thinks they're crazy. No one believes them. You know, I had to send them messages like, "Hey, I believe you," and then I send them like I do with my family. I send them all the research, you know, and it's up to those people whether they want to look into it or not, you know. But it's all there. There's all the research there. This is the program. It's real. So
You did what you did, Tommy. You got to plant the seed. That's all. You got to plant the seed, and it's their job to water it.
yep,
You did what
absolutely.
you're supposed to do.
And like I was telling Roy, unfortunately, you know, I'm lucky because I have a couple family members that believe me. A lot of TIs don't have that, you know, and you know, you got to be grateful for what you got. But unfortunately, some people just don't want to see a different perspective. They don't want that paradigm to change because it's scary, you know. And until it's physically happening to them, some people will just doesn't matter if they're closest family member, they're not going to believe you because it's too scary. It's too scary for them, you know, to believe that this is a reality. And hey, it's just us right now that's happening too. You know, it's the TI community's growing. It's happening to more and more people, but someday it's going to be everybody, man.
yeah,
You know, no more prisons. It's just you're
yeah,
subjected to, you know, 10 years of mental physical torture, you know, direct
yeah.
energy weapon. So
And they don't even have to put you in prison. They do it in your own house.
oh, and that's one of the
Eh?
worst things. It's one of the worst things.
Yeah,
Isolating you from everybody around you.
exactly.
People you've known your
Yep.
whole life turning on you.
Yep.
And like I was telling Roy, the saddest part is the TIs that don't know they're TIs yet, you know? Because then
Yep.
they end up in the psych ward, or you know, they end up telling the law enforcement these you you sound paranoid, you sound crazy, and they don't know. So they're just gonna label you as a crazy schizophrenic, you know, and they're
Yep.
going through they're suffering so bad. Not knowing is is suffering, man.
Mhm.
Hey,
Yep.
listen, Roy, I'm thinking while I'm talking or listening here, I wanna bring some more hope to the community. I've just put a picture in the chat room there, and what that picture is me filming myself, and behind me, my daughter decided to watch TV. Well, if you look at the pink lighting that's covering her, I believe that's the mind technology that they use on our family members. Okay.
Wow.
A lot of people think that if their family's turning on them, and what I'm trying to tell you is that, yeah, if you zoom in on that, you'll see my daughter all the way there in the back, covered in this purple light. And so,
That's weird, that isn't it?
Wow.
yeah, yep. And so I had showed her this picture, and she said, "Well, it must bulb must have been out." And I said, "Crazy, that's not the motherfucking bulb, honey." So what I wanted to say was that they're using this form of mind technology, and the hope that I want to bring to you is that my daughter now believes me.
You're
Oh
brilliant.
wow,
What
good.
I also want to bring is that so does my brother, the same guy that called me crazy for 6 years. I don't want to hear about this shit. I don't want to hear about what makes you so special. Why would they follow you around?
Yeah,
I want to bring him on a Zoom call.
brilliant. He's more than welcome. Please
Yeah, and
do, Billy.
let him now tell what he thinks about the targeting program after
Brilliant.
calling me crazy for
That would
6
be
years.
great.
So that I want people to know, don't give up on your family. I was
That's
talking
Yeah.
right.
with someone today about it. I was talking with Lexi about it. She said, something about her mom. And I said, look, they do it to all of us. And
Mhm.
what I did was I realized for the first 4 years, I did sound crazy because some crazy
Yeah.
fucking shit was happening.
Yeah.
That's right.
However, what I realized was I wasn't getting through to them. Now, I didn't have that picture to go off of back then, so I didn't know what was happening. But what I decided was, fuck it. I'm not fucking saying nothing about nothing no more. And I stopped talking about it. And I'm talking, we would go out to dinner as a family and I'm getting tortured. And I know they're putting shit in my food to give me the shits when I get home. I know it all, but I didn't say nothing. Hey, I didn't say nothing, bro. And years went by. And all of a sudden, my daughter looks at me and says, Dad, do you still get tortured anymore? And I said, every day. And she goes, well, I didn't know because you stopped talking about it. I said, nobody was listening. I said, I'm not going to sit there and just keep telling you what's happening
Yeah.
to me. And everybody call me crazy. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
And so
Well,
what
it's
I
like
did,
hitting your head against a brick wall, didn't it, Bill? And you get sick of telling the same old story because nobody's
save your
listening.
breath. Save your breath.
Yeah,
So what I'm
exactly.
telling you, what I would do though, I would sneaky in some shit. Like if 60 Minutes came out with something, I'd throw that in the group chat. So everybody in my family group chat would
Yep.
see it.
Yep.
Or I would
Yeah.
just throw it on my Facebook because I know motherfuckers are looking anyway. And so, I would just put it out there when 60 Minutes or CNN or anybody, the government, the Congress would, do something really cool talking about targets. I put it out there. And when they were with me, I wouldn't talk a lot about it. But what I would do is these guys do the same thing. They have their same routine. So I would mention that this is going to happen.
Yep.
And then I'd just shut up about it.
Yep.
And I would wait for it to happen and let them see it on their own, not force it.
Yep.
And I think through a couple years of doing this, it allowed their eyes to open up and see what was going on around them because I wasn't forcing it and I wasn't talking about it. No, my God, they're shooting me because they were, but I didn't act like that anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Just like my kids would be in front of me, we'd be walking with my middle fingers up, scratching the back of my head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the best I could do in public when I was around my family. So I'm just saying, guys, don't give up on your family. They are using mind technology. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And I get that our family members do some shitty shit. And some of them probably are involved. Would almost guarantee it. However, don't give up on everybody because some of them are just getting fucked with. All right. But yeah, I think by asking my brother to come on next week, that
Yeah,
would be
please,
fun for
Billy.
everybody to see. It's like,
Yeah, it would.
we converted a normie over into the dark side. Hey, come be a conspiracy theorist with me. It's so fucking funny though. So I think that would be good to just hit him with a few questions like, so what do you think now? What's going on in your life? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
Get
think
somebody's
that would be wonderful.
Yeah, to get somebody's perspective from the other side, and then you can dig into how they think. And I think it was before this started happening 5 years ago. I seen a little clip from maybe it was Vice on YouTube, and here's the thing, I'm unbiased when I look at things. I use Occam's razor, or whatever's most. This is faulty sometimes. Whatever's most logical, most reasonable is usually the answer. But I try to delve into research before I make a decision. But I seen the stuff about the TIs on I think it was Vice, and I was just like, and I'm very, very open-minded, super open-minded. So when I'm thinking, no offense to us, I'm thinking these people are crazy. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm so open-minded. And so if you can imagine regular people who don't know shit about, black budgets and Raytheon, these corporations that have no government oversight that do terrible things. Yep. Think about what they think. I mean, it'd be very hard to break that wall. But like Billy said, you can't give up, man. And he mentioned something I think was important. When as a life as a TI, our lives become predictable. There's certain things, I know we all have a different script that they make for us. Some people experience gang stalking, some people experience this or that, but it becomes predictable. And I could almost tell people when things are going to happen and how they're going to happen. And I was like, see, I told you. I was, for example, my landlord gave me this $25 gift card, and I said, watch. I said, I started taking a little recorder around to my classes, and I started recording, and I said, watch, this $25 gift card to Wegmans is going to come up. And that's what they do to me. They can't physically intimidate me. So they fuck with me mentally when I'm in a setting where I can't put my, I'm not at the gym. I have to listen to them. So they repeat things that I say or things that happen around me. They repeat my text messages. So they fuck with me mentally. So I was like, watch. So I recorded it, and my teacher starts talking about this $25 gift card to Wegmans. And she's talking about the candles that I bought last night, the same exact candles. And she said 4 things, and I had it all in recording, and that actually changed, my mother's view on it.
That is hilarious, bro.
I was like,
that is perfect.
And that's happened a couple times where I'm like, watch this. I said, I was sitting at the bar.
That's your proof, bro. I'm telling you, that's how my kids found out. I said the same shit. This is gonna happen, and this is gonna happen, and they're like, no way, fucking happened, and they're like, holy shit, Dad. And I said, you guys, every fucking day, this is what I go through. Now they see.
Every day I go through that. Yep.
But that was fucking cool how you did it, man. You said, watch this card. I'm gonna go record some shit.
Yeah, one more quick story. I was sitting at the bar. This guy comes in, and you can just tell these gang stalkers are you get vibes about people, or you can hear when they're doing the script. Right. It sounds like a fucking script. So it's like, why is this motherfucker saying this? It's fucking weird. I'm sitting there, and he's like, hey, out of nowhere, he's talking to his buddy. I haven't pocked out my brother in a while. And I'm like, I know that's about me. I know what's coming. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's a coincidence. I put it off in my head. But I tell my buddy next to me, I said, watch this. When we go fishing a little bit later, my phone's going to start ringing by itself. And fucking sitting there throwing some lines, pocket dialing my fucking brother. Well, maybe it's my leg that's hitting it. So I put it on the bank. And there it goes, calling my brother by its fucking self. I said, I told you, bro. Yeah. Now he believes me too, my cousin.
Crazy.
I'm telling you guys, that's how you got to get crafty. You got to get a little bit ahead of these guys, because once you see how they operate, you're like, okay, I'm going to step outside of that and just do something different.
Yes.
When
you think you're going to do something else. Bloody yes.
That's right.
That's what I've just started doing as well.
You gotta put a glitch in the matrix. That's called a glitch. We gotta put a glitch in the matrix. I walk my dog a certain pattern now, and they be having cars waiting for me, so I just go another direction. It's chess, y'all. It's chess. Guys think steps ahead. Think 8 steps ahead. They think they smart, but we're the really smart ones.
Yeah, we are
smart ones.
This is a game for them, 100%. When I was when I got rid of my first honey trap, and I got with the second honey trap, there was all kinds of shit going on. Anyway, I found a note in her writing that said, it's not fair to introduce more players to the game when I've been working so hard. No bullshit, you guys. And I was like, what the fuck? This is when it first started. I was like, what the fuck am I getting involved in? Because I didn't know with my first honey trap what fucking gang stalking was. The second one had to tell me what gang stalking was because I was so oblivious to it. But yeah, no bullshit, dude. I found that note and I was like, damn, this is just a game. Because she said no fair, because they were bringing more girls over, right? Trying to fucking, they try to get you to fall for them, and they can get your shit.
Yep. And that sucks because you don't know new people come in your life that might be genuine. And
I don't.
Oh my god!
You don't know.
Oh my god! So
I very
true,
much
man.
do.
So true.
Hey, you pick them.
To
Don't let someone come to you. You pick them.
Yep.
That's right.
And then
watch a girl. I thought she was a target individual, man. And then this girl was Oh my God, she mentioned my grandmother name, and I said, no way. Like, she said, yeah, I like ruby red lipstick. I'm like, man, I just hung up on her and I never called her again. Like, I knew it. Like, she used to wear purple lipstick and blue lipstick only. Now she's
Right.
wearing red lipstick. I'm like, what's going on? She got her dog barking in the background. I'm like, you know what? This is crazy. And I sent her money because I'm thinking she, was getting GameStop and she was homeless. I sent her over $20. And they say, my Google got hacked. I had to make a new Google account. So
Yep, there it is. That's it. They get close to you, they get your shit, and they give it to their homies. And the next thing you know, you got 15 different Google accounts. And it's just crazy, guys. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Yep.
I found SIM cards in my honeypot's house, took them and put them in my computer, dude, and they were videos of me in my house by myself. She had them on little SD cards at her house in a little plastic baggie. All my phones that she had stolen, she took the SIM cards out. They were all in that bag, dude.
Cloned them.
No bullshit.
And guy, so if we're gonna if you want to use something, well, you guys probably know this, but when I had wireless Wi-Fi cameras, I would, when they were breaking in and moving shit around before I knew what was going on, I had these motherfuckers coming up the stairs. I don't know if it's right here, sorry. And I'm like, what?
Okay.
I caught them. I said, but the pictures are disappearing, and I seen this cat coming up the stairs. So use trap cameras that don't connect to Wi-Fi. That's how I started.
That's right.
That's how I started catching people. Yeah. That's how you get them, man.
Hey guys, check this out. So we had a bike stolen in our yard, and I had cameras everywhere. Okay, and they were hardwired. They weren't Wi-Fi, dude. I'm a contractor. I hardwired all my shit.
Oh yeah,
bro. It didn't matter. Okay, I went in to go look at the day that the bike was taken out of the yard, and what I noticed was they took the days and flipped them around. They made it said the date was this day, but it was a different day. They took a different day from the week and put it into there. And when they did that, I was like, who in this motherfucking house is smart enough to do that?
Right.
No, that's what made me like, I was a little starstruck. Like, who the fuck did that? And so I realized, dude, these people are so advanced when it comes to computers. Don't waste your time.
Yep.
All our phones are hacked. All our computers are hacked. Whatever you got is what they're letting you have.
Well, the good thing is yesterday they started zooming the camera for me. They were actually zooming the frame for me. I'm trying. Yeah, they were. I'm trying to press a button and they were zooming it in.
Guys, I'd be on my Facebook and somebody would be chatting on my Facebook while I'm looking at my Facebook account. I'm like, who the hell's on my Facebook? She's just looking at me like, I don't know. That's weird. That's the kind of shit they do.
Yeah.
But it was all her. I'm a dummy, so it took two of them for me to realize. But the funny shit was, then I realized, okay, so I would go to one's house and she'd start talking like the other one. Like one of them used to say bullshit, right? Then the other one, of course, never talked like that. Now she's starting to say bullshit. And then the other one is saying something, and I go to her house. So I learned that these girls were playing me. So I started playing them. You know what I'm saying? I would go to each one's house and hit it and tell them, man, I hate that bitch. I don't ever want to see her again. And then I go to that one's house and say, I hate that bitch. I don't ever want to see her again, because I knew they were listening.
They were talking.
They were playing me, you guys. And people are like, Bill, you're crazy. What are you doing? These bitches are crazy. I'm like, yeah, so am I. I sleep with the enemy. You know what I'm saying? But I learned a lot while I was doing it. Okay, it was really bad. They got scars in my bodies. Literally, there's a scar right here, guys. I woke up, and I know every scar on my body.
Yeah,
that's not mine. That one ain't mine. And so they did that. There was also the rapes we were talking about earlier. They did do that, dude. I wake up, my butt feels a little weird, and I'm just like, that's kind of weird. But when you're drugged and you're coming out of it, and then of course the honey trap hops on you. Hey, can we go get some breakfast? And all right, here's a drink. Shove a drink in your face or something. It's just crazy what these people do.
I'll show you what. Let me just share this for a sec, because this is when they sent me to Barry Trow, right? They stopped me being able to talk, and not only did that, I ended up calling him Bob as well. And I forgot, because this is what they did. Is I had the questions there to read out, so they stopped me being able to talk, and I ended up calling him Bob. Here, can you hear it? Can you hear it?
No.
We don't hear it.
Right, hang on a sec. Um, not the chat. Like the sound. Ah, there we go. Oh, because it's going through me speakers. Just silly thing, right? Right. Okay. Right. So.
Still nothing.
Right. We
You
just
probably won't get it while you're on the call, Roy.
Hang on. No, I'll just turn my microphone. No, because I think it's a good example. I'll just turn the speaker off. Right, I'll put the camera microphone on, and let's see if we can hear it this time. Right, volume up. I'll turn the volume up on the speaker. Right. Right, thank you. Oh wow. Oh no, not again. Oops, sorry, Bob. Hang on.
Look at Barry's head. He just flipped his head back the other way really quick.
Sorry,
Spun him out.
Bob.
So, right, Barry, do you want me to read it? Yes, please. Which one is it? This one here. Okay. That's how they actually stopped me being able to speak and ask the questions.
Wow.
And, yeah, and they made me come over all giddy like that, and I remember thinking, and then I started trying to read it, and then they hit me or done whatever, so I couldn't read what was on the piece of paper.
Yep. Yep, they can do that. They've done that to me before too. I think the stuff that they can do is it's behind they can do a lot more shit than you know. I think a lot of us understand, like you know, the electronical rapes as well. I've been drugged before too, where I passed, someone put something in my beer, I passed out, woke up, and smashed. I got all sorts of stuff smashed. Cops at the door. I don't know what the fuck happened. They got my eyes, but I think I didn't understand that. When my family started, they do the coughing where the kids were coughing in class when I would walk by. But in my head, I was like, okay, well, they're getting paid to do that. But when your family starts doing it, I think they were putting a tickle in their throat, and so then they can do things to people around you, right? Yeah. And then you don't know, then it messes you up, it's like, but they were getting, and so then they could put thoughts in other people's heads. And I was asking Roy this question is I have really close friends to me and they repeat things. And I'm like, I try not to, get in my head about it, but I'm like, okay, well, maybe they're susceptible to not just V2K, but some type of other mind manipulation where they're saying
That's
this
right.
and they don't understand they're saying that, so I can't beat them up for it, It's a hard line we got to figure out sometimes.
Yep.
Well, the thing is as well, is getting used to typing your password while you're thinking of another password, because you know that they know the original password.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yep.
This is
That's what I
crazy.
do. That's what I have to do. They got into my bank accounts. They got into my everything. Like next week, I should be doing an interview with Roy. You'll know everything about me.
I think that they can read. Our brain puts off certain waves when we think things, and that will tell whatever computer's on the other end. I don't know this for a fact, but what we're thinking. So what we're thinking is coming up in a voice animated voice somewhere, and so I think they can read our thoughts. I'm not sure about that, but
100%.
and also
I think so. I
our
think they can.
location. It's not just our phones. I didn't know that for a while. How these motherfuckers finding me? They can our DNA got GPS.
It all hands off.
Yep.
Because I went with a female friend. We went to Morocco, Spain, Australia, New Zealand. It followed me everywhere. It just hands off.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Definitely follow you. I used to go fishing all the time because I'm like 5 minutes from the beach, and I love fishing off the beach and I like surf fishing and stuff. But when I used to go, same guy used to walk by every morning, and the Wi-Fi would come up and it would say FBI. So like they try to scare you like that, like to make it seem like FBI is following you, but they would just put their name as FBI to, you know, to spook you. And I used to love fishing, man, but I just don't go anymore because I know they make noises and they just be following me. I don't like people to be able to cipher my energy. Like I just try to protect my energy. And if I can't, like I would just say to myself, like I transmutate anybody listening to me. If anybody's watching me, I transmutate that energy. And you could transmutate that energy that they're trying to send to you, transmutate it and turn it into protection, wisdom, or guidance, whatever you want to. So don't let them just use your energy. You transmutate that. So think about it like how artists and actors have everybody like watching them and we're giving them our energy. Same with us. We probably got thousands of people or hundreds of people looking at us, watching us, listening to us. We can transmutate all their energy for our good and our benefit. And like you guys said earlier, like I'm grateful for going through this. At the same time, it sucked, but I'm grateful because we're becoming more stronger and more powerful, and we're thinking even at a higher rate than we were before.
Exactly.
And like Roy, and I was just one thing, Roy, like Roy was saying, turn the script on him. Roy was saying he takes pictures of these cats when they're following him, you know, or he'll follow them around the block. You know, I started doing the same thing. You know, you're fucking with me somewhere, I'll just videotape you. They hate that shit. Go ahead, Roy. Sorry.
One's out of order, not us.
Yep.
It's them are out of order, isn't it? Not us.
Yep.
Who's the black sheep? Are you there? The black sheep, are you there?
Are you talking about me, Roy?
No, I've got one that the black sheep. I'm not too sure who that is.
Yeah, he said something.
Oh, who's that?
I have no idea.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, she's talking.
Hello?
Hang on. Who is that?
That's Dana.
I have a bad connection. I don't know why. Hello.
Which
Can
one?
you hear me?
Tina, are you the black sheep?
Yeah, it's the black sheep, Roy.
Hello.
Yeah, start your video, darling.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Well, we can't see you.
Hi, my name is Dana.
At the bottom of your screen and bring up the video.
From Detroit.
Tina from Detroit. Have you got a video camera so we can see you?
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan. No, because my hair is not done and I wasn't here today. I don't have no makeup
That's all
on.
right. Well, come and say hello then. Tell us about yourself.
Okay, so I've been targeted for a while. I didn't realize it until August of last year. And it's like it had to be around the pandemic or before the pandemic, right before it. And I started noticing in August of last year. And when I noticed, I keep thinking of things that happened back before then. That I was watching, I was targeted, before then. But I get heavy gang stalked. I work for Amazon, so my routes and follow me on every single call. Some of them are already there before I get. They are so bold, they may even tell me that I've had, give me a signal that I passed the house. Hello?
We're listening to you, darling.
Continue on.
I can't hear anything. Yeah, that's how bold they are, and I try to ignore them, but it's so hard. They mess with me all the time, so I'll mess back with them.
Good girl. I just want to share something with you because as we're chatting and that, so a friend of ours, she says there are consequences, 100%, you lousy clown perps, for burning my face while I was watching Roy Eacups' video indoors today. I'm more powerful than you'll ever be. So this is a friend of ours in the TI community, and she got the RAF just for watching a video. Right. It's awful, isn't it?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to share that. So have you got any friends? Are you locked out of everywhere?
You said I locked out of where?
Are you locked out of everywhere? Did you say?
You mean relationship?
No, because most of every door that we go to is normally closed.
I can't hear you good because the whole time I've been listening to the video, I've been going in and out, in and out.
Oh, I can hear you okay.
So they're fucking with your hearing, basically.
Yeah, or fucking with the device she's on. One of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, the speakers or something.
Yeah, it took me a while to get into here. I couldn't do it from my phone. They weren't letting me do it from my phone. It said slide and never, so I do it on the computer. Bastards.
Yeah. My phone's getting that hot. I'm gonna have to put.
Hello.
Oh yeah, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now.
Oh great. Hang on, Tim, I can't hear you now. You're breaking up. Sorry, after you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're messing with my phone.
I can hear you okay. No?
Yep.
Oh, they must have been
Yeah, we can hear you, Black Sheep. We can hear you pretty well.
I can't hear you guys that good. But yeah,
try and reboot it and come back in.
Okay. I'll try that.
Right? Hopefully that'll work.
Yep. And I'm breaking up on you too, Roy, am I?
You did just then, but it's okay now, Tim.
Okay. No, that's cool. No, my phone, they're making my phone that hot, mate. I might have to throw it in the freezer shortly. They done it me once. They've done it about 3 times now, where it gets so hot that you've got to throw it in the freezer because it just either that or it's going to explode. One of the two. It's getting pretty warm. Yeah, I have to take it out of the case. Anyway, I'll keep going while I can. No, mate. I mentioned Devil's Breath there earlier. I don't know whether anyone saw the note I made, but that's a drug that the CIA used to kidnap people, and it's a lot of criminals were using it in South America because that's where the drug emanates from originally, and they blow it in your face, and within minutes or within seconds of them blowing it in your face, you automatically hypnotize. You're under control of the drug, and they can just auto suggest you go to the teller machine and walk to the teller machine with them and take all your money out and give it to them. And that's what you do. And basically, then you think you're being robbed because you don't remember it. But they do a lot the same to the women. They rape them with using the drug, and they don't remember it, but they put them through all sorts of depravity and stuff. So it's one of the things that the CIA, or criminals in action, as I like to call them, that's something they've used for many years, and that's something when they go into the houses, it's something they blow into the faces of the women before they can retaliate, and that's why most of them don't remember. And that's what I was going to tell Lexi earlier as part of that thing, but I got cut short. So I hope someone remembers next time they see her to tell her about it, just so she can chase it up and investigate it.
Yeah.
But that's all I had to say on that one.
Thank
because
you, Tim.
yeah, because a lot of people don't realise that some of these drugs and that you can apparently in America, from what I understand, you can buy it over the counter in pharmacies, or you used to be able to. Yeah, because it was very cheap. You just go, the chemist used to give it to people in a powdered format. But I don't know now if it's still possible. But I know that it's a drug that yeah, it's been prevalent for a lot of criminal activity. And it's almost, yeah, they can hypnotize you immediately. Just it's basically as soon as they blow it in your face, they can tell you what they want you to do, and you automatically respond. Apparently, thank God I haven't ever had the experience, and I wouldn't like to. But yeah, I can see how some of these women don't remember what they're doing, unfortunately.
I mean, if they can make us, fall asleep or stay awake, I'm sure they could do it hypnotize you through the airwaves or the beams or whatever. Change.
They can do that through your phones. Like they can make me fall asleep. Originally, when Roy and I first met many years ago, we used to do a lot of Zoom meetings with Bobby and Juliet out of Mississippi. Bobby's out of Canada, and we all used to have a big group Zoom meeting, and they used to make me fall asleep in the middle of the meeting, and I'd be snoring, and Bobby'd have to turn off my microphone, which, but that's what happened. The bastards used to put me to sleep because they didn't want me talking, because they didn't want me to share the knowledge that I had. So that's what they did. But anyway.
So somebody's just shared this with me, and this is our friend George Benavides, the military man, and he showed me about a case about this person having something put in their body. This is what George said. So this is something else that's been happening. So I wanted to share that.
Yeah, thanks, Troy.
I know how my sister or my aunt or the home health aide that comes, it's something that just on their hand. Cause I noticed like they'll put it on my mom's like pillowcase, or they'll put it on her covers, and then they'll wipe their hand on like their whatever they're wearing, they'll wipe their hand. So I know it's odorless and I know you can't smell it, but they'll do slick things like that and put it on your pillowcase and things like that.
Yep.
I don't know which drug it is, but I know that it's something where it's they can put it on their hand and you can't see it. Cause I caught them in the act. You got to play dumb. You got to play the fool to catch a fool. So I've been doing that a lot, and I noticed their tactics now. But I wish I could just pinpoint which drug they're using. And also, I didn't post this on the video. It's a black. It's black ink. I bought some apples from the store, and it was on all the apples. It's like a little. It's like they put a marker, some kind of marker, and I had wiped it off. I have a video still. It's I know it's a black. I don't know if you guys are familiar with anything that's black. It's small, and it's, I guess they can just rub it on something. But it was on all of my apples.
They call it black goo. Black goo. Check it out.
They call it graphene or graphite.
Yeah, graphene's another name.
Yeah, graphene.
It looked like a permanent marker. It like a permanent marker.
It helps assemble nanotech.
In your body.
It was on. It was on all of my apples.
They found out they were putting it in the lettering of aspirins. Just that little bit they would put in people's aspirins just to help get the graphene into people. So that's a lot of these frequencies. They're hitting graphene in our body.
Yeah, I'm sure they got all sorts of ways they can put it in our system. Through the air, through their food, through our medication.
Yeah, and people want to know how they can drug you so easy. Guys, these guys can come in there and take your lamp and literally make the same lamp. We're talking about the CIA, the FBI. These guys can create something that would just let out a little bit of a fume that would just put your ass to sleep. It come through the vent. They used to come through the vents for me.
Yeah.
But they could put something in your room, under your bed, who knows where just lets out something that just puts you out, and then they come in, give you a shot, and you're gone.
They can do all that. They can not only can they do that, and they were doing that to me as well, but they can put it on you.
They can do it with frequency as well.
They smear it on your car door handles and on the doorknobs of your house as you go
door
in
handle.
the door.
The door handle.
You virtually get through the front door and I've heard some TIs have opened their doors and it's worked on them that quick that they've opened the door and they've fallen flat on the floor and they've come in behind them and just picked them up and they've woken up on their bed and didn't know what the fuck or how they got there.
I noticed my door handle is very slippery at times, and I just wash my hands immediately. That's very true. We
Doing
just
your
gotta be
car door
careful,
handles
man.
as well out in public. If they want to kidnap you, they'll do that. But yeah,
We gotta be careful, man. It's good that we all can come together and laugh. They said, if you laugh for 15 minutes, it's basically just like running around the park for 15 minutes exercising. So when you laugh for 15 minutes, it's the same exercising is running around the park. So it's good that we were able to laugh, and because it's hard to laugh when we're alone and we're dealing with these things. It's good
if
that
you
we're
didn't
able to
laugh,
come
you'd cry.
together, man.
If you didn't laugh, you'd cry because some of us just that bad. Like it's really disconcerting to the point where you get to they're hitting you with all this stuff and you think, well, fuck, what have I got to do to stop this? It's like it's just ongoing, and when it gets to that point and you're at your lowest, it's fucking pretty hard, and you got to maintain some level of stability. And sometimes the fact that you can laugh at yourself is the only thing that brings you back to a sense of like normality, so that you
That's
can get
right.
back on with it. Because otherwise, if you can't pick your spirits up, sometimes you pretty much hang around down in that doldrums, and you can't get yourself out. It's bad because if your day goes on like that and it continues to happen for a couple of days in a row, the depression sets in really quickly, and it's pretty easy to start doubting yourself and doubting everything else going on. So, and if we see other TIs like that, or we know that they're not themselves, we got to speak up and say, "Hey, Johnny or Tommy, you're not yourself today. What's going on, man?" You got to really say, "Hey, you just don't seem like your normal self to me. You're usually happy-go-lucky, tell a joke, whatever. But if they're not themselves, obviously, don't hesitate to speak up because sometimes they may just need pulling out of their depression."
So true.
Cheers,
That's why
Tim.
we need each other, man. That's why we need each other. Unity.
Exactly. So, the black sheep, do you want to come and say hello, darling? The black sheep? Do you want to come and say hello?
She can hear you because I can hear you. She's just not answering.
No, she was there just now, and then there
There
you
she
are.
is.
There she go.
But
Right,
she's
make
on mute.
unmute, and then you can talk to us. That's it. The camera's on. We can see your sofa. Now put your microphone on, if you would, please.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I had to switch
Oh,
phones.
how you
They
doing?
mess with
Let me
my
show
other
you.
phone
There
all the
you
time.
are.
I had to turn my video off because my hair not done.
That's all
How are
Oh,
good.
you?
don't worry
That's all
about
right.
that. Come and say
Oh my God,
hello.
this is so much better. I hear you so much better.
Oh,
That's all
good.
good.
We can hear you now, so come and tell us about you. Who are you? What's your name?
Black Sheep. My name is Dana. I was talking to you before.
Yep.
From Michigan.
Hi, yeah, hi, Dana.
Hello. Yeah, I just have a bad problem with gang stalking. It's horrible. 24/7. Inside my apartment. I think that they're up in the attic because I can hear stuff up there when I'm sleeping. They're probably in the house. I don't know.
Hey, I want to tell you what happened to me.
Hey, Dad.
I'm a cleaning lady now, and I was cleaning someone's house upstairs, and I heard all this moving around up there, and I really did think someone was in their attic, and I called the people, and the husband came home, and he looked all over, and there was nothing there. But guess what they're doing? I found out because someone stuck an endoscope in their wall, and it has a camera on it, and they shined it around, and they saw like a figure. No human being can fit in a thin wall. These are design graph traffic people,
Mm-hmm.
and they design a thing in your wall, and they can control it in your wall to make it look noise, and they did that. They do that in attics too.
Yeah, I could believe it because I have since my targeting started, I had a lot of Asians move in my building.
Mm.
I mean, they just came from nowhere.
Wow.
So they do a lot of my
Yeah.
stalking too.
You know, it all walks of life move in. Like next door, I got new neighbors, and I caught them doing. They're so stupid. I think they're clones because I catch them all the time. I got so much videos of them. They're so stupid. I laugh at them. I say,
I
you
It's
laugh
like
at them
every
too.
time I
You
go
gotta laugh
somewhere,
at
or
them.
every time I go somewhere, every time I come home, they leave or they're coming home all the time.
It's an exit entry tactic. It's called exit entry tactic. It used to get to me too, man. Like I used to get frustrated with the game stalkers, but I laugh now at them because before I used to get frustrated, but now I laugh at them and like how can you sit there and take orders to ruin somebody else's life? Like I can never like somebody can offer me $1 million right now to gang stalk my neighbor, and I would not do it. Like
No.
they would have to kill me. Like they would have to kill me. Like I can never see myself taking orders to ruin somebody else's life. Like it's
Can you imagine waking up every morning and then thinking, "Oh boy, I gotta go. All day I have to go be mean to a person." You know,
that's what I
can
say.
you
I
imagine
usually walk.
that?
I walk out of the house around 3, 4 in the morning because they have to move when we move. So sometimes I just go outside and just walk down the street because somebody probably laid up with their girlfriend, but guess what? They got to get up and go follow me.
Exactly.
I think
I may,
sometimes
I do a bit of
they're-
stargazing and all myself.
I love that. That's
they're being
exactly what
manipulated
you
as
do.
well, though. Sometimes, they think they're
Make
doing a
them
good thing.
uncomfortable.
That's
They-
right. That's
They're
right.
told that we're terrible people, we're rapists, we're drug dealers, and what you're doing is good. And it may seem weird, but what you're doing is good. This person needs it to change their behavior. I mean, that's some cases you get really good people. My landlord was a really good person, but he was doing terrible things, mental torture. He didn't think he was doing mental torture, especially when you got a government agency coming to you and saying, "Hey, we're doing this program and it's going to help him." They're manipulated sometimes as well, so we got to understand that too. Not often.
Yep.
Sometimes they're shitty people and they're getting paid and they know what they're
Yeah,
doing.
they are pieces of shit.
Yep.
You know what
Yep.
I do? Guess what I do? You know, they're all waiting for me when I leave, all up the line there, So sometimes I drive by just like that, and then I say, "Oh, you want to go for a ride, baby?" I keep making U-turns. I like to mess them up big time. They get so
Yeah,
mad.
I do too. Because if I'm doing my Amazon route and they like block me in one coming one way and the other one coming the other way, if they do that to me, then I'm gonna turn for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna pull up, back up, pull up, back up, pull up, back up for about 5 minutes, and they get
Get 'em.
mad. They hate that.
I love it.
Yep. We gotta mess with them. They trying to mess with us. And
Yep.
they in a wicked way, man. They trying to alter our thinking process, man. And they know how bright we shine. And
Yep.
they just trying to deteriorate us. They trying to dim our light. So we have to just laugh at them and
Yep.
just think of how much of a joke you have to be to do these type of things to good people. Even if somebody said like we're a bad person or we did this and we did that, you still
Yep.
should be in your right mind thinking like, why am I doing this to this person? Like
100%. 100%.
it just I don't know.
Billy
It's the
was
money too.
talking. Go ahead.
It's the money too because where I'm from, I'm not racist, but it's mostly Haitians where I stay at. And in Haiti, I learned that
They
the
do.
minimum wage is 31 cents.
Yep.
The minimum wage is 31 cents in Haiti. So how can this neighborhood, like our houses are worth 500, $600,000 in this neighborhood? How can y'all move in here, have brand new cars, you know,
Yeah.
it makes no sense how all these Haitians can move in this expensive neighborhood and don't work. And it don't work. They trying to bother me now, mess with my dog. And they don't work. So how can y'all all move in this neighborhood and have all these cars and don't work and just follow me all around and be able to pay for these houses and these cars when y'all just came from a place where y'all had no money? So it's like
But we
it's
can
clear.
figure that out.
And my best friends was Haitian. You know, I grew up in this neighborhood. So my first friends were Haitian. I know a lot of Creole. I speak Creole because of my Haitian friends, but none of them come by no more. Like they shy away from me. So I understand that money can change a lot of people, man.
Yep,
Money is
100.
money can and they also get house repairs. They get house repairs.
Yep.
They get cards from
Everything
Home
for free.
Depot, Best Buy cards. I went to Best Buy, seen one of my old friends, but he didn't know I seen him. Usually he'd come up and say something to me, but when I walked outside, I like, look at this man, like this man doing this for gift cards at Best Buy. Like
Yeah.
I can't imagine what people do for like I feel like if you're gonna sell your soul, ride around in Ferrari. Make them give you a Ferrari or a
Right.
Lamborghini. They give you $1 million houses. Like y'all still broke riding around in messed up cars, you know. Like you sell your soul for chump change, man. And it
100.
bothers me because your soul is the only thing you can bring with you and in the afterlife. We can't bring nothing else, no money, our spirit, our body, nothing. Only thing you can take with you is your soul.
You
And for you to
can't sell
sell
your
that,
soul. You can't sell your
well,
soul. It ain't yours to
well,
sell.
in layman terms, in your afterlife, you're gonna
Think
be
about that.
controlled. You're gonna be
Who gave you
controlled in
that
your
soul?
afterlife. You're gonna
Yeah.
be controlled in your afterlife just because you wanted to mess with somebody and for temporary and financial gain in this world right here. But in the afterlife, you're gonna suffer for what you did. So as long as we never sell our soul or give our rights up as a human and as a spiritual person, we'll be okay. We just gotta
There you
continue to stay
go.
strong, keep our sanity, and we just
There you
gotta,
go.
just smile, continue to smile. I heard from a high priest, he said if you smile and laugh at them, that irritates that irritates them a lot. So
I
anytime you
do.
see a
I
gang
love
stalker,
that.
anytime you see a gang stalker, just laugh at them, man. Laugh and smile. They like in their head, they probably like, golly, we didn't break him yet. He's not walking around mad or sad. Like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm always happy, man. I'm always glad. I'm always smiling. Like, that really irritates them, y'all, because they really think they're diminishing us, but we just being stronger. So just laugh in their face, man. Just laugh in their face. I sometimes throw the middle finger too. I
Yeah.
always do that. Sometimes,
Yeah.
I don't want to stoop to their level, because I want to keep myself at a high vibrational rate.
Oh,
But
you never
sometimes,
want
man, you got to give them what they give you.
to. You know what? Billy was talking to a friend, to someone on the phone this afternoon, and he was out in the front there on the sidewalk talking on the phone. He wasn't paying attention, but I was watching him on my cameras. I got cameras. I got all these cameras on my house, and some black Jeep was driving real slow, looking at him. I mean, did he expect Billy to turn around and say, "What do you want?" But he just didn't, I can't imagine what that perpy thought, God, he's not looking at me and he's not paying attention to me. What do I do?
They don't like that. They hate
Exactly.
it when you do that.
They
They
hate
want
it
you to
when you
pay
don't pay them
attention
no
to the
mind.
yeah, they so do.
I
Mhm.
used to
Oh,
though,
they know
because we
I'm
used
paying them
to.
attention. Every time I go outside, I got my video camera on.
There you
They don't
go.
like that either.
Nope. There you go.
Yeah.
They hate it. They hate it because they definitely videotaping us. They taking
Mm.
pictures. A perp, you can tell a perp, they always on their phone looking down. Always on their phone looking
Yep.
down, waiting for the next order to give to take. But
Yep.
I used to go outside before I knew I was gang stalked. I used to go outside and look at all my neighbors, try to wave and say hi and stuff. Now I just look at my phone. I look other places. I can't look at them no more. That's the evil eye.
Yeah.
They give you evil eye. So it's irritating sometimes how they just staring at you, and sometimes
And
it
the
just
looks that they give you, I had to practice them in the mirror. I'm trying to go. I couldn't even do
Y'all
it
let
because
them do that. I
I'm
don't
not
let
used
them
to
give me
making
evil
faces
looks.
like that.
If they give me
I
an
don't
evil
look
look,
at
I'm
them.
gonna go over there and be like, "You okay? Something wrong with
Yeah,
you?"
100.
Yeah, I
This
don't
how they
let them
want you
give
to
me
do
no
that. They
evil look,
want our attention. They want our attention. They want us to
and
act
I'll
out so
give
they
it
can
to
say,
them
"Look, he
too.
crazy. He
I
crazy.
don't
Look, he's
care.
crazy."
I don't care if they say it.
It's nice to hear you all having a natter. I just want to share this with you. This is our support for our Japanese friends, because I've got a little group and a friend of ours, she's going out and she's putting these up, and I'll share a couple of more in a minute. I just don't want to share.
Oh
I don't want to share any personal information, so I want to make sure I'm doing it right. Right, here we go. Right, so I'll share the screen. This is actually, I'm going to share my Twitter feed, and this is my Twitter feed, and this is our Japanese lady friend. And I got a message from our other friend Yuki in Japan, and this is from her friend, and she's putting up the non-gang stalking posters and that. And this is her Twitter handle. I've already retweeted it. Lots of local shops are cooperated that are gang stalking crime fryer. I think that means flyer, but we know what she meant, bless her heart. And I'll stop sharing that because I'll give her a shout out, because Yuki sent me the message just now.
Awesome.
And she's from Toyama, and I can't remember if that's. I'm sorry, I can't see what her name is, but I said that's a good friend of ours, Yuki. This is her friend, and she's out putting these no gang stalking and crimes up in Japan. So that's oh, I'm not sharing the screen though, am I? No, oh, Roy, come on, get your act together. And no, I said I wanted to give a shout out to her because I think it's important. This is these are the posters that she's putting out. So very grateful to you, and thanks for the share, Yuki. And good luck to you and your friend as well. Because my little friend Yuki, she phones me from Japan. She's got a friend who's getting hit really badly, and I'm at a loss for words sometimes, because when you become close to people in this community, and we're all over the world, and my little friend Yuki, she's crying out for help. She's in her early 40s. She won't mind me saying that. She's a beautiful young lady, and she's trapped in her home, and she's getting gang stalked. She's getting all the electronic torture, and she's got a friend of hers that this is happening to. And Yuki reaches out to me and her friend, and sometimes I'm at a loss for words, and you just want to help more, and you don't know what else you can do to help. You're putting everything you can out there, and then you've got loads of other nonsense to put up with from the people that are trying to steer you off course. So it's hard work, this is, but what a lovely group we've got, and it's been great hearing it as well. Everybody's stories and what everybody's got to share. And sorry to Black Sheep, I didn't mean to butt in then. I just wanted to show a little bit of support for our friend in Japan.
Oh, that's okay. I'll
No,
give much
thanks to you,
support to
darling. I'm
any
so
TI.
sorry to have butted in. But I've got to do things like that as well before I forget.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because they'll tangent me off somewhere else, and I won't
Mhm.
get to share as much as I want to. So
That's understandable.
Is it any country, like anywhere in the world, where people
is
are
there
not getting stalked,
Not that I know.
or is it worldwide?
Well, I made a mistake earlier, and
Worldwide.
I said the Caribbean and not South America, because I don't know of many in the Caribbean, because let's face it, there's only a few rich islands, like the Cayman Islands, for instance. So a lot of the Caribbean islands, they're probably weaponized in some respect, but I don't know of many out that way. You know, so but like somebody said earlier, it's definitely the G5, isn't it? We know it's all of them. So the poorer countries, but for the grace of God, there go I, would probably I would assume or would think would be the kind of places on people's bodies, especially with the sunlight and everything else, because how long will it take for the poorer countries to catch up with the richer countries with all this technology?
Years. Infrastructure takes ages to put in place.
Yep, I know they do gang stalking in Ghana and South Africa a lot. South Africa and Ghana, I know
Yeah,
the
they're
two
bad.
African countries. It's real bad in South Africa, they said.
Yep. I have friends over there too, and it's real bad. They tell me too. Yeah, it's horrific.
Well, it's nice meeting everybody. I have to get ready to go.
Are you blowing us out?
I am. Sorry.
It's good to
But
meet you.
hopefully I can see you all again.
Yeah, lovely to
sometime.
meet you, Dana.
See you, Black
You
Sheep.
too.
Take care.
Okay.
You know
You
where we
too.
are as well, Dana.
Huh?
It's nice
Know
talking to you,
where we
Donna.
are.
Oh, okay, you too. Bye.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye. Now we've got the Magnificent Seven left.
What time it is over there, Roy?
It's 25 to 3 in the morning.
Another late one, Roy.
Half day for me.
Another late one, Roy. Always the same.
It's so lovely to have heard people laugh.
Good on you, mate. Good
It's
on
so
you.
lovely to, honestly, it just so is. And to hear a bit of banter, because I used to go in a bar, and I'm sure all of us had, there's a load of blokes, you're talking a load of shit, having a game of pool, having a smoke and everything else. But most of the bars, if you went to, nobody would talk to you.
Yeah, that's true.
This our bar.
Yeah,
This our
you're
bar.
a champion, Roy.
Giving you the fucking nudge and all that shit. Or they'd
You're
even
a
go
champion, mate.
outside and get a shopping trolley and just bring it inside to give you a nudge with the shopping trolley. Oh my lord.
Yeah, you're a champion, mate. If you want a second opinion, ask me twice. Mate, you're always good value, mate. Always good value. I'm probably going to have to take a runner shortly myself because this website's not going to write
Yeah,
itself.
well, I'll wrap up. I'll wrap up shortly as well because
Yeah, well, I'll hang
I'm
around
sure the
again and wrap up.
the fan. I'm sure the shit will hit the fan fairly early in the morning.
I'm going to hang around. Well, I'll hang around a little longer for you, mate. Like you and I.
Okay.
If
Well,
it's
all I
not
was
you
going
having
to
a
say
late.
is there was 2 blokes repairing push bikes outside of my place today, and they had special uniforms on. I thought, you're taking the piss, aren't you?
Well, if it's not you having a late evening, Roy, it's me. It's you. Every time we're on a call somewhere, if it's not early in the morning for me, it's early in the morning for you. So
Exactly.
we're pretty well used to it, I think.
Yeah.
Mate,
Well,
the stuff they do to us.
I can't believe I've survived. I've been doing this on Twitter for 14 years, and this is 3 years we've been doing this on Zoom now. I looked, it's 14 years on December I started the Twitter account. 3 years ago I started this, and about a year ago we started filming them. We're moving in massive directions. We really are.
Man.
The words
The pace is picking up.
Pardon?
The pace is picking up, and
No,
people are starting to get on
it's the
board.
right time. It's the right time for all of us.
Exactly.
I knew this was going to kick in, and that's
Sooner or later it had to
that's
happen.
why I told everybody to really get on it because I could feel the shift. They took me out of the dark after 28 years. The lights came on about 6, 7 months ago, and my brain is still rehabilitating, you know, and I forget things all the time, but I'm getting sharper, and the lights are coming on better, and I know it, and you can't say it when you know something, you know it. You know,
Yeah, that's true, man.
that's when I really said we've got to start pushing it now because the time's right. You know, like
Yeah, and there's lots of people coming out of the woodwork too, Roy.
Russell Brand was reporting it last week, and to me, Russell Brand reporting is a big thing. And I've been approached to do a podcast, and they've got 4 million viewers. So this is in the pipeline. So thank you, mate. And hopefully we're really going to start shifting this now.
Good on you, Roy.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. Definitely appreciate you, Roy. Because
Yeah, it's
I
my
don't talk to
pleasure.
anybody. You know, we isolated. So
Yeah.
being able to come,
I've
it
had
just
some horrible messages the last few days, and it's really hurt me, you know, because
wow.
well, it does, it affects you. Because when you think you've got people that you trust and you're gelling with, and then next minute you hear that they're talking shit about you because you're telling the truth, and they're telling a little porky here or there about you, and that all bloody hurts.
Yeah,
You
of
know,
course it
and then
does.
everything gets spun. Fuck me, we're all being tortured. Come on, let's help one another. Don't
That's
turn
right.
against each other. We're here for each other.
That's right.
Well, I hope this Russell Brand thing works out really well for you, Roy, because
No, it's not. No, not Russell Brand. I didn't say Russell Brand.
Oh, okay.
I said he did
I know he did.
MK Ultra this week.
I thought you meant
No, this is another podcaster approached me
Oh, okay.
because MK Ultra is really getting out there now. You know,
Oh, yeah.
and like Billy mentioned, after 50 years, things come out. Well, it was 1973 that it came out for, very prominent. I back her all the time.
Montreal.
No, the lady, Kathy O'Brien.
Kathy O'Brien, yeah.
Right. Well, it was 1973 that Kathy O'Brien came out, and it was 1973 that it went underground. Right? It was supposed to be, it went underground. So it's been underground 51 years. It's been underground 51 years. So that's why I'm saying, like what Billy said was spot on, because it's over 50 years now. Everything's been released. We've got all the truth out there. Hang on, Tim. We've got all the truth out there now. I've got thousands of bookmarks of everything that I've collected over the 18 years that I've been able to be researching, you know. So I'd help anybody with anything that they wanted just to get this word out further. Because as we've sat here tonight, I've been hit, my legs have been hit, I've been hit all over, and it bloody hurts. You know, and I sit here and no, Tim, I'm just saying this because I like to have a say sometimes. We're all brothers here, mate, and sisters, whatever, and we've got to help one another more. You know,
That's
we've
right.
got to gel this community, and any gossip in this community is got to be stummed straight away because I'm starting to hear stuff and it's horrible, and I don't want to be part of no name calling crowd. And you know, we've got to build everybody up. I don't want to hear no tittle tattle. I don't want to hear no shit about anybody because then that puts my doubt in mine. And I don't want to harm this community in any way, shape, or form ever. So I've got to be meticulous in everything that I do. And that is what I stand by. And if I fall a little bit, please help me back up because some days it's not easy. I mean, no, that's what I'm talking to you all, gents.
I know it can
You know,
be
it's
tough.
been a bloody tough road, you know, and we're getting fucking I'm sorry, we're getting slowly killed in our own homes. I'm 61 now. You know, I don't know what's going to happen next. You know, my head feels like it's exploding. They hit round my heart. They were hitting me with my legs when I was out with that woman yesterday, you know. And they're not happy with the throat operations, the cancer, the macular degenerations, the cataracts, the broken inner ear bones, you know.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to 61. I hope I get to 61, Roy. You blessed, man. And for
I
you to be
know
dealing with
you
this that
will.
long, man.
Oh, you will. You'll get to 161, you will. You'll
Hopefully we've got to
still be
stop
out in the
before then.
garden.
Hopefully we've got to
I
stop
know.
before then.
Yeah, my birthday May 2nd, so I think it's in a couple more
Oh,
weeks.
lovely. Happy birthday. But
Yeah,
we'll see you before then anyway, Brandon.
How old will you be?
34.
You're only a spring chicken yet, mate. You
That's
got a while
it.
to go
That's
yet.
it. That's it. And my life still didn't start yet, man.
You'll
It's
still
still
be
in
alive,
start.
mate. We'll have this stop before you get to 50. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
When I'm 60, y'all gonna be in the 80s and 90s, man. Yeah. And I'm gonna have to continue to push this out, man. You know, I never want this community to stop or come to a halt ever.
Yeah,
You know,
nor me.
and I want somebody to continue to do it
Yeah.
after all of us, man. Because
Well, I
like you
want
said,
this legacy. I want our piece of land. I want our piece of land in Jamaica. I want our charity. I
Oh
want it
yeah.
for all of us. I
We
don't.
end this shit now, guys. We end this shit now. Fuck our
Yeah,
future kids going through this. We end this shit now.
yeah,
that's right.
100%.
Right.
Yeah, and look, I've got a friend that's run away because she got put on the program by a politician. She's separated from her 10-year-old son, right?
Wow.
Because of this shit. She's in another country, so she hasn't got access to her son.
Hopefully she not getting gang stalked over there and
Well,
in that country.
she's all right. She checks in a lot of times a day, you know, so
Good,
she's okay. Yeah,
good, good. Because I know one
That's
guy,
like
he went to
Dudley.
Asia, and when he went to Asia, they did something to him over there. Like he bought some land and stuff, and somebody he hired to work for him on the land, he took him out somewhere and he just shot the gun in the air for no reason, the worker. So they paid the worker to do that, and then next thing you know, he went to another country, and then Asia contacted that country, the next country he went to, and told him he's a terrorist. So it's like every country you go to, well, every country he went to, he was labeled as a terrorist. So it sucks trying to leave one place, you know, your home where you're situated, and get situated somewhere else,
yeah,
and you know, and you're not around people you know or your family. You know, you far away from home. And imagine being in a jail in Asia or you know Tanzania or somewhere where you know you don't even speak the language they speak. So it's tough
Yeah.
being here. It's tough
Doug
being in.
Shipton out of Canada had that a little bit of that where he's in Asia and the same thing happened, but similar thing. He got labelled terrorist there. They actually blacked him out while he was driving a car down the road while he was in the. They blacked him out. He hit a telephone post. Lucky he didn't kill himself. But all his family are in the UK. His wife is Asian and took his kids to the UK, and he's had to go back to Canada because he's hoping to get some work over there. Roy, you know Doug, don't you? I'm sure you do. I think we've had Doug on a call before.
possibly.
Yeah, you'd know Doug. He's a really nice guy, actually. He's a very clever man. He's a geologist, and he's got a number of degrees. Engineer as well. I think he's a geologist and an engineer. But yeah, he's an interesting guy. But he had similar thing happen to him, where he's in Asia and they crashed him out while he's driving down the road. He was very lucky.
Mm.
He showed me the damage on the car. Man, how he walked away from that. You got to just say God exists, because when stuff like that happens, it's just inexplicable that he survived, man. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth. Anyway. Oh, another thing, in different countries, like over here, we have moratoriums on different things at different time frames. Like we've got to wait 74 years before we can discover which politicians. There's like 28 of them that went to the Senate hearings for the Wood Royal Commission back 20 years ago. They've been trying to silence it, and this Senator Heffernan's been trying to get it out for years. And there's including several prime ministers and a couple of really high-profile politicians, basically kitty fiddlers and all sorts of things. They're all Freemasonic, and yeah, so they're trying to bring that out. But yeah, there's different levels of secrecy they bring out at different stages as well. But yeah, we got one over here. They're trying to name and shame these politicians and get them before some justice commission. But yeah, a lot of the politicians are doing their level best not
it's all
to.
coming out, Tim.
It is like a lot of people know about it, Roy, but trying to get them into the courts is the hard bit. Trying to get someone, because they run the courts and everything.
What did I read a couple of days ago about the 200 that were caught? A couple of
Where's
days,
that at?
I can't remember what government it was. There was 200 of them.
200 of what, Roy?
I think it was 200 politicians. Caught. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we need whistleblowers. We need whistleblowers.
I think it was yesterday or the day before.
Yeah,
just the fact that these bastards run the courts and they run the police and everything else.
Yeah.
It's hard to get them in to face justice because they run everything and they shut it down before we can actually get any traction. That's the hard bit.
Yeah,
and I just found it actually. Here it was, and it said that this was live 200 Labour politicians arrested and suspended in Britain.
Wow.
I think
in the UK.
that was 5 days ago. Yeah, there we go.
Wow. That's heavy duty, Roy.
Yeah, clean them up.
Pardon? If you Google 200 politicians, that's what came up. It was sent through to me yesterday.
Wow, that's heavy duty, man.
Well, the thing is they can't get away for it forever, can they? You know, this shit's
Well, let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Well, no,
Yeah,
but what I mean, they know it's coming on top now because there's so many of us and there's so much stuff going on, isn't there? And like I said just a while ago, Billy mentioned the 50-year law, and my mother used to mention that, and that's the thing that is, you know. So it'll all start coming out now, the same as it did in '73, thank goodness, when Kathy O'Brien that came out. So as I said, that's 51 years now. You know, the media companies should be jumping on top of us to get us out in the open now, to getting us help, because it's
problem
all
is the media behind it, Roy.
Pardon?
I spent 35 years in the media. The media behind it, like they're part of this. They're part of the problem. If we cut the media down, they got no propaganda arm. That's how we beat them.
Oh no, but I didn't mean it. No, I meant real documentary makers.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking. I meant I meant when Giampiero approached me, he said to me, "Would I do a documentary?" And I said yes, but he couldn't get the backing. So this is how it works. He's got a production company. He goes to people to get the backing, and he couldn't get the backing to raise the funds to make the documentary.
Yeah, they shut him down before he got started.
Yeah, but it was not. But to be honest with you, it was nice of him to approach and give us a bit of hope.
Yeah.
You know, because somebody might be watching this and think, "Fuck it, I'll back them."
Yeah.
You never know. There might be that person who's got the balls to do it or the whatever.
Well, let's hope so, Roy. We can only hope, man. That's all we can hope and pray for.
If we don't put it out there, because people are knowing that this is real and they're going to know it's real. And the majority of real people wouldn't want anybody touched with this shit we talk about.
That's right.
You know, we could do a lot of good in this world, and so could they. we could make them very prominent and make a real good change in this world. A lot of things, because we're a good bunch of heads here. You know what I mean? There's a lot of brains between us, and good brains, and globally, and we get on. We're all brothers and sisters. We're going through the same shit. We need one another.
That's right. That's right.
Got to support each other, man. That's the one thing we do have to do.
Support. That's what we need, man. Support.
Exactly. Well, what I wanted was I wanted to start a sort of like a phone, so that everybody's got somebody to phone. But we've got to think of all the safety aspect there, you know, because we can't have anything like that infiltrated, you know. So you've got to think to the highest degrees with stuff like that, because this community so heavily, or it can be so heavily infiltrated. So
That's right.
everybody's data has got to be massively protected in every aspect, you know, and there can be no sort of things going on behind anybody's backs or nothing. Everybody has to be 100% kosher straight, you know, with no agenda apart from good, you know, because we know what it's like living through hell, or I certainly do, and it ain't nice, and I know you do.
It's definitely not nice, man. It's frustrating sometimes.
Sometimes, bloody hell.
Majority of the time.
Yeah, man, it's tough sometimes.
I mean, I can't think what would make a better, you know, a story or a piece of news media or a documentary, you know, about people that are suppressed, you know, tortured, going through hell, that rise above it, you know. For that truth to come out would be amazing. You know, we're slowly doing it.
Yeah, it's coming out. You know, I just feel it, because the time's right. Because the lights came on for me, and I've been doing this for so long. And then I thought, right, we got to start pushing it now, because I've been here listening to so much for so many years, and the organisations, okay, they're doing their best, but nothing's happening. You know, we got to really get things happening, because how long are we going to last with this crap?
Yep.
You know, we've all got ailments, and we all need help. You know,
Those flyers
I went to
you put out was
hospital.
good.
I fell over on New Year's Eve last year, went to hospital. I can't bend my finger anymore. And when I went to hospital, they just put a bit of tape round it and sent me home.
I remember you said that. We need to put flyers out like that. Like your friend in Japan, that's very smart to put flyers out. Like
yeah,
flyers in different stores. Every store we go to, every community store, Walgreens, anywhere. Just put the
I'm gonna
flyers
start
out.
doing that.
The easiest advertisement, spray paint. I said it.
Yeah, there'll be a press kit on the new website too, where they'll have messages and flyers that they can print up and go.
Buy that one.
It's one guy on YouTube. He got shirts. He got gang stalking shirts. He's on
But
your
I'm
channel
telling you,
too.
spray
Roy.
paint, you can cover a large area and a big crowded area, and it's very cheap. $7 for a little, and you can put it everywhere, dude. I was putting it all. I grew up in Venice Beach. I would put it all over the skate park, all over the walls, the pavilion. It didn't matter. It was in every alley. People were seeing, you know, gang stalking is terrorism. Gang stalking kills children. Just anything I could think.
Good for you, Billy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So I'm telling you,
Good
it's
for you.
cheap, and trust me, they come and paint over it right away. So don't feel bad for the neighborhood or anything, because trust me, they're right behind you, literally.
Yeah. Like I said, some of these gang stalkers don't understand what they're doing too. You know, they're manipulated in doing this, whether it's for money or, you know, they think they're doing a good thing by. Yep. So, you know, get a packet of information. This is what I did in my last apartment. You know, I left something there, you know, for my landlord to read, you know, so he could see what he's doing is mental and physical torture. Whether he knew it or not, he might think he's doing something good, you know. Oh, you know, they tell him, oh, you're helping this person by doing this. So I left him a packet of information, you know. And hopefully he read it. You know, it's all we can do.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Yeah, Roy, can I speak? There's going to be on the new website when we get it up. There'll be a page there called press kits. When you go to that page, you'll be able to punch in the press kits there, and it'll come up. There'll be flyers and there'll be cards and that any TI can print up. One will be like a help card, like that they can pass on to someone quietly, like, I need help, I'm a TI, I'm in trouble, I need help, can you get me out of here, or whatever. And there'll be other flyers saying that I'm a TI, this is my situation, and they can pretty much print it all up themselves for free. It'll whatever the ink costs them, I guess, on their own printer. But they'll be already formatted, and they'll be able to print them up for nothing, and they'll be able to utilize them and put them up in places. And obviously the emergency cards as well, in case they get into strife where they can't where they need some help and they need to notify someone quietly. At least they can slip someone a card or leave it somewhere if they're getting dragged away or something. Like, they can bring it to someone's attention. So we've thought about that, and we're trying to make sure that that's available to everyone when it happens.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about, you know, counseling and therapy and you know, psychiatry earlier. I would recommend, you know, if you are going to go that route, you know, you make sure that you bring a packet of information up front and say, hey, if you want to go through this and read this first before you decide to talk with this person, and then get their reaction from that. You know, if you want to take the time, you know, and if I'm going to be paying for the session, or Medicaid's going to be paying for the session, I'm going to need you to read this and go through this, you know, because this is real, before you even start talking to this person, you know, so they know what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of them are already well aware of the targeting programs as well.
Oh, absolutely. They have a lot of.
They just want to deny it. They're like, they know it, but they'll tell you it doesn't exist, even though they know.
Yep. Then you go see somebody else, you know, or come here and talk with us, you know.
Exactly.
It's a therapist on YouTube. It's the only therapist I know talks about gang stalking.
Yeah,
But
I've seen that.
Yeah, I know.
charge. She don't charge. She's a black woman. She got like a big nose. She wear glasses. She talks. She's the only therapist I know on YouTube that, you know, help us out. Us target
I've seen
individuals.
her do a lot of stuff on gang stalking. Yeah, she's really good.
Her name's Tamara.
really good.
Matter of fact, Tamara Hill. Yeah, she's the only one, man. I'm trying to find it so I can put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
she's good.
Hey, can I show you guys something?
Of course you can.
Yeah, man, go for it.
So I'm sitting here having a little ice cream, and she's got all these cameras up. And I look over at the camera, and all of a sudden I see this laser shoot across the backyard, which is basically, you know, they hit the house and it goes to the back.
Yeah.
We're going to play it for you guys right now.
Yeah, my cameras used to do all sorts of weird shit. Big lights they put on there. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Back it up.
Yeah, thank you.
Believe it or not.
Wow.
Can you guys see the TV good?
Yep.
So what you're going to see is this laser come. There it comes. It's coming back.
I saw it.
She's backing it up.
Again?
There it is. She's backing it up. She's backing it up.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
See it.
Wow.
See that?
Yep.
See it coming right here?
Yeah,
So
she's
that
strafing
light's
it
going that
everywhere.
way. So what it is,
You're
guys,
getting-
is what I'm telling you is that's the neighbor in the upstairs just running it through her house.
You're
They
getting
just whip
strafed,
them
man.
like lightsabers. They just do it like that.
Yeah, they're strafing you.
YouTube channel on the chat to Hill.
What's up? Hang on a sec. I was quickly going to share this to give this lady a shout out. This is gang stalking trauma, and this is
Yeah,
Tamara
that's her.
Hill. And this is the lady who
Look at that shit.
So this is what I saw while I was sitting here, guys. I'm telling you. That's just crazy.
Yep, that's Tamara right there.
Yeah. So it is the neighbors, and they are shooting lasers.
The guy was parked outside my
Did you
house.
guys see the TV stuff?
And
The laser?
the guy was parked outside my house last night. They put my car alarm on. Didn't like that. That was good.
Gotta
Did you
love the
guys
noise
see the
campaigns.
laser?
Yeah, we've
Huh?
seen it. That's crazy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's
I'll
good to
take a
keep cameras
snapshot.
running. Catch stuff
I'm gonna
like
put
that.
that. I'm putting that on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's just
I'll
more
just-
evidence.
I'll just take a snapshot of the time, and then I have to go back to it because I can't record while I'm on with you guys.
Yeah.
And I'll put it on TikTok, and I'll send it to Roy.
Yeah. And so the people that drive by, they do it too. They walk by, they create little, issues like where cars can't turn, so the lights are stuck on you. But those lights affect you guys. Those cars are just like their handheld weapons, their cars have them too. And so all these people that say, oh, they can't drive and they got to put their reverse lights on, they act like they can't, those lights are harming you. It's messing with something in your head, the nanotech or whatever it's doing, sending a frequency at you. They're hitting you with those red and white lights constantly, I believe, because of the nanotechnology. And I've shared it with Roy, I believe, if you remember.
Yeah.
That this nanotech that they put
Yeah,
in
I
your body.
don't drink all day, every day, Billy.
Huh?
I said, I don't drink all day, every day. Of course I remember.
No, but basically one arm would move with a white light and the other one would move with a red light. So if they're constantly hitting us with lights all the time, like that laser you just saw, that made one part of the body move. And then they'll shoot another laser and another laser and another laser. And you got different parts of your body heating up, all kinds of shit going on. This is one of the technologies that I believe we're going through. So I just wanted to show you guys that because it was weird how I looked over and I saw that fucking laser go right through there. Because I've been
that's
hit
cool.
with lasers. I got tons of video. I could share my screen with you guys and show you
Yeah,
videos
share
of
a
lasers.
few, Billy.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Billy's got some cracking setups.
I gotta find out where the share button is. Hold on.
That's all right.
Oh, here it is. Don't mind the porn if you see it. So, well, here, let's start with this one.
Of course my balls are slapping a perf's chin. I'm a TI.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna get out of here and go to photos because everything's full always. But let me go into here and see if it'll actually let me play any of this stuff. Because if it does, I got some video of lasers hitting me. They delete a lot of my stuff, but basically
Yeah.
everything you're looking at, all these things are fucking just videos of me being attacked, literally. Oh, here's one. See if this will play. See how they usually won't let them play. Let's see if it goes through. But if you guys can see, let me zoom in. You see that that line coming in right there? That's a laser hitting my head.
Yeah.
This is a video right there. Right underneath the flag there. You'll see a little white line. It's better in the video. But that's a
Yeah, that's
laser
good.
that I'm being hit with. But
Come
it's
on.
not going to let it. It won't let my stuff play. Here's another one. They're bathing the house in radiation.
Yeah, they did that at my place.
Yeah, see, they're not letting them play.
Yeah, of course they're not.
Oh wait, here's one. Here's just a photo. So this is me at CarMax.
I'm at CarMax, and look at those lasers coming and hitting my arm right there.
Yep.
See them?
Yep.
I was getting hit so hard, I said, fuck it, I got to film myself. And there it is, lasers hitting my arm at CarMax. 2 of them.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. I got better ones than that. But like I said, they won't let it play for you guys.
Oh, of course they won't.
And they let it, a lot of my stuff, they just delete it. If it's too good, they just delete the shit.
It's too good.
Anyway, so, this is the kind of shit they do across the street. Those lights affect us. See how one's just a normal light and the other one's super bright? That's the cars that they have outfitted. I have videos of the cars too. I don't know if they're going to let it play, but I showed Roy the other night. We were messing around doing this stuff. And see, they're not letting it play. They turn it into a picture or whatever. It just literally sits there. There's like, look, you can see down here, this is the movie. This is the whole video. But they won't let it play.
I think it's high time.
Anyway.
Good stuff. Wish we could have seen
Try
more.
and close the app, Billy, and see if you can close the app and reopen it.
No, it's not that, guys. They literally won't let me use my stuff. What they'll do is, like, I could show you in my pictures. I have a 2-minute video and it takes up 2 gigabytes of my storage. So I only have maybe 5 gigabytes of information, and they'll take up 128 gigabytes, so that I can't use my storage anymore. So I can't take videos, I can't do TikToks, I can't get information out. And then if I try to download all the information off my phone, it just spins like that. It'll just keep spinning, or it won't let me hit the final button or whatever. It won't let me get the information off, and it won't let me put any more on. So they're basically
share it as an
leaving
attachment?
your only option is to delete everything.
Billy, can you share it as an attachment in an email?
Yeah, like I said, I've been able to text these items that I'm struggling showing you guys. I've sent them out to people already, but they modified them, as they're sitting in your phone. I can show you more videos that are just photos now. They're not even a video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they fuck with my data all the time too.
Yeah, guys, I would take a video of somebody and I'd be watching it. I'd be watching the video, and then 10 minutes later I go to show somebody and that video is gone off my phone. And it's like I busted the dude doing something behind me. So, I would just like this other guy was talking about, I would walk around and then I would just turn the camera on and shine it behind me like this and see just whatever it picks up. Dude, I was picking up dudes hitting me with lasers, hitting dudes. They use their phones, they use lasers, they do all kinds of shit with the cars behind you. As soon as you turn your back, the lights are on you. Lasers are on. So that's the shit I'm talking about. But if you guys start aiming the camera at yourself, you're gonna pick up and put some smoke in the air. That's how I was able to pick up all these lasers, with some smoke. Because our eyes see these lasers.
That's how that doctor in Canada done it when they were strafing his windows with the thing. He put the steam out of his bathroom, left the bathroom door open. And he actually is in America now, but interesting guy. He's a doctor out of Canada, but I've seen that many years ago. Yeah, where he done that. And as a man, they were smashing his fucking windows like with the laser. The amount of lasers that were hitting it constantly, he was just, man, he's lucky he got out of there alive, because that was just full on. I know I get smashed here quite a lot, but after seeing that, yeah, it's pretty heavy what they put some of us through, man. Like, it is lucky that I was saying to Maria yesterday, in America there, we are made of different stuff, because if it wasn't If it wasn't, that's part of the reason they target us, because most other people copping all this shit would be dead already. So what is it that is about us that we seem to be able to endure some of this shit more than others can?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
we're part of the Super Soldier program. That's part of what's going on. The space bullshit.
Hey guys, we touched on a subject earlier with Ollie. He was talking some stuff. I wanted to share with you guys this video about what really happens in court. Okay, let me share my screen one more time with you, and it's on TikTok, so it should play. But they use a different language in court. Is there an echo?
Yeah.
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 Hold on, Deb's got to mute.
Yeah, they're fucking with your sound.
Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted. There you go.
Okay, so basically they use a different language in court. It's called legalese. It's just like Chinese, Japanese, Taiwanese, whatever. There's no law that says we need to speak this language. So here's an actual judge speaking to a counselor and telling them that we speak a different language in here. And so nobody ever believes me, but this is the only video I believe in the world that actually shows this.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't understand English, he just feels more comfortable in Creole.
I always have reluctance to even speak slowly because, as you well know, counsel, I really don't think we speak English. We speak another language. It's called legalese.
So what I'm trying to show everybody that is that when we go in there and we think that we're speaking to them, and they're understanding us and we're understanding them, it's not. They're using a word game with us. And their legalese is built for their society. All those lawyers and judges and clerks of the court, they all speak in
part of maritime law.
Yeah, they all speak in maritime law, correct. It's all code and statute.
We're common law or law of the land.
The problem is I'm not in maritime law. I don't live in maritime law. I live under God's law.
You're law of the land, man.
Right. So what I'm saying is they're when we go in there, they're assuming this maritime upon us. And until we let them know that they're just speaking to man, nothing else, that, we're under God's law, that puts you in common law. Of course, you're going to write it a certain way. However, once you're into the common law side, they know those codes and those statutes don't apply to us. Okay, but what they will do is they're going to try that legalese to try to get jurisdiction over you, like Ollie was trying to make a point earlier. So as soon as we fall into that legalese jurisdiction, now you're under maritime law, but they don't say this to you in court. They'll say something as simple as sit down. And you sit down, you're under their jurisdiction. Okay?
Well, you comply, see? As soon as you comply, you're fucked.
Correct. If the judge tells you, do you understand? And you say yes.
Yeah, you don't stand under them.
You just fell under their jurisdiction because you is plural. And so they're speaking to your person. They can't put man or woman in jail. They can only
You're a
speak
dead
to your
entity
person.
in court. You're a dead entity in court. Because you're coming from
Right.
the
So
land of
I
the
just
dead.
wanted everybody to see that, guys, that we're dealing with a different animal. They're playing word games with us. And until we actually start educating ourselves in this community about what's going on in court, just like what's going on with targeted justice, they're on the maritime side. They are saying, oh, they split it up and they got to. No, you don't ever do that. If we're going to do anything, you're going to file a claim that someone has trespassed upon your rights, period. That's
It's all connected to your birth certificate too.
Hold on. Now you're hopping into the legal side. That's all legal stuff. Man didn't create that. Government created that. You don't own that birth certificate. It says it right on there. Any California ID, the birth certificate is not your property. That's the property of the government. And so what I'm telling you is that's their legal society. That's your person. That's the one they're charging in court. Your straw man. Okay. And that's what they're charging you in court. And when you start actually saying, oh, yes, I am this person, then they have rights.
That's when you're
Then
fucked.
they have jurisdiction. If you call yourself a defendant, a parent, an owner, any of these things that other than man or woman doesn't have rights. All the other things are just made up. I'm lonely, I'm happy, I'm joyful, I could be all kinds of shit. I'm man. I can change my mind at any moment. I can do whatever I could be a goddamn unicorn. Nowadays I can say I'm a woman. Okay, and so yeah, if Rambo came out today, it would be Glambo. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But what I'm saying, guys, is they're just playing word games. And so when we start to understand that when we get into court, it's our court, guys. When you file documents into court with a claim, that's our court. And the simple way to do this is ask the judge, whose court is this? And he'll tell you. It's either your court, his court, or the prosecutor's court. It's somebody's court, and you need to know which court you're in order to be able to do what you need to do. Because if you're in common law, he's going to look at you and tell you, oh, well, obviously we're in your court, sir. And at that point, you can do whatever you want. You know it's your court. But people don't understand this because they're playing word games. But you can ask the judge certain questions and find out really where you're standing. And, you know, people like to argue maritime. I'm a sovereign citizen and everything. That's already known when you say man. Man is sovereign. Man is sovereign. It comes from the creator. That's where our sovereignty comes from, and no man can take that from you. Correct. So when we start to learn how to really go after these people, guys, I'm telling you now, start getting your evidence together and try to start learning some of this stuff I'm talking about, which is just basic common lore, which is what our forefathers taught us. A lot of our forefathers couldn't read and write. So how the hell were they supposed to know what codes and statutes were? They don't freaking know. They can't even read and write. And nobody could hold them up to it because they couldn't read or write the codes. But what I'm saying is these things don't apply to us, not on our side of the court. On the legal side, yeah, we're guilty of it. We're probably guilty of breathing too much air on their side of the court. But that doesn't apply to man. That applies to whoever works in government. So yeah, they've somehow gotten their maritime law, statutory laws into the court system, and now all the people are assuming these codes and statutes apply to them, but they don't. And the people are waking up to it. Brilliant. So yeah, that legal thing that I showed you guys, I know it might not seem like much to some, but let me tell you, you're never going to hear a lawyer or a judge tell you that they're speaking another language in court. And I'll tell you how brilliant these guys are. The defendant is speaking in English. The prosecutor is speaking in Latin, and the judge is speaking in French. Okay, and it all sounds like English to us, but the words mean different things coming from different people. I'm telling you, this is how brilliant these people are. So once we start understanding that these words don't mean what we think they do, when they go on and they say, are you the parent of this child? And you say yes, they have jurisdiction over a parent and a child. That's the legal society. They made those names up. Okay? But if you say, hell no, I'm just a man here for my property. Give me my property. That little bundle of joy you're holding right there, that's my blood and sweat and tears. I'm the author of that little baby bundle of joy there. That's not a child. That's my property. Give it back. No man can take another man's property without paying them. Slavery's abolished. Okay? And so I know it sounds crazy.
Good stuff, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just want to say goodbye to everyone. It was nice meeting you all.
Yeah, lovely to have met you, Tommy.
I'll see you guys again next weekend.
Yeah, look forward.
Stay positive, guys.
Yeah, God bless, Tommy. Take care, mate. Cheers, Tommy.
I think I'm gonna call it a night too, guys.
Yeah, and me. It's 20 past 3.
Yeah. Might have worked a bit up.
Well, no, this is going to take an hour to convert because it's
good effort, Roy.
Well, because it's been 6 hours, there will probably be about 3 gigabytes of data. So this will take another hour, and then I've got to upload it. So see you all next time, and have a good week.
Get it to work.
Nice to see
Whatever, Roy.
everybody. Thanks,
Nice to meet you guys.
everybody.
All right, y'all.
God bless
Night.
everybody.
Bye, everybody. I love you.
Love you too, darling.
Love
Take
you
care,
too,
Dad.
Jess.
Take care, too.
God bless.